Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Harry was adopted by the Willy Wonka family? Dark comedy. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1. The chocolate room. The baby arrived on a Tuesday, which Willy Wonka always considered the most unreliable day of the week. It wasn't left on his doorstep exactly. The Wonka factory didn't have a proper doorstep. It had a towering iron gate, 14 feet tall, laced with rust and sugar residue, bolted shut from the inside with a mechanism that involved 3 levers, a counterweight, and a small brass monkey whose eyes rotated when the humidity changed. No one had come through that gate in years. Deliveries arrived through the river. Mail came by pneumatic tube from a post office in town whose workers had long since stopped asking questions. Willy Wonka did not receive visitors. Willy Wonka did not want visitors. So the baby had to take the long way around. It began, as most things involving Harry Potter did, with Albus Dumbledore making a decision he was absolutely certain was correct. On the night of November the 1st, 1981, Dumbledore placed a baby in a basket on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, tucked a letter between the folds of the blanket, and walked away into the darkness with the unshakable confidence of a man who had never once considered that Petunia Dursley might simply say no. But Petunia Dursley said no. She said it at 6 in the morning when she opened the door to retrieve the milk bottles and found, instead of 2 pints of semi-skimmed, her dead sister's orphan child staring up at her with enormous green eyes. She said it again, louder, when Vernon came thundering down the stairs in his dressing gown demanding to know what the racket was about. She said it a 3rd time when she read the letter, which explained in Dumbledore's looping violet handwriting exactly what had happened to Lily, exactly what the child was, and exactly what Petunia's duty now entailed. No, said Petunia Dursley, and she meant it with every fiber of her being. She called social services at 6:30. The woman on the phone was sleepy, confused, and deeply skeptical that someone would abandon a baby on a doorstep in Surrey, but she dispatched a caseworker anyway. By 9 o'clock, baby Harry Potter was in the arms of a middle-aged woman named Gloria Pitts who smelled of instant coffee and had been working Child Protective Services for 22 years without once encountering anything she would later describe as peculiar. That changed rapidly. The first foster placement lasted 4 days. The family reported that every light bulb in their house had exploded simultaneously at 2 in the morning, which the electricity board attributed to a power surge and Gloria Pitts attributed to bad wiring. The second placement lasted a week. That family returned Harry after their television set began showing programs that hadn't aired yet, including a football match whose result made Mr. Henderson a very uncomfortable amount of money at the bookmakers. The third placement lasted exactly 11 hours, during which the family's cat climbed onto the roof and refused to come down. Every door in the house locked itself from the inside, and the baby, who should not have been able to crawl yet, let alone walk, was found sitting on the kitchen counter eating a banana he had somehow peeled himself. He's a very active child, said Gloria Pitts, who was running out of foster families and patients in roughly equal measure. By December, Harry Potter had been through 6 placements. He was healthy, alert, and cheerful in a way that seemed almost aggressive, as if he was personally offended by the concept of unhappiness. He was also, as far as the social services system was concerned, completely unplaceable. No family wanted him. Word had gotten around. There was something off about the baby, nothing you could point to, nothing you could report, just a feeling. Things happened around him. Strange things. The kind of things that made rational adults suddenly remember urgent appointments in other rooms. Gloria Pitts, who was not a woman given to desperation, became desperate. She began calling everyone. Distant relatives of the Potters, there were none. Friends of the family, none that could be found. She even attempted to return Harry to the Dursleys, driving out to Privet Drive on a gray Wednesday afternoon, and found Petunia standing behind the door with a cricket bat and an expression that suggested she was prepared to use it. The file landed, through a series of bureaucratic accidents that would take 3 hours to explain and were boring besides, on the desk of a recently hired caseworker named Philip Stammers. Philip was 24, idealistic, and had a second cousin named Doris, who worked in the offices of a confectionery company. Doris had mentioned, exactly once, over Christmas dinner the previous year, that her employer, a very private, very wealthy, very strange man, had recently made inquiries about adoption. "He's odd," Doris had said, carving the turkey, "but he's kind in his way. Lonely, I think." Rattling around that enormous factory with no one but those little orange workers for company. Philip Stammers, who had a baby no one wanted and a file that was becoming an embarrassment, made a phone call he probably shouldn't have. The phone rang for a very long time. When someone finally answered, it wasn't a human voice. It was high-pitched, melodic, and spoke English with an accent that didn't correspond to any country Philip could name. "Wonka Factory, good morning. How may we direct your call? Please and thank you." Yes, hello. I'm calling from the Surrey County Council Children's Services Department. I was hoping to speak with Mr. Wonka regarding a child." There was a pause. Then a sound that might have been a small person conferring with several other small persons in a language Philip didn't recognize. Then the melodic voice returned. "Mr. Wonka does not take phone calls on Tuesdays. It's Thursday." Another pause. More conferring. "Mr. Wonka does not take phone calls on Thursdays either. Or most other days. He is currently in the inventing room and cannot be disturbed, as he is testing a wallpaper that tastes like the last dream you had, and the results so far have been either magnificent or catastrophic depending on your tolerance for mild hallucinations." Philip Stammers, who had not slept properly in 3 weeks and was seriously considering a career change, said, "Could you just tell him there's a baby?" The longest pause yet. "Hold please." 3 minutes later, a different voice came on the line. Lighter. Faster. The kind of voice that sounded like it was always on the edge of either a joke or an invention and hadn't quite decided which. "This is Wonka. You said something about a baby?" Willy Wonka drove to Surrey himself, which was notable because he hadn't left the factory in 2 years and didn't technically have a valid driver's license. He arrived in a car that was purple, vintage, and appeared to run on something other than petrol. Philip Stammers would later describe the smell as burnt caramel and thunderstorms. And he stepped out onto the pavement of the social services office looking exactly like a man who had been living inside a chocolate factory for the better part of a decade. He was tall. That was the first thing. Tall and thin in a way that made you think of taffy being stretched, all angles and energy, with a top hat that added another unnecessary foot of height and a coat the color of plums. His eyes were the most extraordinary shade of violet Philip had ever seen, and they moved constantly, cataloging everything, measuring the world against some internal blueprint only he could see. "Where is he?" said Wonka, before Philip had finished his handshake. "Mr. Wonka, there are procedures, I'm sure there are. Where is he?" Philip led him down a corridor that smelled of floor polish and institutional sadness, to a room at the back where baby Harry was being supervised by a tired-looking woman named Janet who was reading a magazine and occasionally glancing at the child as if she expected him to do something alarming, which, in fairness, was a reasonable expectation. Wonka stopped in the doorway. Harry was sitting on a playmat surrounded by colored blocks. He had arranged them not in a tower, which would have been developmentally impressive for a 15-month-old, but in a precise geometric pattern that radiated outward from his seated position like a mandala. He was studying his work with an expression of intense concentration that looked deeply wrong on a face that still had baby fat. "Oh," said Wonka, very quietly. He crossed the room in 3 long strides, his coat swishing behind him, and crouched down next to the baby. Harry looked up at him. Green eyes met violet. Later, when asked about this moment, and he was asked, repeatedly, by various magical and non-magical authorities over the following years, Wonka would say the same thing every time. "He looked at me like he knew something I didn't." I found that very refreshing. Most people look at me like they think I'm mad. He looked at me like he thought I was interesting. Much better. Harry reached up and grabbed Wonka's finger. And every light in the building flickered. "I'll take him," said Wonka. "Mr. Wonka, as I said, there are procedures, name them." "Well, Their home inspections, background checks, interviews, a waiting period, how long? Several months at minimum. Possibly a year. Wonka looked at Philip Stammers with those violet eyes, and Philip had the sudden, uncomfortable sensation of being a malfunctioning machine being assessed by its inventor. "Mr. Stammers," said Wonka, in a tone that was perfectly pleasant and somehow terrifying, "this child has been through 6 foster homes in 2 months. You have no viable placements. Your department is overwhelmed, understaffed, and, if you'll forgive me, the coffee in your break room suggests a budget that cannot sustain extended wardship. I am offering this child a home, financial security, and an environment of unparalleled creativity and wonder. I am also, and I want to be transparent about this, offering your department a donation substantial enough to resurface your car park, replace the fluorescent lighting in this hallway, which is giving me a headache and is certainly giving the children migraines, and fund whatever programs you've been cutting for the last 3 fiscal years." Philip opened his mouth. "The procedures," Wonka continued, "are designed to protect children. I respect that. Bring your inspectors, bring your interviewers, bring whomever you like. But bring them quickly, Mr. Stammers, because that child is sitting in a room with no windows, playing with blocks that are clearly beneath his cognitive abilities, and I have a chocolate river he could be sailing on by this time tomorrow." The procedures took 3 weeks instead of several months, a timeline that was, depending on your perspective, either a testament to Wonka's persuasive abilities and genuine suitability as a parent, or a damning indictment of what sufficient wealth could do to bureaucratic timelines. The home inspection was particularly memorable. 2 caseworkers arrived at the factory gate on a cold January morning and were met by Wonka himself and a delegation of 4 Oompa Loompas carrying clipboards, as if they intended to conduct their own parallel inspection of the inspectors. "Welcome," said Wonka. "Try not to lick anything until I tell you it's safe." The caseworkers filed a report that was 7 pages long and read, in places, like the diary of someone experiencing a very specific fever dream. The chocolate river was noted as a potential drowning hazard, but also, grudgingly, as beautiful, well-maintained, and smelling of the best hot chocolate either inspector had ever encountered. The inventing room was flagged as containing equipment of unknown purpose and function, and not suitable for unsupervised child access, a recommendation Wonka accepted with a solemn nod and absolutely no intention of following. The living quarters, a sprawling apartment above the main factory floor, filled with books, strange art, and furniture that appeared to have been designed by someone who found straight lines personally offensive, were deemed unconventional but adequate. The Oompa Loompas presented a challenge. The caseworkers couldn't quite figure out what they were. Wonka described them as colleagues, friends, and the best confectionery engineers on the planet, and declined to elaborate on their origins beyond saying they came from very far away. The caseworkers noted them as household staff and moved on, because it was easier than thinking about it. On the 23rd of January, 1982, Harry James Potter became, in the eyes of the law and the considerably less observant eyes of the magical world, Harry Wonka. Willy Wonka carried him through the factory gates, and the gates swung shut behind them, and the brass monkey's eyes rotated 45 degrees clockwise, and that was that. The first year was, by Wonka's own admission, a disaster. He had no idea how to care for a baby. He had read 14 books on child development in the 3 weeks between meeting Harry and bringing him home, but the books assumed a baseline reality that did not exist inside the Wonka factory. They said things like, establish a regular feeding schedule and maintain a consistent sleep environment, and Wonka nodded along, understanding the words individually while finding their combined meaning essentially fictional. Harry's feeding schedule was determined by when Wonka remembered to eat, which was irregular at best. Meals were prepared by the Oompa Loompas, who had their own culinary traditions that included a lot of cocoa beans, mashed caterpillars, a delicacy in Loompaland that Wonka quietly swapped for mashed carrots when he noticed, and a fermented drink that smelled like feet and tasted, apparently, like joy. Harry ate whatever was put in front of him with the enthusiasm of a child who had spent his first months being shuffled between kitchens and wasn't picky. The sleep environment was a crib that Wonka built himself in the workshop. It was beautiful, dark cherry wood, hand-carved, with a mobile of spinning candy planets overhead that played a soft lullaby when wound. The lullaby, composed by the Oompa Loompas, was in their native language and contained lyrics that translated roughly to "Sleep well, small creature," and "May the jungle cats of the night pass your hammock without interest," which was a traditional Oompa Loompa blessing and only mildly threatening. Harry slept like the dead. Wonka, standing over the crib at 3 a.m. with chocolate smeared on his shirt and a look of wild uncertainty in his violet eyes, did not. "What am I doing?" he asked the nearest Oompa Loompa, a senior foreman named Bodo, who had been with Wonka since the beginning. Bodo, who stood roughly 3 feet tall and had the weathered face of someone who had survived both the jungles of Loompaland and the daily explosions of the inventing room, looked up at his employer with an expression of calm assessment. "You are raising a child, Mr. Wonka." "Yes, but why?" Bodo considered this. "Because you picked up the phone on a Thursday." This was, Wonka reflected, technically accurate and completely unhelpful. But the disaster, like most of Wonka's disasters, gradually transformed into something extraordinary. Because Willy Wonka did not know how to raise a child by the book, he raised Harry the only way he knew how, like an experiment. Not a cruel one. Wonka was many things, but never cruel, but an experiment in the purest scientific sense. He observed. He hypothesized. He tested. He adapted. When Harry cried, Wonka tried different things until something worked, cataloging results with the same meticulous attention he gave to recipes. He discovered that Harry was soothed by the sound of the chocolate waterfall, low, constant, rhythmic, agitated by silence. The child needed noise, movement, life around him, and absolutely electrified by color. Show Harry something bright, a swirl of candy paint, a bubbling vat of rainbow toffee, the iridescent wings of a sugar butterfly, and his crying would stop instantly, replaced by a focus so intense it was almost unsettling. "He sees things," Wonka told Bodo, watching 2-year-old Harry stare at a prototype everlasting gobstopper as it cycled through its color changes. "Not just looks at things. He sees them. The way they work. The way they're put together." Bodo nodded. "Like you." "No," said Wonka, frowning. "Better than me. I had to learn to see. He already does." The magic started early and often. Not the magic Harry would later learn at Hogwarts, not wands and incantations and centuries of accumulated wizarding tradition. This was raw magic, wild magic, the kind that comes from a child who doesn't know yet that the world has rules. Things floated when Harry wanted them and couldn't reach. Candy changed flavor based on his mood, chocolate becoming sweeter when he laughed, turning bitter when he was upset, once turning into something that tasted exactly like a thunderstorm when he threw a tantrum at age 3 about bedtime. Wonka's machinery behaved differently when Harry was nearby, as if the boy was a tuning fork vibrating at a frequency the factory could hear. Wonka, who had spent his entire adult life building wonders through engineering, chemistry, and the ancient Oompa Loompa craft that was not quite magic but not quite not, recognized what he was seeing. He had grown up on the edges of the magical world. He knew what accidental magic looked like. He had a choice in those early years, and he made it deliberately. He did not contact the wizarding world. He did not inform the Ministry of Magic, which he had reason to despise. He did not seek out Dumbledore, whose name he had encountered once, years ago, in connection with his own painful expulsion from that world. He did not suppress Harry's magic or pretend it wasn't happening. Instead, he did what Willy Wonka always did with something extraordinary. He studied it, nurtured it, and figured out how to make it better. Harry's first clear memory, not a feeling or an impression, but a real, solid, narrative memory, was of the chocolate room. He was 4 years old, and he had been in the factory his entire conscious life, so the wonders of the place were simply reality to him. He did not know that other children did not wake up to the sound of a chocolate waterfall. He did not know that most kitchens did not contain cabinets that rearranged themselves based on what you wanted to cook. He did not know that the small orange people who sang him to sleep every night and taught him their language and carried him on their shoulders through corridors that smelled like vanilla and ambition were, by any external standard, deeply unusual. He knew the factory the way other children knew their houses. The chocolate room was the living room. The inventing room was Dad's office. The nut room was where you went when you wanted to watch the squirrels work, which was better than television. Not that Harry had ever seen a television. The great glass elevator was how you got everywhere, and it went not just up and down but sideways and slantways and longways and any other way you could think of, and if you pressed the right button, or, more often, the wrong button, it would take you somewhere you'd never been before, which was always the best option. But the chocolate room was special. It was enormous, a cavern of green, a hidden valley inside the factory, with grass made of sugar, mint-flavored, Harry's favorite, and trees made of toffee and bushes made of gummy candy and, running through the center of it all, the river. The chocolate river. Warm and dark and flowing with a current that Wonka had somehow engineered to be exactly the right speed for both maximum aeration of the chocolate and a pleasant boat ride. Harry's first memory was of sitting on the bank of that river, his bare feet in the sugar grass, watching the chocolate flow past while Wonka sat beside him in one of the spindly candy cane chairs he favored, making notes in a leather journal and occasionally dipping a ladle into the river to taste the current batch. "Dad," said Harry, because that was what he called Wonka and had always called him, "why is the chocolate alive?" Wonka looked up from his journal. "What do you mean?" "It moves different when I'm here. Didn't you notice?" Wonka had, in fact, noticed. The river's current shifted subtly in Harry's presence, flowing a little faster, a little warmer, the chocolate developing undertones of flavor it didn't normally possess: cinnamon, honey, something electric and unnameable. "It responds to you," said Wonka carefully. "Why?" "Because you're special, Harry." Harry gave him a look that was, for a 4-year-old, remarkably skeptical. "You say everything is special. You said that about the 3-course dinner gum yesterday, and it turned the test Oompa Loompa into a blueberry. That was special. The engineering required to. His name is Prod Nose, and he was purple for 6 hours, Dad. Violet, technically. And he's fine now. He's still a little bit violet. Character-building color, violet." Harry rolled his eyes, a gesture he had picked up from Bodo, who deployed it with the frequency and precision of a master craftsman, and went back to watching the river. "I mean, why am I special?" he said. "Not you're special because everyone is special. Why am I different?" Wonka set down his journal. This was the conversation he'd been expecting, in the way you expect a thunderstorm you can see building on the horizon. He had prepared for it. He had a speech. He had visual aids. He had commissioned the Oompa Loompas to write an explanatory song, which they had done with their customary enthusiasm and moral ambiguity, and which he had subsequently shelved because it contained the lyric, "Your parents were murdered by a dark wizard supremacist," set to a jaunty calypso beat, and even Wonka had limits. He threw the speech away. He looked at his son, his strange, brilliant, green-eyed son who could make chocolate change flavor with his mood and who had last week levitated his breakfast cereal because he didn't want to get up to get a spoon, and he told the truth. "You're a wizard, Harry." Harry blinked. "What's a wizard?" "A person who can do magic." "Like the Oompa Loompas?" "Different. The Oompa Loompas have their own kind of magic, old, nature-based, tied to the land and the cacao and the songs. Your magic is. It's something else. It comes from inside you. It's part of you, the way your green eyes are part of you, the way your hair is part of you." Harry instinctively reached up to touch his hair, which was black, perpetually messy, and had once, during a particularly intense bout of accidental magic, stood completely on end for a full day like he'd been electrocuted. "There's a whole world of wizards," Wonka continued. "Hidden. Separate from the regular world. They have their own government, their own schools, their own everything. They live alongside normal people, muggles, they call them, and they keep themselves secret." "Have you been there?" Wonka's expression did something complicated. It was the face of a man stepping on a crack he'd been avoiding for years. "Once," he said. "A long time ago." "What happened?" "They told me I wasn't welcome." Harry looked at his father, at the tall, extraordinary man who had built a world inside a factory, who had invented things that shouldn't be possible, who had taken in an orphan baby and raised him with chocolate and chaos and love, and felt, for the first time in his young life, genuinely angry on someone else's behalf. Why? Because I couldn't do magic. Not the way they do it. I was born to a magical family, Harry. My father was a wizard. My mother was a witch. And I was what they call a squib. A person born to magical parents who doesn't have magic of their own. In their world, that makes you less than nothing. It makes you a disappointment. An embarrassment. Something to be hidden away. He said this lightly, the way he said most painful things, as if the words were a confection he'd tasted long ago and no longer found interesting. But Harry, who had grown up studying his father's moods the way his father studied candy chemistry, heard the old hurt underneath. "So you left," Harry said. I was encouraged to leave. Strongly. My father, your grandfather, technically, though he was never much of one, he wanted me to disappear. So I did. I disappeared into the Muggle world and I built. He gestured around them, at the impossible cavern, the chocolate river, the candy trees, the sugar grass. I built all of this. Without their magic. Without their permission. Without their help. He looked at Harry, and his violet eyes were fierce. And it is better than anything they ever made. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "My real parents. They were wizards." Yes. What happened to them? Wonka told him. Simply, directly, without candy coating, because Harry deserved the truth and because Wonka had learned that his son could detect dishonesty the way other children detected Brussels sprouts, instantly and with great displeasure. He told Harry about James and Lily Potter. About the war in the wizarding world. About a dark wizard named Voldemort who had killed them and tried to kill Harry and failed, leaving only the lightning bolt scar on Harry's forehead. About Dumbledore, who had placed Harry with relatives who didn't want him. About the chain of events that had brought Harry, through bureaucratic accident and something that might have been fate, to the factory. Harry listened to all of it. Then he stood up, walked to the edge of the chocolate river, and dipped his hand in. The chocolate swirled around his fingers, warm and responsive, and for a moment the whole river glowed, actually, visibly glowed, a soft golden light that rippled outward from his touch and illuminated the entire cavern. "I'm going to need to learn how to use it properly," Harry said, with the practical determination of a 4-year-old who has been raised by an engineer. "Yes," said Wonka. "You are. Are you going to send me to their school?" "When you're 11. That's when they start." "That's ages away. 7 years. What are we going to do for 7 years?" Wonka smiled. It was the smile that had made him famous, the smile of a man who had just had an idea that was either brilliant or insane, and considered both options equally delightful. "We," said Wonka, "are going to experiment." The years between 4 and 11 were the best of Harry's life, and nothing that came after, not the wonders of Hogwarts, not the thrill of magic, not any adventure in any world, ever fully replaced them. Wonka's approach to Harry's magical education was, like everything Wonka did, completely unprecedented and mildly dangerous. He had no magic of his own, but he had something arguably more powerful, a complete disregard for conventional wisdom, an exhaustive knowledge of Oompa Loompa craft, and an engineering mind that treated impossible as a personal insult. He couldn't teach Harry spells. He didn't know any. What he could do was create environments and tools that interacted with Harry's magic in ways neither of them fully understood, and then take meticulous notes on what happened. The everlasting gobstopper was the first breakthrough. Harry was 5. Wonka had been working on a new formulation. The gobstopper that changed color and flavor as you sucked it was already a commercial product, but Wonka was never satisfied, and the current version changed flavors in a fixed sequence: cherry, lime, grape, blueberry. Wonka wanted it to change based on the eater's preference. He wanted a candy that could read your mood. He'd been failing for months. The chemistry was there, the Oompa Loompa craft was there, but the missing ingredient, the thing that would bridge the gap between a candy and a consciousness, eluded him. Harry wandered into the inventing room on a Tuesday afternoon, bored because Bodo was busy with the fudge production line and the other Oompa Loompas were rehearsing a song about a hypothetical child who was rude to his grandmother. He found Wonka surrounded by discarded prototypes and muttering. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "It needs to think," Wonka said. "Not really think. It needs to sense the person, what they want. But I can't make Candy do that. Candy doesn't have." He stopped. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at the gobstopper. "Can I try?" Harry said. "Try what?" "I don't know. Something." He picked up the gobstopper. It was warm in his hand, freshly made, the size of a large marble. He closed his eyes. He thought about what Wonka had described, a candy that could feel what you wanted, that could change for you, that could respond. The gobstopper pulsed. Harry felt it, a tiny heartbeat of magic flowing from him into the candy, and the candy accepting it, absorbing it, incorporating it into its structure the way a sponge absorbs water. When he opened his eyes, the gobstopper was glowing faintly, and when Wonka, who could barely breathe, who had gone absolutely rigid with the kind of excitement that in another man might have looked like a cardiac event, took it from Harry's hand and placed it on his tongue, it tasted like nostalgia. Like the first candy his mother had ever given him. Like childhood and loss and the bittersweet ache of things you can never get back. Wonka stood in the inventing room with tears streaming silently down his face, and the gobstopper cycled through every important flavor of his life, one after another, a complete autobiography in sugar. "Harry," he said, when he could speak again. "I think we're going to do extraordinary things." From that day forward, the experiments accelerated. Wonka would design a candy, engineer its structure, its chemistry, its Oompa Loompa enchantments, and Harry would pour magic into it, and together they would create things that neither the Muggle world nor the Wizarding world had ever seen. Candy that existed in the overlap. Candy that was both science and sorcery. The inventory grew. Fizzing phantoms, hard candies that, when eaten, made you temporarily translucent. Not invisible, exactly. You could still see the person, but they became ghostly, see-through, like a living X-ray. Harry had infused them with the same magic that made him accidentally invisible when he was scared, and Wonka had stabilized it with a sugar matrix that regulated the duration. 15 minutes per candy. Mood taffy, a saltwater taffy that, when pulled, would change color based on the emotional state of whoever pulled it. Red for anger. Blue for sadness. Gold for joy. A deep, pulsing purple for love. Wonka had originally conceived it as a diagnostic tool for the Oompa Loompas, who were culturally private about their emotions and sometimes needed prompting to talk about their feelings. Harry's magic made it work. The tongue toffee, an early, crude experiment. You ate it and for 10 minutes you could speak any language. Harry had been 6 when they made this one, and the magic was unrefined. The first batch let you speak all languages simultaneously, which was terrifying for everyone involved. Wriggle worms, gummy worms that were, to all external observation, alive. They wriggled. They crawled. They seemed to have preferences and personalities. One of them, a red and yellow specimen Harry had been particularly focused on during creation, had been living in a jar on Harry's nightstand for 3 years and responded to its name, which was Gregory. And those were just the ones that worked. The failures were spectacular, frequent, and occasionally required evacuation of entire sections of the factory. The candy that was supposed to let you breathe underwater instead turned the test Oompa Loompas' lungs to actual water, which was reversed in time but led to a 3-day moratorium on experiments. The gum that was designed to make you weightless made you infinitely heavy instead, and the Oompa Loompa who tested it fell through 3 floors before Wonka managed to counteract the effect with a hastily improvised antidote that tasted, he admitted, like concentrated regret. Harry learned more from the failures than the successes. He learned that magic wasn't just power, it was intention. What you meant mattered as much as what you did. When he poured magic into candy while thinking clearly, focused on what the candy should do, the results were precise and controlled. When he was distracted, or emotional, or sloppy, the results were chaos. Magic is like chocolate, Wonka told him, during one of their evening review sessions in the apartment above the factory. both of them surrounded by notebooks and candy wrappers and the comfortable mess of shared obsession. Temperature matters. Timing matters. Ingredients matter. But more than anything, attention matters. You have to be present. You have to care about what you're making. Chocolate knows when you're not paying attention, and so does magic. Chocolate doesn't know anything, Harry said, grinning. It's chocolate. Everything knows something, Wonka replied. That's the first rule of the factory, and if you haven't learned it by now, I've failed as a parent. He hadn't failed. Not even close. Because alongside the candy and the magic and the controlled explosions, Wonka gave Harry something more important, a mind. Not just an educated mind, the Oompa Loompas handled formal education, and Harry could read and write and do mathematics at a level well beyond his age, but a creative mind. A mind that looked at problems sideways. A mind that refused to accept that's just how it works as an answer. A mind that, when confronted with a locked door, didn't look for the key but asked why there was a door there in the first place. Harry grew up believing that anything was possible, and the factory provided daily evidence to support this belief. He also grew up kind, which was less a product of Wonka's teaching. Wonka's own relationship with kindness was complicated, and more a product of the Oompa Loompas. They were a deeply communal people, and they raised Harry as one of their own, teaching him their language, their songs, their values. They taught him that every person, no matter how small, how strange, how different, had worth. They taught him loyalty and humor and the importance of a good song in times of trouble. They taught him that the appropriate response to injustice was not silence, but a four-part harmony describing the injustice in vivid, judgmental detail. Harry loved them. All of them. The factory was his world, and he was happy in it. But the outside world didn't forget about him, even if he'd forgotten about it. The Hogwarts letter arrived on Harry's 11th birthday, July 31st, 1991, delivered not by all post, but by a woman who appeared at the factory gate at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, wrapped sharply on the iron with a force that made the brass monkey's eyes spin wildly, and waited. She was tall, thin, severe, and wearing emerald green robes and a pointed hat. Her lips were pressed together so tightly they had essentially ceased to exist. She held a yellowish envelope in one hand and a wand in the other, and she looked at the factory the way a health inspector looks at a restaurant kitchen that has been reported multiple times. Her name was Minerva McGonagall, and she had been sent by Dumbledore because Dumbledore, who was many things but not foolish, had recognized that this particular errand required someone with an iron will and a high tolerance for nonsense. He had, perhaps, underestimated the degree of nonsense involved. The gate did not open. McGonagall waited. 1 minute. 2. She rapped again. Then she pointed her wand at the lock and said, firmly, Alohomora. Nothing happened. She tried again. Alohomora. Nothing. The lock didn't even flicker. It was, as far as she could tell, immune to magic, which was impossible, because all locks responded to Alohomora on some level, even if they were enchanted to resist it. This lock wasn't resisting. It was ignoring her, as if her magic was simply irrelevant to its mechanism. She was considering more aggressive measures when a small panel opened in the gate at roughly waist height, her waist, though it would have been head height for the person behind it, and a face appeared. Orange-skinned, bright-eyed, with an elaborate coiffure of white hair and an expression of polite interest. Good morning, said the Oompa Loompa. Do you have an appointment? McGonagall stared. In her 60-odd years in the wizarding world, she had encountered house elves, goblins, centaurs, mere-people, and once a very conversational sphinx, but she had never seen anything quite like this. I do not have an appointment, she said, recovering quickly. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I am here to speak with Mr. Wonka regarding his ward, Harry Potter. Wonka, said the Oompa Loompa. His name is Harry Wonka. His legal name is Harry Wonka. If you're here about the boy, you should get his name right. Mr. Wonka is particular about that. We all are. McGonagall's lips thinned even further, which shouldn't have been anatomically possible. Very well. Harry Wonka. May I come in? The Oompa Loompa considered this for a moment that lasted slightly longer than was comfortable. Wait here. The panel closed. McGonagall waited again. She could hear, faintly, the sounds of the factory beyond the gate, a distant hum of machinery, the rushing of what might have been water. It was chocolate, but she didn't know that yet, and what was unmistakably singing. Multiple voices, high-pitched, in complex harmony, the words in a language she didn't recognize. The gate opened. Not with a creak, as you'd expect from a gate of that size and apparent age, but silently, smoothly, as if the entire structure had been freshly oiled that morning, which it had. The Oompa Loompas maintained the gate mechanism with the seriousness of priests maintaining a temple. Beyond the gate was a courtyard. Beyond the courtyard was the factory. McGonagall had seen the building from outside, of course. Everyone in the nearby town had. It was enormous, industrial, belching fragrant steam from chimneys that never stopped working. But from the inside, the scale of it was different. The building didn't just look large, it felt dense, as if every square foot contained more than a square foot's worth of space. As if the inside were somehow bigger than the outside. She recognized the feeling. It was the same spatial distortion used in wizarding tents and Hogwarts itself. But it shouldn't have been possible here, in a Muggle factory, built by a squib. "This way, please," said the Oompa Loompa, who had been joined by 3 others. They formed a small procession and led McGonagall through the courtyard, through a set of double doors, down a long corridor painted in colors that shifted as you walked past them, and into a room that stopped her dead. The chocolate room. She stood on the threshold and her brain quietly refused to process what it was seeing. The meadow. The river. The trees. The impossible, beautiful, insane landscape of candy and chocolate and living sugar that stretched before her like a fevered dream painted by a very talented madman. "Professor McGonagall," said a voice, and she looked up to see a tall man in a plum-colored coat and top hat standing on the near bank of the chocolate river, and beside him, sitting cross-legged on the sugar grass with a notebook in his lap, a boy. She knew him instantly. The hair, James Potter's hair, black and chaotic, defying gravity and decency in equal measure. The eyes, Lily's eyes, green as the killing curse, bright with intelligence and something else, something she couldn't name. The scar, a lightning bolt on his forehead, partially hidden by the mess of hair but visible when the boy looked up at her. Harry Potter. Harry Wonka. 11 years old, lean and quick-looking, with chocolate stains on his fingers and the calm, evaluating gaze of a child who had never once been told he was less than extraordinary. "You must be from Hogwarts," Harry said, with no particular deference and a smile that was pure Wonka. "Dad said you'd be coming. Do you want a chocolate? The river's just been refreshed this morning. It's really good today." McGonagall looked at Wonka. Wonka looked at McGonagall. There passed between them a silent exchange that contained, in no particular order, mutual assessment, mutual suspicion, mutual stubbornness, and the faintest, most reluctant glimmer of mutual respect. "Professor," said Wonka, tipping his hat. "Welcome to the factory. I'd offer you a tour, but I suspect you're here on business." "I am." She held out the envelope. "Mr. Potter, Wonka," said Harry and Wonka, simultaneously. "Mr. Wonka has been enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry since birth. He is expected to attend beginning September the 1st. Wonka took the envelope, opened it, read the letter, and handed it to Harry, who read it with the speed of a child who had been reading since age 3 and consuming books since age 4. "There's a supply list," Harry observed. "Cauldron. Wand. Robes. Books." He looked at Wonka. "Do I actually need all of this?" "The wand, certainly," said Wonka, who had done his research years ago and knew more about Hogwarts than McGonagall would have been comfortable with. "The books, probably. The robes." He eyed McGonagall's outfit. "Are the robes mandatory?" "Yes." "Even the hat?" "The hat is traditional." "I have a hat." "Mr. Wonka, the Hogwarts uniform is negotiable, I'm sure." "Harry, what do you think?" Harry had been watching this exchange with visible amusement. He turned to McGonagall, and she was struck by how completely at ease this child was. There was no nervousness, no awe, no wide-eyed wonder at meeting a real witch. He looked at her with friendly curiosity, the way you'd look at an interesting new machine. "Professor," he said, "I'd love to come to Hogwarts. I've been looking forward to it for years. But I have some conditions." McGonagall's eyebrow nearly achieved escape velocity. "Conditions?" "3 of them. First, I'm bringing some of my Oompa Loompas with me." "You are most certainly not. They come or I don't." "Non-negotiable. 3 should be enough. They won't cause trouble." He paused. "Well, they won't cause much trouble. Mr. Wonka, Hogwarts does not allow students to bring. Hogwarts allows cats, owls, and toads," Harry said, and McGonagall realized with dawning horror that the child had read the Hogwarts regulations. "There's no specific prohibition on additional companions beyond those listed, only a guidance that unusual pets require headmaster approval. The Oompa Loompas aren't pets, they're staff, but I'm willing to work within the framework if the headmaster is reasonable about it." Wonka was beaming. Actually beaming, the way a father beams when his child does something that confirms every good parenting decision he's ever made. "Second condition?" McGonagall asked, because she had not become deputy headmistress by being easily derailed. "I bring my own supplies. Candy. Equipment. Things I've made. They're not dangerous." He reconsidered. "Most of them aren't dangerous. The ones that are, I'll keep in my trunk." "And the third?" Harry's green eyes met hers directly, and for just a moment, McGonagall saw something behind the cheerful confidence, something serious, something fierce, something that reminded her powerfully and painfully of Lily Potter in the moments before she fought. "Nobody tells me who I'm supposed to be," he said. "I know what happened to me. I know about Voldemort." McGonagall flinched. Harry noticed, but didn't comment. "I know people in your world have ideas about me. The boy who lived. I'm not interested. I'm Harry Wonka. I'm a chocolatier's son. I'm coming to Hogwarts to learn magic, and I'll learn it the best I can, but I'm not anyone's symbol or weapon or chess piece. I'm just me." The chocolate room was very quiet. Even the river seemed to have slowed, as if the factory itself was listening. McGonagall looked at this child, this strange, self-possessed, chocolate-stained child who had been raised in a candy factory by a squib and a tribe of singing orange confectioners, and felt something she hadn't expected to feel. "Hope. I will relay your conditions to the headmaster," she said. "Thank you. He will not be happy about the Oompa Loompas." Harry grinned. "That's his problem." McGonagall almost smiled. Almost. Years of practice severity held, but it was a near thing. "The term begins September 1st, she said. "The train leaves from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4. I trust you can find it." "We'll manage," said Wonka. McGonagall turned to leave, then stopped. She looked back at the chocolate room, at the impossible river, the candy trees, the sugar grass, the world within a world that a squib had built with his bare hands, and a refusal to accept limitations. "Mr. Wonka," she said. "Yes, this is remarkable." Wonka's smile softened into something almost vulnerable. "Thank you, Professor. It's the best I could do." "It appears," said McGonagall, looking at Harry, "that it was more than enough." She left the factory with a headache, a newfound respect for the stubbornness of squibs, and the absolute certainty that Albus Dumbledore was going to hate every second of this. Preparations for Hogwarts took exactly 1 month and were conducted with the same intensity Wonka brought to a product launch. First, the Oompa Loompa delegation was selected. 3 were chosen: Bodo, the senior foreman, who was calm, experienced, and could defuse most situations with a well-timed observation; Pip, a young, energetic Oompa Loompa who was the closest thing Harry had to a sibling and who had been his primary playmate and co-conspirator since age 6, and Naya, who was the Oompa Loompa equivalent of a medic and who carried, at all times, a pouch of remedies that could treat everything from a broken bone to a bad mood, and who had once revived a test. Oompa Loompa from what appeared to be clinical death using nothing but a cacao leaf poultice and a stern talking to. Second, the supplies. Harry's trunk was a Wonka creation, naturally a gleaming case of dark wood and brass that was, on the inside, roughly 12 times the size it appeared on the outside. Wonka had engineered the spatial expansion using principles he'd developed for the factory, combined with Harry's magic and Oompa Loompa craft, creating a trunk that contained, among other things, a full workshop, a candy laboratory, a small library, a hammock, and enough Wonka sweets to supply a small army. The sweet inventory for Hogwarts was curated carefully. Harry and Wonka spent a full week selecting which candies to bring, testing each one, refining formulations, arguing about safety margins. Wonka's definition of safe and any reasonable person's definition of safe overlapped only partially. The final inventory filled 3 pages of Wonka's leather journal and included the Fizzing Phantoms, the Mood Taffy, an improved version of the Tongue Toffee, the Wriggle Worms, Gregory included, a new creation called the Memory Mousse, a chocolate mousse that, when eaten, allowed you to perfectly recall one specific memory in vivid detail, and, most importantly, a prototype that Wonka had been working on for 2 years and had only recently perfected. The impossible candy. It was small. A simple lozenge, no bigger than a peppermint, swirled with colors that shifted and changed like oil on water. Harry had poured more magic into this single piece of candy than into anything else he'd ever made. The impossible candy did exactly what its name suggested. It made the impossible possible. For exactly 60 seconds after you ate it, you could do one thing that was absolutely, categorically, physically, and magically impossible. They'd only tested it once. Wonka had eaten it and, for 60 seconds, had performed magic. Real, wandless, actual magic. He had levitated a chair, changed its color, and made it sing a brief song in French. When the 60 seconds ended, the chair fell, Wonka staggered, and they stared at each other in the inventing room with the shared understanding that they had created something that violated the fundamental laws of both their worlds. Wonka had made 3. He gave all 3 to Harry. Emergency use only, Wonka said. Define emergency. If you need to ask, it's not one. Harry packed them in a small velvet pouch and tucked them into his jacket's inner pocket, close to his heart. Diagon Alley was their last stop before Hogwarts, and it was for both Harry and Wonka a revelation and an irritation in approximately equal measure. They arrived on a Saturday morning in late August, Wonka in his plum coat and top hat, Harry in a green jacket with too many pockets, each containing candy, and Bodo walking between them with the quiet dignity of a diplomat entering hostile territory. The other 2 Oompa Loompas waited at the factory. They would meet Harry at the train. The entrance through the leaky cauldron was their first taste of the wizarding world, and it was, by Wonka factory standards, deeply underwhelming. The pub was dark, dingy, and smelled of old beer and cabbage. Wonka's nose wrinkled so dramatically it was practically a theatrical performance. This is their idea of an entrance to a hidden magical civilization, he muttered to Harry. I have broom closets with more atmosphere. Be nice, said Harry, who was looking around with genuine curiosity, despite the ambience. It's got character. So does mold. They passed through the pub without incident, though several patrons stared at Bodo with expressions ranging from confusion to alarm. One elderly witch clutched her drink and whispered to her companion, Is that a house elf? What's wrong with it? Bodo, who had hearing significantly better than humans expected, turned and gave her a look of such withering pity that she went red and stared into her sherry for the rest of the morning. The brick wall opened. Diagon Alley sprawled before them. And Harry Wonka, for the first time in his life, was genuinely impressed by something he hadn't helped build. It was alive. The whole street was alive, shops stacked on shops, signs that moved and shouted and occasionally insulted passers-by, windows full of impossible objects, owls swooping between buildings, cauldrons self-stirring in front of the apothecary, broomsticks hovering in a shop display. The air smelled of magic, a sharp, clean, electric smell that Harry's body recognized the way a fish recognizes water. Oh, Harry breathed. Wonka watched his son's face and felt something complicated in his chest. This was the world that had rejected him. The world he'd spent decades proving he didn't need. And here was Harry, lighting up at the sight of it, belonging to it in a way Wonka never could. He put his hand on Harry's shoulder and squeezed. Let's get you a wand, he said. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and felt like the inside of a very old, very intelligent mind. The man himself emerged from the back of the shop like a spider who'd been waiting for a specific fly. "Ah," said Ollivander, and his pale eyes moved from Harry to Wonka to Bodo and back to Harry with the rapid assessment of a man who saw everything. "Mr. Potter, I've been expecting you." "Wonka," said Harry. "I beg your pardon?" "Harry Wonka, not Potter." Ollivander's eyes flickered. "Indeed. Your mother's wand was willow, 10¼ inches. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Wonka. The question is, which wand will choose you?" He began pulling boxes, wand after wand. Harry tried them all, a flick, a swish, a wave. Each one produced a reaction, but none produced the right reaction. One set fire to a stack of boxes. One froze the window solid. One turned Ollivander's hair temporarily blue, which he bore with professional equanimity. "Tricky customer," Ollivander muttered, and Harry saw a gleam in his eye that was less frustration and more delight. The old wand maker was enjoying this. 26 wands in, Ollivander paused. He looked at Harry, really looked, the way Wonka looked at a new ingredient, assessing properties invisible to normal observation. "I wonder," he said, and disappeared into the back of the shop. He returned with a box that was older than the others, dustier, kept apart. He opened it with the reverence of a man handling something sacred. "Holly," he said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. A curious combination, supple, powerful, and with a particular temperament. Harry took the wand. The world changed. Not subtly. Not gently. The wand connected with Harry's magic, and the magic that had been marinating in Wonka candy for a decade surged through it like electricity through copper. The shop lit up. Not just sparks, light, pure golden light, pouring from the wand's tip, filling the narrow shop, spilling out the window and into the street. The boxes on the shelves rattled. The dust in the air ignited into tiny stars. And Harry felt, for the first time, the full scope of what he was, not the trickle of magic he used for candy, not the accidental bursts of childhood, but the ocean of power that lived inside him, vast and warm and utterly his. He lowered the wand. The light faded. The shop settled. Ollivander was gripping the counter, white-knuckled. Bodo had taken 3 steps back, which was, for an Oompa Loompa who had survived the Hornswogglers of Loompaland, a significant reaction. Wonka hadn't moved. He was staring at his son with an expression that mixed pride and terror in proportions he'd never admit to. "Curious," whispered Ollivander. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked. "The phoenix whose feather lives in your wand gave only one other feather. Just one. And the wand that feather made gave you that scar." Harry looked at the wand in his hand. Voldemort's brother wand. He should have felt something: fear, dread, revulsion. He felt none of those things. He felt the wand humming against his palm like a living thing, eager and loyal and ready. "Good," he said. Ollivander blinked. "Good. If it's connected to him, then I should be the one to have it. Seems right." He paid for the wand, Wonka paid, from a Gringotts account that he had opened years ago using gold that the goblins could not determine the origin of and had eventually stopped asking about, and walked out of the shop into the sunlight of Diagon Alley with the holly wand in his hand and the absolute, bone-deep certainty that he was ready for whatever came next. They bought the rest of the supplies quickly: robes, which Harry considered drab and Wonka considered tragic, books, which Harry was genuinely excited about, a cauldron, which Wonka inspected and declared adequate, barely, and an owl, which chose Harry as decisively as the wand had, a snowy white female who landed on his shoulder in the shop and refused to move. "She's perfect," Harry said, scratching her feathers. "I'll call her Hedwig." "Why Hedwig?" asked Wonka. "It's in one of the history books. Saint Hedwig. She looks like a saint. She looks like she bites." Hedwig turned her head and stared at Wonka with an expression that confirmed this assessment completely. They ate lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. Wonka refused to eat anything not prepared by Oompa Loompas and instead ordered a tea and spent the meal criticizing the establishment's decor, and Harry watched the witches and wizards flowing in and out. living their ordinary magical lives, and felt the strange double vision of belonging to a world you've never been part of. "Dad," he said, over his terrible sandwich. "Are you going to be okay when I'm gone?" Wonka's hand tightened on his teacup. Just for a moment. Just enough for Harry to see. "The factory needs me," Wonka said. "I've got 3 new products in development, and the Oompa Loompas want to redesign the entire fudge room, which will take months to get right. I'll be very busy." "That's not what I asked." Wonka looked at his son, looked at the green eyes and the messy hair and the lightning scar and the chocolate-stained fingers and the absolute, unwavering directness that was the best thing Harry had inherited from him, from the factory, from the Oompa Loompas, from a life lived without pretense. "No," said Wonka quietly. "I probably won't be okay, but I'll manage. I always do." Harry reached across the table and squeezed his father's hand. A small gesture. A human gesture. The kind of thing you do when words aren't enough and candy can't fix it. "I'll write every day," Harry said. "You'd better. And send reports. I want to know everything about how their magic works. Everything. I have theories about their wand cores and I need field data." Harry laughed. "You're sending me to school and you want me to spy. I'm sending you to school and I want you to learn. And then I want you to teach me." They finished their meal. They gathered their purchases. They walked back through the leaky cauldron and out into Muggle London, where Wonka's purple car was parked illegally on a double yellow line and had not, against all probability, been ticketed or towed, because the traffic wardens found that their eyes simply slid off it as if it wasn't there. Bodo drove. Wonka and Harry sat in the back, surrounded by shopping bags and all feathers and the particular silence of 2 people who love each other and are about to be separated for the first time. "Harry," said Wonka, as the factory came into view on the horizon, its chimneys puffing sweet smoke into the August sky. "Yeah, you're going to walk into that school and they're going to try to tell you who you are. Dumbledore, the teachers, the other students, the whole weight of that world and its history. They're going to look at your scar and see a story they've already written. They're going to try to fit you into it. I know. Don't let them." "I won't. You are not the boy who lived. You are not a weapon. You are not a chess piece. You are Harry Wonka, and you are the most extraordinary thing I have ever made, and I have made things that, by any reasonable standard, should not exist." Harry smiled. It was a big smile, a real one, the kind that lit up his whole face and made his green eyes shine. "I love you too, Dad." Wonka pulled down the brim of his top hat to hide his eyes, which were, for entirely unrelated reasons, suddenly very bright. "Yes, well," he said. "Don't eat anything at that school without checking the ingredients first. Wizarding food standards are appalling." September 1st arrived with the subtlety of a factory whistle. Harry woke at 5 in the morning, which was unusual for him. He was a dedicated late sleeper, a trait Wonka attributed to the Oompa Loompa lullabies, which were engineered for maximum unconsciousness and sometimes kept Harry down until noon. But today, his body had overridden the conditioning. Today was different. He showered, dressed in his green jacket, the one with the pockets, laced his boots, and spent 20 minutes in the candy lab doing final checks on his supplies. Gregory the Wriggle Worm was awake and seemed agitated, wriggling in his jar with more energy than usual. "I know," Harry told him. "Big day." He checked the 3 impossible candies in their velvet pouch. Checked the fizzing phantoms, a dozen, in a tin. Checked the mood taffy, a sealed bag, 30 strips. Checked the tongue toffees, the memory mousses, the assorted experimental sweets that hadn't been fully tested but were probably fine. Checked his wand, tucked into a holster Wonka had made for him, leather and brass, fitting to the forearm, allowing for a quick draw that Wonka had seen in a cowboy movie and insisted on. He closed his trunk, which clicked and whirred and sealed itself with the sound of a very small, very precise machine doing exactly what it was designed to do. Then he went to say goodbye to the factory. He walked through the chocolate room one last time, trailing his fingers through the sugar grass. He visited the inventing room, where rows of half-finished experiments waited for his return. He stopped at the nut room to say goodbye to the squirrels, who chattered at him with what might have been well wishes or might have been territorial aggression. With squirrels, it was hard to tell. He rode the great glass elevator one last time, pressing buttons at random, zooming through the factory in all directions, laughing with the sheer joy of impossible physics. Feeling the elevator respond to his mood the way everything in the factory responded to his mood, eagerly, joyfully, as if the building itself was alive and loved him. When he finally descended to the main entrance, Wonka was waiting. So were Bodo, Pip, and Naya, each carrying a small pack suited to their size. So were approximately 200 other Oompa Loompas, assembled in the corridor in neat rows, silent for once, watching. Harry looked at them. His family. His people. He bowed a deep, formal bow, the Oompa Loompa gesture of respect between equals, and 200 Oompa Loompas bowed back, and then they sang. It was not one of their usual songs, not a cautionary tale about naughty children, not a work chant, not a lullaby. It was something older. A journey song. A song for someone leaving home for the first time, ancient words in the Oompa Loompa tongue, and Harry understood every word because he had grown up in this language, dreamed in it, lived in it. Go out into the world, small one. Carry the sweetness with you. Remember where the river flows. Remember where the chocolate grows. And when the world is dark and cold, remember, you have never been alone. Harry didn't cry. He came very, very close, but he didn't cry because he was 11 and about to go to wizard school, and he had a reputation to maintain. But his eyes were very bright when the song ended, and he hugged Bodo and Pip and Naya, and then hugged Wonka, a fierce, tight, desperate hug that said everything neither of them could articulate. Right, said Harry, pulling back. King's Cross Station. Platform 9 3/4. Let's go. The car's out front, said Wonka. Actually, said Harry, looking up. Way up. At the ceiling of the factory, far above them, where the great glass elevator was hovering, catching the light, gleaming like a diamond. Wonka followed his gaze. A slow, brilliant smile spread across his face. I was hoping you'd say that, he said, and pulled a remote control from his pocket that had exactly one button on it, large and red and labeled, in Wonka's elegant handwriting, up. He pressed it. The great glass elevator descended, doors opening with a melodic chime. Harry, Wonka, Bodo, Pip, Naya, one trunk, one all cage, Hedwig looking unimpressed, and a briefcase of candy stepped inside. Wonka pressed a button that hadn't existed on the panel yesterday, which read, in freshly engraved letters, King's Cross Station, Platform 9 3/4. You added a button, Harry said. Last night. Couldn't sleep. Does it work? Probably. Probably. The elevator launched. It went up, through the factory, through the roof, a section of which opened like a trapdoor at their approach, and into the sky above the English countryside. Then it went sideways, accelerating to a speed that made the landscape below blur into a wash of green and brown and gray, the wind somehow not touching them inside the glass walls. Harry and Wonka and 3 Oompa Loompas and an owl hurtling through the morning air toward London, like the world's most improbable commuters. They arrived at King's Cross with 30 minutes to spare. The elevator descended into an alley behind the station, invisible to Muggle eyes thanks to a refraction coating Wonka had developed 3 years ago for an entirely different purpose. They stepped out into the smell of diesel and pastry and human crowds, and made their way into the station. Platform 9 3/4 was accessed through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which Harry knew from the Hogwarts information packet, and which Wonka examined with professional interest. Spatial fold, Wonka muttered, tapping the brick with his knuckle. Elegant, actually. Crude by my standards, but elegant for their technology level. Dad, you can't rate their technology level. They're wizards, not engineers. Everyone's an engineer, Harry. Some of them just don't know it yet. They passed through the barrier. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet and steaming, magnificent in the way that old, powerful, intentional things are magnificent. The platform was chaos, families, trunks, owls, cats, shouting, crying, laughing. Harry took it all in with wide eyes and a racing heart. This was it. This was the beginning. Wonka crouched down. He had to fold significantly, given his height, and looked Harry in the eye. You have everything you need, he said. The candy, the wand, the Oompa Loompas, and he tapped Harry's forehead, just beside the scar. This. The most important ingredient. Everything else is just tools. I know, Dad. Write to me. Use Hedwig, use the Oompa Loompas, use whatever means necessary. If you need anything, I will be there. The elevator can reach Hogwarts in 47 minutes. I timed it. You already timed it? Last week. Test flight. Gorgeous castle, by the way. Terrible plumbing. Harry laughed, and it broke the tension, and everything was going to be fine. He hugged his father one last time. He nodded to Bodo, Pip, and Naya, who straightened their packs and assumed the formation they'd agreed on. Bodo at Harry's left, Pip at his right, Naya behind. He took his trunk in one hand and Hedwig's cage in the other. Harry, Wonka called, as Harry was about to board. One more thing. Yeah? Wonka's violet eyes gleamed with mischief, love, and the particular madness that had built an empire out of sugar and spite. Show them something they've never seen before. Harry Wonka grinned, the grin of a boy who had grown up in a chocolate factory, who carried impossible candy in his pockets and wild magic in his blood, who had been raised by a genius and a tribe of singing confectioners and had never once been told that anything was beyond him. Always, he said. He boarded the train. The whistle blew. The Hogwarts Express began to move, pulling away from the platform, picking up speed, and Willy Wonka stood on platform 9 3/4 with his top hat in his hand, watching until the train rounded the bend and disappeared. And for the first time since a phone call on a Thursday 10 years ago, he was alone. He put his hat back on. He straightened his coat. He looked at the empty track for one more moment. Well, he said to nobody. That's that. Then Willy Wonka, who was not a man given to sentimentality but who was, on this particular morning, allowing himself a brief exception, wiped his eyes with a pocket handkerchief that smelled of chocolate and walked back through the barrier into the Muggle world, where a glass elevator was waiting to take him home to an empty factory that suddenly felt very, very large. On the train, heading north, Harry Wonka sat in a compartment with 3 Oompa Loompas and an owl and a trunk full of impossible things, and pressed his hand against the window, and watched the world rush past, and smiled. The adventure was beginning. And he was ready. Chapter 2, The Sorting Sweet Shop. The compartment Harry had chosen was near the back of the train, which suited him fine. He liked having a wall at his back, something Bodo had taught him, a Lumpaland survival instinct that the old foreman had never quite shed. Always know what's behind you, Bodo had said, the first time he'd taken 5-year-old Harry through the more unpredictable sections of the factory. If you can't see it, it can eat you. There were, admittedly, fewer things that could eat you on the Hogwarts Express than in the experimental wing of a chocolate factory, but the principle held. Pip had claimed the luggage rack above the seats with the agility of a creature raised in jungle canopy, and was currently lying flat on his back up there, legs crossed, reading a small book written in Oompa Loompa script. Naya had taken the seat opposite Harry and was methodically unpacking and repacking her medical pouch, checking the inventory of salves, tinctures, and cacao-based remedies with the focus of a surgeon preparing for a long shift. Bodo sat beside Harry, perfectly still, watching the corridor through the compartment's glass door with the patient alertness of a palace guard. Hedwig was asleep. She had decided, upon boarding, that the journey was beneath her attention, and had tucked her head under her wing with the finality of a queen dismissing court. Harry pulled out his wand and held it in his lap, feeling the warm pulse of it against his palms. He'd been practicing with it for a month, not spells exactly, since he didn't know any yet, but connection. Wonka had theorized that a wand was like any tool. The more you used it, the better it understood you. Harry had spent hours each evening just holding it, letting his magic flow through it in small, exploratory currents, getting to know the Hollywood and the phoenix feather the way you get to know a new friend. The wand liked him. He could feel that clearly. It liked his magic, liked the flavor of it, the Wonka candy-infused, Oompa Loompa-tinged, factory-forged flavor that was unlike any magical signature the wand had ever tasted. It hummed when he held it. warm and eager, like a dog that had been waiting for its owner to come home. The countryside was rolling past the window, green and gray under a September sky, when the compartment door slid open. A boy stood there, round-faced, brown-haired, with the anxious expression of someone who has been lost for a while and is trying to pretend they haven't been. He was clutching a toad in both hands with the desperate grip of a person who has lost this toad before and is determined not to repeat the experience. "Sorry," the boy said. "Have you seen O?" He had noticed Bodo. Then Pip on the luggage rack. Then Naya, who had paused her inventory to look at him with professional assessment. "Oh. Come in," said Harry. "You look like you need to sit down. I was looking for my toad. He keeps escaping. His name's Trevor and he's— what are they?" "Oompa Loompas," Harry said, as if this explained everything. "I'm Harry. This is Bodo, that's Pip up top, and Naya's the one who looks like she's diagnosing you." "I am diagnosing him," said Naya, in heavily accented but perfectly functional English. "He is anxious. Elevated heart rate. Mild dehydration. He should eat something." She produced, from her pouch, a small chocolate wrapped in gold foil. "Cacao. 70%. Good for nerves." The boy took the chocolate reflexively, the way you take something offered by a very authoritative small person. "I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Sit down, Neville. We'll find your toad." Neville sat. He bit into the chocolate, and his entire body visibly relaxed. Naya's cacao remedies were not purely medicinal. There was Oompa Loompa craft in them, subtle and old, the kind that soothed the mind as well as the body. "That's really good chocolate," Neville said, with the dazed appreciation of someone who has just experienced something transcendent. "Thanks. We make it." "You make chocolate?" "Among other things." "Now, your toad. Does he respond to his name?" "Not really. He responds to nothing. He's the worst toad in Britain." Harry grinned and dug into his jacket pocket. He pulled out a wriggle worm, not Gregory, who was special, but one of the standard models, a green and brown gummy worm that was currently coiling lazily around his finger. "Worms and toads," Harry said. "Natural attraction. Hold on." He set the wriggle worm on the floor of the compartment. The gummy worm immediately began moving, sliding under the door and into the corridor with purposeful wriggling. Neville watched, mouth open, chocolate forgotten. Was that worm alive? Mostly. It's complicated. Give it 5 minutes. 3 minutes later, the wriggle worm returned, sliding back under the door and, behind it, hopping with the reluctant curiosity of an animal following something it wanted to eat but wasn't sure about, came Trevor the toad. "Trevor." Neville scooped up the toad. How did the worm, like I said. We make things." Neville looked at Harry with the expression of a boy who has just found his first real friend and isn't sure what to do about it. What house do you think you'll be in?" "No idea. I don't really know much about the houses. Dad told me the basics: Gryffindor for brave people, Slytherin for ambitious people, Ravenclaw for clever people, Hufflepuff for—" He said, "the ones who do the actual work," which I think was a compliment. "My gran wants me in Gryffindor. Both my parents were." Something in Neville's voice, a tightness, a caught quality, told Harry there was more to that sentence. He didn't push. The factory had taught him patience with people's private pain. Wonka had his own, and the Oompa Loompas had theirs, and Harry had learned that you didn't dig at wounds. You offered chocolate and waited. "The houses seem a bit arbitrary, honestly," Harry said. "Sorting 11-year-olds into personality categories? We're 11. Half of us don't have personalities yet." Neville laughed, a surprised, genuine laugh, the kind that escapes before you can stop it. "You sound like no one I've ever met." "I'll take that as a compliment." The compartment door opened again. This time it was a girl. Bushy brown hair, large front teeth, and the air of someone who has read every book on the syllabus twice and is annoyed that term hasn't started yet so she can read them a third time. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes, which Harry noted with a mix of respect for her preparedness and concern for her social instincts. "Has anyone seen a toad?" she said. "A boy named Neville's lost one." "That's me," said Neville, holding up Trevor. "Harry found him." The girl's eyes moved to Harry, then to the Oompa Loompas, then back to Harry, and he could see her brain working, cataloging, processing, trying to fit what she was seeing into existing frameworks and finding that existing frameworks were insufficient. "What are those?" she said, pointing at Bodo. "Who are those?" Harry corrected mildly. She flushed. "Sorry. Who are they?" "My family. Oompa Loompas. They're from Loompaland." "I've never read about Oompa Loompas. And I've read all the set books, plus Hogwarts, a history, plus Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, plus they're not in any of those books. They're not from the wizarding world." "Then how? It's a long story." "I'm Harry Wonka." He held out his hand. She shook it, still processing. "Hermione Granger." "Did you say Wonka?" "As in Wonka chocolate." "You know it?" "My parents are dentists. They have very strong opinions about Wonka chocolate." She paused. "I've had it, though. Secretly. It's brilliant." Harry decided he liked her immediately. "Sit down," he said. "Do you want some chocolate?" "The non-secret kind." Hermione sat. She took a chocolate from Naya with the careful examination of someone accustomed to checking nutritional labels. She bit into it and her eyes went wide. There's something in this. Something that isn't just chocolate." "It's craft," said Naya. "Oompa Loompa craft. Old magic. Not wizard magic. Different. There's magic other than wizard magic." "There's magic everywhere," Harry said. "Wizards just think theirs is the only kind. My dad's spent his whole life proving them wrong." Hermione looked at him as if he'd just opened a door to a room she hadn't known existed. Her mind was visibly rearranging furniture. "That's not in any of the books," she said. "Best things usually aren't." She opened her mouth, clearly to ask 40 more questions, because Hermione Granger was not a person who encountered a new concept and let it sit. But the compartment door opened a third time, and this time the visitor was not friendly. 3 boys. The one in front was pale, pointed, and carried himself with the stiff posture of someone whose parents had told him he was better than everyone else, and who had never encountered evidence to the contrary. 2 larger boys flanked him like particularly dense bookends. "They're saying Harry Potter's on the train," the pale boy said, looking at Harry with sharp gray eyes. "Is that you?" "Harry Wonka," Harry said. "And you are?" "Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Neville made a small, stifled noise. Hermione went very still. The name clearly meant something in the wizarding world, something heavy, something political. Harry, who had grown up in a chocolate factory and whose knowledge of wizarding politics was limited to what Wonka had told him and what he'd read in his textbooks over the past month, heard the name and felt nothing. No fear, no awe, no recognition. He registered a pale boy with expensive robes and an attitude, and his primary emotion was curiosity. "Draco Malfoy," Harry repeated. "Nice to meet you. Want a chocolate?" Malfoy blinked. This was not how this interaction was supposed to go. He had clearly rehearsed a script, something about the right sort of people and the wrong sort and the importance of choosing wisely, and "want a chocolate" was not a line that appeared in it. "I what?" "Chocolate." Harry held up a piece. "Homemade. It's really good. I didn't come here for chocolate. I came because you should know that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort." His eyes flicked to Neville, dismissive, and to Hermione, disdainful. "I can help you there." "It's Wonka," Harry said pleasantly. "And thanks, but I'm pretty good at picking my own friends. I've got excellent instincts. For instance, right now my instincts are telling me that you've been told what to say by someone who isn't here, and you're delivering the lines well enough, but you don't quite believe them yourself. Your left hand keeps twitching toward your pocket. There's something in there you want to fidget with, which means you're nervous, which means this isn't natural for you. The 2 behind you are muscle, not friends, which means you're lonely. And your robes are perfectly pressed, but there's a smudge of ink on your right cuff, which means you were writing something before you came here, a letter, maybe, or a diary, which means you have a private self that's different from this performance." The compartment went very quiet. Draco Malfoy stared at Harry Wonka, and his face went through a complicated series of expressions: shock, fury, something that might have been vulnerability quickly smothered, and then a cold, Hard mask that was too practiced for an 11-year-old and must have been learned from someone older. You'll regret this, Malfoy said. I really won't, Harry said. But the chocolate offer stands. It's got cinnamon in it. Calming properties. Malfoy turned and left. His bookends followed. The compartment door slid shut. Silence. That, said Hermione, was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. That, said Neville, was terrifying. Do you know who his father is? Nope. Lucius Malfoy. There are rumors he was a Death Eater. A follower of you-know-who. Voldemort, Harry said, because he had been raised by a man who believed that refusing to name something gave it power over you, and Wonka gave nothing power over him. Neville flinched. Hermione didn't. She was Muggle-born and the name didn't carry the same weight yet. The kid's 11, Harry said. Same as us. Whatever his father is, he hasn't done anything yet. He's just scared and trying to be what someone told him to be. He shrugged. Might come around. Might not. Either way, I'm not going to be afraid of him. You're not afraid of anything, are you? Neville said, and it wasn't quite a question. Harry thought about it honestly. I'm afraid of things. I'm afraid of losing my dad. I'm afraid of making something that hurts someone by accident. I'm afraid of the vermicious nids, but those are mainly in space, so it's not a daily concern. He grinned. But I'm not afraid of people. People are just people. Even the scary ones. Pip, from the luggage rack, said something in Oompa Loompa that translated roughly to, the pale boy has the smell of someone who has never been allowed to want what he actually wants. This is sad. We should write a song about it. Harry laughed. Pip says Malfoy needs a song written about him. Is that good? Hermione asked. Oompa Loompa songs are educational. Not always in comfortable ways. A knock on the compartment door. Harry tensed, expecting Malfoy's return, but it was a smiling woman pushing a trolley loaded with sweets. Anything from the trolley, dears? Harry stood up. He looked at the trolley, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, with the critical eye of a professional confectioner. I'll take some of everything, he said, because he had Wonka's Gringotts card, and because he was genuinely curious about the competition. He handed over a small pile of gold galleons and carried the haul back to the compartment, spreading it across the seats. Competitive analysis, he explained, picking up a chocolate frog. Dad will want a full report. He bit into the chocolate frog and chewed thoughtfully. Decent. Good snap on the chocolate. Enchantment on the frog is clever, basic animation charm, time to fade. Mass production quality. 7 out of 10. Hermione was staring at him. You're reviewing them? Professional obligation. He opened a box of every flavor beans and sniffed. These are interesting. Randomized flavor enchantment on a uniform base. That's actually hard to do. The range is impressive. You'd need a massive flavor library in the enchantment matrix. He ate one. Marmalade. Nice. He ate another. Grass. Also nice. Actually, we use sugar grass at the factory and the flavor profile is similar. Another. His face contorted. Earwax. That's committed. I respect the commitment. You are the strangest person I've ever met, Hermione said, but she was smiling now, the tight, anxious, need to prove herself energy draining away, replaced by something warmer. She ate a pumpkin pasty and pointed at the chocolate frog card that had come in Harry's box. Look, you got Dumbledore. Harry picked up the card. An old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles gazed up at him from the little portrait, eyes twinkling with what the card probably intended as wisdom, but which Harry, knowing what he knew about Dumbledore's decisions regarding his placement as a baby, read as something more calculated. Albus Dumbledore, he read aloud. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times. Defeated the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. He flipped the card over. Nothing else. My dad knows things about Dumbledore, Harry said, quietly enough that only Hermione and Neville could hear. He's brilliant. Nobody disputes that. But brilliant people can be dangerous, because they're so used to being right that they stop considering the possibility they might be wrong. Hermione frowned. He's the headmaster. He's supposed to be a lot of things. I'm reserving judgment until I've met him. This was, Hermione thought, an annoyingly reasonable position that she couldn't argue with. She ate another pumpkin pasty instead. The afternoon wore on. The countryside darkened. The train began to slow. Harry changed into his Hogwarts robes, the standard uniform, which he wore over his green jacket because he wasn't giving up his pockets, and equipped his wand holster under the robe sleeve. The Oompa Loompas prepared themselves. Bodo straightened his vest, Pip dropped from the luggage rack with feline grace, and Naya sealed her medical pouch with a decisive snap. Remember, Harry told them, in Oompa Loompa, we're guests here. Be polite. Be observant. And if anyone tries to take you away from me, sing the resistance song. The long version or the short version? Asked Pip. Start with short. Escalate if necessary. The train stopped. Students poured onto a dark platform, a sea of black robes and nervous energy. A massive voice boomed above the chaos. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Harry looked up and then up some more at the largest man he had ever seen. Twice the height of a normal man and 5 times as wide, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard and small, kind eyes that crinkled when they found Harry's face. You'd be Harry, the giant said, and his voice was warm. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I knew your parents. Harry felt a quick, sharp pang, the one he always felt when someone mentioned his biological parents, a mixture of loss and curiosity and the strange guilt of not missing people you never knew. Nice to meet you, Hagrid. These are my Oompa Loompas. Hagrid looked down at Bodo, Pip, and Naya. His enormous face broke into a grin of pure delight. Well, I've never seen the like. What are they? Not brownies, not house elves, not Oompa Loompas, said Bodo. From Loompaland. Loompaland. I've read about that. Terrible place, full of hornswogglers and snozzwingers. How'd you get out? Bodo's face softened with surprise. In his decades in England, very few people had known anything about his homeland. Mr. Wonka brought us. Saved our people. Did he now? Sounds like a good man. The best, said Harry. Hagrid beamed. Right then. Into the boats, everyone. For to a boat, you and your friends take one, Harry, and your little folk can ride with ya if they squeeze in. They squeezed in. Harry, Neville, Hermione, and 3 Oompa Loompas packed into a small wooden boat that sat worryingly low in the black water of the lake. Pip sat on the prow like a figurehead. Naya gripped the sides with white knuckles. Oompa Loompas were not water people. The boats glided forward. The lake was still and dark, and the night sky was clear, and then they rounded a bend in the shore and Hogwarts. Harry Wonka, who had grown up inside the most extraordinary building on Earth, who had ridden the great glass elevator through a factory that defied physics, who had seen rooms made of candy and rivers made of chocolate and machines that did things no machine should be able to do, Harry Wonka looked at Hogwarts Castle and felt his breath catch. It was enormous. It was ancient. It was alive with magic, not the subtle, infused magic of the factory, but something older and wilder, a magic that had been layered over centuries like geological strata, spell upon spell upon spell, until the very stones hummed with power. Towers and turrets reached into the sky like fingers grasping at stars. Windows glowed with warm light. The castle's reflection shimmered in the lake, a mirror image that was somehow more real than the reality. Well, Harry whispered. Impressed? Hermione asked, and there was no smugness in it. She was just as awed, her face tilted up to the castle with an expression of pure wonder. Yeah, Harry admitted. Dad would love this. The engineering alone. He trailed off, because engineering wasn't the right word. This wasn't engineered. This was grown. This was a building that had evolved, organically, over 1,000 years, shaped by the magic and intentions of everyone who had ever lived in it. The factory was a masterpiece of invention. Hogwarts was a masterpiece of accumulation. Both were extraordinary. Both were home to someone. The boats reached the shore. They climbed out, Naya clutching Bodo's arm, Pip leaping to dry land with evident relief, and followed Hagrid up a stone path to a massive oak door. Hagrid knocked. The door opened. Professor McGonagall stood there, exactly as Harry remembered her, tall, severe, and looking at the Oompa Loompas as if they were a headache she had anticipated but hoped to avoid. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "Mr. Wonka, I see your companions have arrived." "Evening, Professor. You look well. The hat suits you." McGonagall's eye twitched. "Follow me, please. All of you." This last was directed at Bodo, Pip, and Naya with the resigned tone of a woman who has lost a bureaucratic battle and is determined to lose it with dignity. She led them into an entrance hall that was bigger than the chocolate room, stone walls, flaming torches, a ceiling too high to see. Through a doorway to the right, Harry could hear the buzz of hundreds of voices. The rest of the school, already seated for the feast. McGonagall stopped them in a small chamber off the hall and delivered a speech about the 4 houses that Harry already knew. He listened politely, scanning the room, reading his fellow first years. Nervous, mostly. Excited. A few green around the gills. Malfoy was near the back, flanked by his bookends, his face carefully blank. Then they were led into the Great Hall. Harry had read about the enchanted ceiling. The description was in Hogwarts, a history, which Hermione had lent him on the train, but reading about it and standing under it were different things entirely. It showed the night sky, clear and star-filled, and the candles floating beneath it created a field of light that made the hall feel infinite. For long tables stretched the length of the room, filled with students in black robes, and at the far end, a head table where the teacher sat. Harry's eyes found Dumbledore immediately. The old wizard was watching the first years enter, and his gaze, sharp, intelligent, penetrating, found Harry with the precision of a hawk finding a mouse. They looked at each other across the length of the Great Hall. Harry didn't look away. He met those blue eyes, twinkling behind half-moon spectacles, and he held the gaze with the calm, unblinking confidence of a boy who had been raised to believe he was no one's subordinate. Dumbledore smiled. It was a warm smile, a grandfatherly smile, and it was about as trustworthy as a Wonka prototype before testing. Harry smiled back. His was warmer, and it was real. McGonagall placed a stool at the front of the hall and set upon it a battered, patched, ancient hat. The hall went quiet. The hat's brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. The Sorting Hat song was long, detailed, and described each house's qualities in verse. Harry listened carefully, filing away information. Gryffindor valued bravery and nerve. Ravenclaw valued wisdom and wit. Hufflepuff valued loyalty and hard work. Slytherin valued ambition and cunning. All 4, Harry thought. I want all 4. Why would you limit yourself to one? The song ended. The hall applauded. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. When I call your name, you will sit on the stool, place the hat on your head, and be sorted into your house. Names were called. Students went up, sat, wore the hat for a few seconds or a few minutes, and were dispatched to their tables with a shout from the hat. Granger, Hermione. Hermione shot Harry a nervous look. He gave her a thumbs up. She marched to the stool with the determined stride of someone approaching an exam she had overstudied for and sat. The hat took a while. Nearly 4 minutes. Harry could see Hermione's lips moving. She was arguing with it. Of course she was. Gryffindor. The hat finally shouted, and Hermione practically ran to the Gryffindor table, flushed and grinning. Longbottom, Neville. Neville nearly tripped on the way up. The hat took even longer with him, 5 minutes, during which Neville sat rigid and pale with his hands clenched in his lap. When the hat finally shouted Gryffindor, the relief on his face was so intense it was almost painful to watch. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. Malfoy walked to the Slytherin table with his chin high, but Harry noticed his hands were shaking. More names. More sortings. Then Wonka, Harry. A murmur went through the hall. Not the tsunami of whispers Harry had expected. The name Wonka didn't carry the weight that Potter would have, but there was definitely a ripple. Students craning their necks. Teachers leaning forward. Dumbledore's eyes fixed on him with laser intensity. Harry stood. Bodo, Pip, and Naya moved to follow. Just Mr. Wonka, McGonagall said firmly. They go where I go, Harry said, just as firmly. A beat. The hall held its breath. McGonagall looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave the tiniest nod. Harry walked to the stool with 3 Oompa Loompas in formation behind him. He sat. Pip, Bodo, and Naya arranged themselves at the base of the stool like an honor guard. A ripple of confused laughter ran through the student body. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The great hall vanished. Harry was in darkness, and a voice was in his ear, dry, ancient, and profoundly amused. Well, well, well. What have we here? Harry Wonka. Pleased to meet you. Oh, I know who you are. I've been sorting students for 1,000 years, Mr. Wonka, and I have never, not once, encountered a mind quite like yours. I'll take that as a compliment. It is one. Let me see. Courage, yes, plenty of that. Not the reckless kind, the quiet kind. The kind that comes from knowing exactly who you are and refusing to be anyone else. That's Gryffindor. Okay, but there's more. Ambition, not for power, but for creation. You want to make things. Things that have never existed. Things that shouldn't exist. You want to push every boundary until it breaks and then build something new in the gap. That's Slytherin. Also okay. And intelligence, a creative intelligence, not an academic one. You don't memorize, you synthesize. You take things apart and put them back together better. That's Ravenclaw. Sure. And loyalty. Deep, fierce loyalty to your father, your Oompa Loompas, the family you've built. You would burn the world for them. That's Hufflepuff. I'm sensing a theme here. The theme is that you are a nightmare to sort, Mr. Wonka, and I say that with genuine admiration. You could go anywhere. You would thrive anywhere. So the question becomes, where do you want to go? Harry thought about it. Actually thought, sitting on the stool in front of the entire school, taking his time, because important decisions deserved real consideration. He thought about Gryffindor, where Hermione and Neville were waiting, where his biological parents had been sorted, where bravery was valued above all. He thought about Ravenclaw, where his inventive mind would be celebrated and challenged. He thought about Hufflepuff, where loyalty and hard work were the highest virtues, values the Oompa Loompas had taught him. He thought about Slytherin, where ambition lived, where Draco Malfoy sat with his shaking hands, where the reputation was dark but the qualities were not. Put me where I'll do the most good, Harry said. Most good for whom? Everyone. The hat was quiet for a moment. When it spoke again, its voice was different, softer, more serious, as if a very old and very wise thing had just made a decision it considered important. I've sorted heroes and villains, kings and fools, geniuses and dullards. I've never sorted a chocolatier's son. I think you're going to change things, Mr. Wonka. I think you're going to change everything. And for that, you'll need courage. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Hermione was on her feet, clapping wildly. Neville was beaming. A pair of red-haired twins were chanting, "We got Wonka. We got Wonka," without seeming entirely sure who Wonka was. Harry removed the hat, nodded to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table with Bodo, Pip, and Naya in formation behind him. He sat between Hermione and Neville. The Oompa Loompas took positions behind the bench, Bodo standing, Pip sitting cross-legged on the floor, Naya perching on the edge of the bench with her feet dangling. What took so long? Hermione whispered. It couldn't decide. Neither could I. What made you choose Gryffindor? You're here, Harry said simply, and Hermione went a shade of pink that had nothing to do with the heat of the hall. The sorting finished. Dumbledore stood, said a few words that were deliberately nonsensical, nitwit, flubber, oddment, tweak, and the feast appeared. It appeared all at once, materialized on golden plates, piled high, roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some reason, peppermint humbugs. Harry surveyed the spread with a connoisseur's eye. Naya was already scanning the food, her medical training kicking in. She plucked a chip from the nearest plate, sniffed it, bit it, chewed analytically, and nodded. Acceptable, she declared. The potatoes are good. The gravy has too much flour. The meat is overcooked by Oompa Loompa standards, but edible. High praise from Naya. Harry told Hermione. They ate. Harry had been raised on Oompa Loompa cooking, which was excellent in unusual ways, and the Hogwarts feast was different, heartier, simpler, more English, but good. He ate well, talked with Hermione and Neville, introduced himself to the students nearby, and answered questions about the Oompa Loompas with the patience of someone who had been explaining them his entire life. A red-haired boy across the table was staring at him. Freckled, tall for 11, with a smear of gravy on his chin and an expression that was trying to be casual and failing. "I'm Ron," the boy said. "Ron Weasley. Are you really the Wonka chocolate bloke's son?" "Yeah." "Brilliant. My dad loves Wonka bars. Says they're the best sweets in England. Maybe the world. He can't figure out how they're made. He works at the Ministry, in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, and he's tried to investigate the factory 3 times. Keeps getting turned away at the gate." Harry laughed. "Sounds about right. Dad doesn't let Ministry people in." "Why not?" "Long story. Short version. He doesn't trust them." "Fair enough. Most people don't." Harry liked Ron immediately, the easy, uncomplicated warmth of him, the lack of pretension. Ron wasn't trying to be anything. He was just hungry and friendly and talking with his mouth full. "You should sit with us," Harry said. "We've got space." Ron moved around the table with his plate, squeezing in next to Neville, and just like that, the group was 4. The feast continued. Desserts replaced the main course: treacle tart, ice cream, apple pie, chocolate cake. Harry tried the chocolate cake, grimaced, and discreetly pulled a bar of Wonka chocolate from his jacket. "That bad?" Hermione asked. "It's fine for institutional chocolate. It's just..." He broke off a piece and offered it to her. She ate it. Her eyes closed. "Okay, yes, I see the problem. Once you've had the real thing, everything else is cardboard." He broke the bar into pieces and distributed them. Ron's reaction was the most dramatic. He ate his piece and actually stopped chewing for a full 3 seconds, which, based on Harry's 20 minutes of observation, was unprecedented. "That's the best thing I've ever eaten," Ron said. "And I mean ever. In my entire life. Can I have another piece?" "Take the bar. I've got more." "I think I love you. We just met." "I don't care." The feast ended. Dumbledore stood again and delivered a series of announcements. The Forbidden Forest was off-limits, magic was not to be used in corridors, and the 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds. "To everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." Harry's ears pricked up. The headmaster had just told a castle full of children that a specific location would kill them, and offered no further explanation. In the factory, when a room was dangerous and many were, Wonka posted detailed warnings, safety protocols, and antidote stations. He didn't just say, "Don't go there or you'll die," and move on to leading the school song. "What's on the 3rd floor?" Harry thought, and the thought had the particular, dangerous quality of a Wonka-raised mind encountering a mystery. Not fear. Not caution. Interest. He filed it away. The students were dismissed. The Gryffindor first years followed a prefect, Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother. Pompous and proud in a way that reminded Harry of a particularly self-important Oompa Loompa who had once declared himself quality control emperor and had to be gently demoted up staircases that moved, past portraits that talked, through corridors that seemed to rearrange themselves when you weren't looking. "The architecture here is insane," Harry murmured to Bodo in Oompa Loompa. "The stairs move. The stairs move. Dad needs to know about this." "The building thinks," Bodo replied. "It makes decisions. Very old, very aware. Like the oldest trees in Lumpaland. You can feel it? We have always been able to feel buildings. Buildings have opinions. This one is curious about you." The Gryffindor common room was behind a portrait of a large woman in a pink dress who demanded a password, Caput Draconis, and swung open to reveal a round, cozy room with a fireplace, armchairs, and the warm, lived-in feeling of a place that had hosted 1,000 years of students. Harry liked it. It was different from the factory, softer, more traditional, draped in red and gold, but it had the same quality of home. A place that wanted you to be comfortable. The boys' dormitory was up a spiral staircase. 5 four-poster beds, 5 trunks. Harry found the Wonka trunk, gleaming dark wood and brass, looking distinctly out of place next to the standard issue luggage, and opened it. The spatial expansion held. The interior was intact, workshop, lab, and all. Ron, whose bed was next, peered into the trunk and went pale. There's a whole room in there. Rooms, plural. Dad's a good builder. Is that a laboratory? Candy lab. For experiments. You experiment with candy? Like, as a hobby? It's more of a calling. Harry closed the trunk and sat on his bed. Pip had already claimed the top of Harry's four-poster and was arranging a small nest from the velvet curtains. Bodo stationed himself at the foot of the bed like a sentinel. Naya produced a tiny hammock from her pack and began attaching it to the bed frame with practiced efficiency. The other boys, Ron, Neville, and two others named Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, watched this process with varying degrees of fascination and alarm. Do they always sleep like that? Dean asked. They don't sleep much, Harry said. Oompa Loompas average about 3 hours a night. The rest of the time they'll be awake, watching. Watching what? Everything. This was not, perhaps, the most reassuring thing Harry could have said, and Dean's expression suggested he was going to have trouble sleeping, but Naya solved this by producing 4 small chocolates from her pouch and distributing them. Sleeping chocolate, she said. Mild, you will sleep well and wake rested. Is it safe? Seamus asked, sniffing the chocolate suspiciously. Safer than lying awake all night in a new place, Naya said, which was true enough, and one by one the boys ate the chocolate and settled into their beds with the easy, drifting calm of Oompa Loompa craft working its gentle magic. Harry lay in his four-poster, curtains drawn, Pip breathing softly above him, Bodo a steady presence at the foot of the bed, and thought about the day. The train. The friends. The hat. The castle. Dumbledore's eyes. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and a Wonka brand self-inking quill and began to write. Dear Dad, I'm in Gryffindor. The castle is amazing, you'd hate the plumbing, but love the architecture. The stairs move, Dad. Actual moving stairs. I need to study the enchantment matrix. I made friends. Hermione Granger, Muggle-born, brilliant, reads everything, you'd like her. Neville Longbottom, quiet, brave in a way he doesn't know yet, his toad is a nightmare. Ron Weasley, his dad works at the ministry and has tried to inspect the factory. Don't hold it against him, he's good people. There's something on the 3rd floor that will apparently kill you. The headmaster announced this at dinner like it was a schedule change. No safety protocols, no warning signage, no antidote stations. Just don't go there or you'll die. I have concerns about the institutional safety standards here. The Sorting Hat said I was going to change everything. I told it to put me where I'd do the most good. The chocolate cake was terrible. I distributed emergency rations. Morale has improved. The Oompa Loompas are settling in. Bodo likes the castle, says it thinks. Pip has built a nest. Naya has already treated 4 students for anxiety, and she's only been here 3 hours. I miss you. I miss the factory. But I think this is going to be good. Love, Harry. P.S. I met a boy named Draco Malfoy who needs help but doesn't know it yet. Remind me to tell you about him. P.P.S. Send more chocolate. The supply here is a war crime. He folded the letter, gave it to Hedwig, who had found her way to the dormitory window with the unerring navigational sense of a postal service owl on her first day, and watched her fly into the night sky, a white shape against the stars, carrying his words home. Then Harry Wonka closed his eyes, and the castle wrapped itself around him like an old, warm hand, and he slept. Morning came with chaos. Harry was an early riser, factory habit. The Oompa Loompas started their shifts at 5 a.m., and the noise of a chocolate factory roaring to life was nature's most elaborate alarm clock, so he was up, dressed, and working in his trunk laboratory before the other boys stirred. He had brought a project, a refinement of the tongue toffee that he'd been thinking about on the train. The current version let you speak any language for 10 minutes. Harry wanted to push it further, not just speaking, but understanding. Deep understanding. The kind that let you grasp not just the words, but the culture, the context, the emotional weight behind the language. He was elbow-deep in a sugar matrix when Ron appeared at the trunk's opening, bedhead spectacular, and said, "Are you doing science at 5 in the morning?" "Candy science. Different. It's 5 in the morning." "I know. I'm usually up earlier." Ron stared at him with the hollow-eyed disbelief of a person who considers anything before 8 a.m. a personal attack. "Breakfast. I need breakfast." Breakfast was in the Great Hall. Harry went down with Ron, Neville, and the Oompa Loompas and found Hermione already there, surrounded by books, eating toast with the mechanical efficiency of a machine designed to process bread while reading. "Morning," Harry said. "How long have you been here?" "An hour. I wanted to review the first-year curriculum before classes start." "Did you know that Transfiguration is considered the most complex magic taught at Hogwarts? Professor McGonagall teaches it, and she's an animagus. She can turn into a cat." "That's brilliant." "Can she turn into other things?" "I don't think that's how it works." "Why not? If you can reshape your body into one form, the principles should be extensible to others." "It's just a matter of, that's not how it works, Harry. It says very clearly in the textbook that textbooks are starting points, not finish lines." Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, and looked at him with the expression of someone whose entire worldview has just been gently challenged by a boy with chocolate on his fingers. "That is either the most brilliant or the most arrogant thing anyone has ever said to me. Why can't it be both?" Schedules were distributed. Harry scanned his. Monday started with double potions with the Slytherins, taught by someone named Professor Snape, followed by Transfiguration in the afternoon. Tuesday was charms and herbology. Wednesday was defense against the dark arts and history of magic. The week was full, structured, and, to a boy used to the free-form, experiment-driven education of the factory, slightly alarming in its rigidity. "There's no free invention time," Harry said, frowning at the schedule. "No open lab hours. When do you just make things?" "You don't," Hermione said. "You learn the theory, you practice the techniques, and you follow the curriculum." "That's insane. That's school." Double potions with the Slytherins was in the dungeons, which were cold, damp, and lit by torches that gave everything an eerie, underwater quality. The classroom was full of jars containing floating things Harry didn't want to examine too closely, and the residual smell of 1,000 cauldrons worth of brewed ambition. Harry chose a seat near the front, factory habit again. Wonka always said the best position in any room was the one with the best view of the work, and Bodo took up position behind his stool, arms folded. Pip had been convinced, with some difficulty, to stay in the dormitory. His tendency to climb things would be disruptive in a dungeon, but Naya was present, her medical pouch within reach, which she considered non-negotiable for any class involving open flames and unknown chemicals. The door banged open. Professor Severus Snape entered the dungeon the way a thunderstorm enters a valley, suddenly, completely, and with the immediate suggestion that things were about to get worse. He was tall, dark-haired, sallow-skinned, and wrapped in black robes that moved like shadows. His eyes were black and cold and missed absolutely nothing. He reached his desk, turned, and swept the room with a gaze that made several students physically flinch. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he said. His voice was low, silky, and contained the promise of unpleasant consequences. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." He paused. His eyes found Harry. "Mr. Wonka," he said. "Our new celebrity." There was a snicker from the Slytherin side. Malfoy smirking. Harry met Snape's eyes without flinching. "Not a celebrity, sir. Just a student." How refreshingly humble. "Tell me, Mr. Wonka, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot up. Harry didn't look at her. He looked at Snape, and his mind, his Wonka-trained, candy engineering, ingredient cataloging mind, clicked into gear. "Asphodel and wormwood," Harry said. "Both associated with death and mourning in herbology. Combined in an infusion, they'd produce the draught of living death, a sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death." The asphodel provides the narcotic base and the wormwood provides the preservation element that keeps the body alive during the induced coma. The ratio would need to be precise. Too much wormwood and you'd get actual death instead of living death, which rather defeats the purpose. Dead silence. Snape stared at him. The entire class stared at him. Hermione's hand was still up, frozen, her face a picture of shock. Where, Snape said slowly, did you learn that? Ingredients are ingredients, sir. I've been working with complex botanical compounds since I was 6. The principles of infusion, extraction, and combination are the same whether you're making a potion or a candy. You're comparing potions to candy. The chemistry overlaps more than you'd think. A Wonka Everlasting Gobstopper uses 17 botanical extracts in a layered sugar matrix with precisely timed release profiles. That's not so different from a multi-stage potion, is it? Snape's face was doing something extraordinary. His natural inclination, hatred, contempt, the reflexive cruelty he deployed against children who reminded him of James Potter, was colliding headlong with something he hadn't expected, genuine expertise. This child knew ingredients. Not from books. From practice. And the bezoar? Snape said, changing tack. Where would you find one? Stomach of a goat. Universal antidote for most poisons. We keep a stock at the factory. Had to use one once when a test Oompa Loompa accidentally ingested prototype number 47, which was supposed to be a breath freshener but turned out to be mildly toxic. He was fine, Harry added. After the bezoar. And some cacao therapy. Behind Harry, Naya nodded gravely, confirming this account. Snape looked at Naya. He looked at Bodo. He looked at Harry. And something shifted in his black eyes, not warmth, nothing close to warmth, but the faintest, most grudging glimmer of professional recognition. One specialist acknowledging another. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, as if the words were being pulled from him with pliers. For adequate preparation. Hermione made a sound like a deflating balloon. Ron's mouth was open, so wide he could have parked a chocolate frog in it. The lesson proceeded. They were brewing a simple cure for boils, a basic potion, well within first-year capabilities, involving dried nettles, crushed snake fangs, horned slugs, and porcupine quills. Harry read the instructions, set up his cauldron, and began. Within minutes, he was deviating from the recipe. Not recklessly, not randomly, but the potion's instructions, as written in the textbook, were inefficient. Harry could see it, the same way Wonka could look at a chocolate recipe and see where the process could be streamlined, where unnecessary steps bloated the procedure, where the timing could be tightened. The instructions said to add the nettles before crushing the snake fangs. But if you crushed the fangs first and let them aerate for 30 seconds, they'd dissolve faster in the base mixture, which meant you could add the nettles to a more receptive solution, which would, Mr. Wonka. Snape was behind him, close, and his voice was very quiet. Why are you deviating from the instructions? Because the instructions are inefficient, sir. The instructions are standard. Standard and efficient aren't the same thing. If I crush the fangs first and let them oxidize briefly, the dissolution rate in the nettle base increases by, I'd estimate, 30%. Which means the horned slugs can be added sooner, which means the porcupine quills go in at a lower temperature, which should produce a more stable final product. Snape said nothing. He looked at Harry's cauldron. The potion inside was a different color than anyone else's, a cleaner, brighter green, with a smoother consistency. It looked, to Snape's practiced eye, better than the standard result. Proceed, Snape said, after a long pause. And if your cauldron explodes, you will be cleaning the dungeon with a toothbrush. Harry's cauldron did not explode. His cure for boils was, when completed, the best in the class by a significant margin. Even Snape, who had clearly entered the lesson planning to find fault with Harry at every turn, could find nothing wrong with it. He swept past Harry's workstation at the end of the class, glanced at the potion, and said, "Adequate," in a tone that, from Snape, was practically a standing ovation. As they left the dungeon, Hermione seized Harry's arm. "How did you do that?" "You changed the recipe." "You're not supposed to change the recipe. It's the first lesson." "Nobody changes the recipe in the first lesson." Bad recipes should be changed whenever you encounter them. That's how you get better recipes. But you can't just, the textbook is a starting point. You said that already. Because it keeps being true. He pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and offered it to her. You're stressed. Eat this. She took the chocolate. She ate the chocolate. She was still stressed, but she was also slightly calmer, and she was beginning to realize that being friends with Harry Wonka was going to be a constant, exhilarating, slightly terrifying challenge to everything she thought she knew about how learning worked. You're impossible, she said. Thank you. Transfiguration, that afternoon, was taught by McGonagall, who was as sharp and precise as a scalpel in tartan. She began the class by transforming her desk into a pig and back again, which was objectively impressive and which Harry watched with the focused intensity of an engineer observing a new technology. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to work turning matchsticks into needles. Basic transmutation, changing one physical object into another through magical will and precise wand work. Harry picked up his matchstick. He studied it. Wood, sulfur tip, standard dimensions. He needed to turn it into metal, change the molecular structure, the shape, the properties. Fundamentally, it was the same thing he did when he poured magic into candy, changing one substance into another through focused intention. He pointed his wand at the matchstick. He didn't use the incantation McGonagall had taught them. He didn't need to. The incantation was a focus aid, a way to channel intention through verbal command, and Harry's intention was already focused. 10 years of Wonka candy engineering had given him a precision of magical will that most adult wizards took decades to develop. The matchstick became a needle. Not gradually, not partially, completely, instantly, with a soft chime of magic that made the air shimmer. It was a perfect needle, silver, sharp, gleaming, with a tiny eye threaded with what appeared to be a strand of spun sugar. McGonagall, who had been circulating the room, stopped at his desk. Mr. Wonka. Yes, Professor? You did not use the incantation. No. You did not use the wand movement. No. You performed nonverbal, wandless gesture transfiguration. In your first lesson. It's not wandless, I used the wand. I just didn't wave it around. The wand is a focus, right? It channels the magic. The waving is just tradition. A way to physically enact the intention. But if the intention is already clear, you don't need the physical component. McGonagall looked at the needle. She picked it up. She examined it through her spectacles with the careful attention of a master transfigurationist assessing a piece of work. Is the thread made of sugar? She asked. Force of habit. Sorry. Don't apologize, Mr. Wonka. This is. She paused, choosing her words. This is NEWT level work. Beyond NEWT level. The molecular restructuring is flawless. The detailing is exquisite. And you did it in your first class. I've been practicing something similar for years, Professor. Just with different materials. With candy. With candy. McGonagall set the needle down. She looked at Harry, and he saw in her eyes the same thing he'd seen in Snape's, the recalibration. The moment when a teacher realizes that a student is not what they expected and that the lesson plan is going to need significant revision. 20 points to Gryffindor, she said. And Mr. Wonka? Yes. Please use the incantation in future lessons. For the benefit of the other students, if nothing else. Yes, Professor. She moved on. Harry leaned back in his chair and Bodo, standing behind him, said quietly in Oompa Loompa, You are showing off. I'm demonstrating capability, Harry replied, in the same language. There's a difference. The difference is what you call it. The result is the same. People are watching. Harry glanced around the room. Bodo was right. People were watching. Not just students, everyone in the class had turned to stare at his needle, but the castle itself. He could feel it, the way Bodo had described. The building's attention, ancient and vast, focused on him like a great eye-opening. And at the head table that evening, during dinner, Albus Dumbledore watched Harry Wonka eat shepherd's pie and share chocolate with his friends and laugh at something Ron said, and the twinkle in the old wizard's eyes was not entirely benign. Dumbledore turned to McGonagall. "How was Mr. Wonka's first day, Minerva?" "Alarming," McGonagall said. "He performed nonverbal focus transfiguration in his first lesson. His potions work impress Severus, which I didn't think was possible. And he has 3 orange people following him everywhere who refuse to be separated from him. The Oompa Loompas." "Yes, curious creatures. I've been trying to classify them. They don't appear in any registry. They appear in obscure Muggle texts. Charlie Bucket's account of the factory mentions them. They're from a region called Lumpaland, which doesn't appear on any magical map. And Mr. Wonka, the elder Mr. Wonka, he is, as we understand it, a squib? That is the official record. Willy Wonka, born to Wilbur Wonka, a wizarding dentist, and his wife. Identified as a squib at age 7. Expelled from Wizarding Society. Disappeared into the Muggle world. Built his factory." McGonagall paused. "Built a factory that should not be possible, Albus. I was inside it. The spatial expansion alone rivals Hogwarts. And he did it without magic." "Without our magic," Dumbledore corrected. "The Oompa Loompas possess their own craft. Ancient. Unclassified. And the boy has been immersed in it his entire life. You're concerned. I'm fascinated. And yes, Minerva, I'm concerned. Harry Potter, Harry Wonka, was supposed to be raised in the Muggle world. Protected by blood wards. Shaped by certain experiences. Shaped by living under a staircase with people who despise him, you mean." Dumbledore had the grace to look uncomfortable. The Dursleys were not ideal. But the blood protection is irrelevant now. He's been with Wonka for 10 years. Whatever protections the blood wards would have provided, they've long since faded. What he has instead is... She gestured vaguely toward the Gryffindor table. "Whatever that is." Dumbledore followed her gaze. Harry was demonstrating a mood taffy to the Gryffindors around him, pulling the taffy between his hands, the color shifting from gold, joy, to a warm amber, contentment, to a brief flash of violet that made several students gasp. He was explaining how it worked, animated and enthusiastic, and the students were listening with the rapt attention of people encountering something genuinely new. "He is not what I expected," Dumbledore said. "No, he's not. He's better. Or worse. Depending on perspective." "What perspective would make that boy worse, Albus?" Dumbledore didn't answer. He was watching Harry with an expression McGonagall couldn't quite read: calculation, concern, and something else. Something that might have been the dawning recognition that a very long game, planned very carefully over 10 years, was going to need to be replayed from the beginning. "The prophecy hasn't changed," Dumbledore said, quietly enough that only McGonagall could hear. "Whatever his upbringing, whatever his unusual abilities, Harry must eventually face Voldemort. That is unavoidable. And when that time comes, he must be prepared. He seems quite prepared to me. Prepared by us, Minerva. On our terms. A child raised in a candy factory, however extraordinary, cannot be left to face the darkest wizard in history with nothing but chocolate and good intentions. You don't know him yet, Albus. I've seen him for 1 day, and already I'm not sure your terms will survive contact with him." Dumbledore smiled his grandfatherly smile. "We shall see." McGonagall looked at the old wizard and felt, not for the first time, a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty castle. The first week at Hogwarts established a pattern, and the pattern was this. Harry Wonka attended classes, excelled at everything, bewildered his professors, and distributed candy. The candy distribution was not random. Harry had learned from Wonka that generosity was both a virtue and a strategy. Give people something wonderful, and they remember you. They trust you. They come back for more. The factory had been built on this principle, and Harry applied it to Hogwarts with the instinctive skill of a born confectioner. Every morning, Naya set out a small station in the Gryffindor common room, a tray of chocolates, each one labeled in her neat handwriting. Sleeping chocolates for students with insomnia. Calming chocolates for students with anxiety. Focused chocolates for students who needed to study. The ingredients were simple: cacao, sugar, Oompa Loompa craft, and a touch of Harry's magic, and the effects were gentle, subtle, and effective. By Wednesday, Gryffindor House was sleeping better, studying harder, and performing measurably better in classes than any other house. By Friday, students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were approaching Harry in corridors, having heard about the chocolates, asking if they could have some too. Harry gave freely. He always gave freely. The Oompa Loompas had taught him that hoarding created scarcity and scarcity created conflict, and that the best way to build community was to share what you had. The Slytherins were the exception. Not because Harry excluded them, he would have given to anyone who asked, but because they didn't ask. Malfoy's influence, probably. The blonde boy watched Harry from across classrooms and the Great Hall with an expression that was trying very hard to be contempt and kept slipping into something more complicated. Harry noticed. He always noticed Draco Malfoy, the way you notice a locked door in a corridor full of open ones. There was something there. Something worth understanding. But he had other things to focus on. Charms class was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk and who, upon hearing Harry's name at roll call, squeaked and toppled off the stack. The first charm they learned was Wingardium Leviosa, the levitation charm, and Harry performed it on his first try, lifting his feather to the ceiling with a casual flick. "Wonderful!" Flitwick cried. "Just wonderful! Look, everyone, Mr. Wonka has done it!" Harry looked at his floating feather and felt a pang of something, not boredom exactly, but the itch of more. He could levitate things. He'd been levitating things since he was a toddler. What he wanted was to understand how. The magical theory behind it. The mechanism. "Professor," Harry said, "how does the charm actually work? Not the wand movement and the incantation, the underlying principle. What is it about the combination of intent, vocal command, and wand focus that overcomes gravity?" Flitwick nearly fell off his books again, this time from delight. "What a question, Mr. Wonka. What a marvelous question. The truth is, we don't entirely understand. Magical theory has several competing models. The intentionalist school believes magic is purely will-based and the wand and incantation are merely focusing aids, while the formalist school argues that the specific linguistic and gestural components have inherent power. And then there's the resonance theory, which suggests that magic works by establishing a sympathetic vibration between the caster's magical core and the target object. Harry leaned forward, fascinated. This was what he'd come to Hogwarts for. Not the spells, he could learn spells anywhere, probably. The understanding. The framework. The theory that would let him integrate wizard magic with Wonka engineering and Oompa Loompa craft. He spent the entire lesson in conversation with Flitwick, and by the end of it, the tiny professor was vibrating with excitement and had invited Harry to his office for tea and a discussion of advanced magical theory at the earliest opportunity. Herbology was taught by Professor Sprout in the greenhouses, and Harry loved it. Plants were ingredients, and ingredients were his language. He knew more about botanical properties than any first year had a right to, and Sprout was delighted to discover a student who could identify screech-gnat plants by smell and explain the medicinal applications of bubotuber pus without consulting a textbook. History of magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, who had died at some point and apparently not noticed, and whose lectures were so monotonous that Harry legitimately wondered if boredom was his cause of death. Harry used the time to work on candy prototypes in his lap, hidden under the desk, his hands shaping sugar while Binns droned about goblin rebellions. Defense against the dark arts was taught by Professor Quirrell, and this was where things got strange. The classroom smelled of garlic. Quirrell himself was a nervous, stuttering man with a purple turban wrapped around his head and the jittery energy of someone who expected to be attacked at any moment. Harry walked in and immediately felt wrong. Not afraid. Harry didn't do afraid, but wrong. A deep, visceral wrongness that started in his scar and radiated down through his body like a frequency he could hear but not identify. His scar prickled, not painfully, but insistently, the way an old wound aches before a storm. Bodo felt it too. The old Oompa Loompa stiffened the moment they entered the room, his hand moving to the knife he wore at his belt, a Lumpaland tool, razor sharp. that he had carried for 50 years and used for everything from cacao harvesting to the one time a malfunctioning candy machine, had gone feral in 1979. "Something is wrong here," Bodo said, in Oompa Loompa, very quietly. "I know," Harry replied. "The man at the front. He is doubled." "What do you mean?" "He has two presences. Like two creatures occupying one body. One is weak. The other is." "Is what?" Bodo's face was grim. "Hungry." Harry sat through the lesson, which was nominally about defensive jinxes, but was actually about Quirrell stuttering his way through a series of nervous anecdotes about vampires. He paid no attention to the content. He watched Quirrell. He watched the way Quirrell's eyes darted. The way his hand kept reaching up to adjust his turban. The way, occasionally, for just a fraction of a second, his stutter would vanish and his voice would go flat and cold, as if someone else was speaking through him. After class, Harry lingered. "PP Professor Quirrell," he said, matching the man's stutter with a convincingly innocent tone. Quirrell looked at him. His eyes were watery and anxious. "Why yes, Mr. Wonka? I just wanted to introduce myself properly. I'm new to the wizarding world. This is all very overwhelming." He smiled his most harmless smile. "I might need extra help in defense. Of course, Mr. Wonka. My door is always open." "Thank you, Professor." Harry turned to leave. As he reached the door, his scar blazed a sudden, sharp spike of pain that made him grit his teeth, and he heard, or thought he heard, a whisper from the direction of Quirrell's turban. Not words, exactly. More like the echo of words. The ghost of a voice. He kept walking. He didn't look back. In the corridor outside, he leaned against the wall and touched his scar. It was hot. "The turban," Bodo said. "Yeah, the second presence. It's in the turban." "That's what I think too." "What are you going to do?" Harry looked at the old Oompa Loompa, his protector, his uncle, his oldest friend, and felt the cold, clear calculation that Wonka had taught him settle over his mind like a lens clicking into focus. "Watch," Harry said. "Wait. And figure out what we're dealing with." Bodo nodded. This was the Wonka way. You didn't react to a mystery. You studied it. You gathered data. You built a theory. And then, when you understood what you were facing, you acted. Harry pulled out his notebook. He always carried a notebook, another factory habit, and wrote, in the coded shorthand he and Wonka had developed years ago, Quirrell. Two presences. Something in the turban. Scar reacts. Feels like dark magic, not Oompa Loompa dark, not factory accident dark, but old dark. Hungry dark. Connected to the third floor? Need more data. He closed the notebook. He ate a chocolate. He felt better. Then he went to dinner, sat with his friends, told Ron a joke about a goblin and a cauldron that he'd heard from Pip, watched Hermione try to explain the homework schedule she'd created for all of them, color-coded, cross-referenced with the exam timetable, and laminated using a spell she'd learned from a 6th year in exchange for 2 calming chocolates, and laughed, and ate, and felt, despite the wrongness in Quirrell's classroom and the prickling of his scar and the weight of Dumbledore's watching eyes, that he was exactly where he was supposed to be. At the head table, Snape watched Quirrell rearrange the food on his plate without eating. The potions master's black eyes were sharp, suspicious, and fixed on the back of Quirrell's turban with an intensity that suggested he saw something most people couldn't. Harry saw Snape watching Quirrell, and Snape saw Harry watching him. Their eyes met across the Great Hall, green and black, boy and man, chocolatier's son and spy, and for just a moment, the briefest flash, they shared something, recognition. The recognition of two people who have noticed the same wrong thing and know the other has noticed it too. Snape looked away first. Harry filed it. Everything was data. Everything was ingredients for a recipe he was still writing. The first week ended. Harry wrote to Wonka. Wonka wrote back a long, rambling, brilliant letter full of questions about the castle's architecture, the magical theory behind the moving staircases, and a detailed critique of the Hogwarts curriculum that suggested he had somehow obtained a copy and annotated it in red ink. At the bottom of the letter, in smaller handwriting, Wonka had written, "The factory is quiet without you." The Oompa Loompas sing your journey song every morning. The chocolate river misses you. It's running 3 degrees cooler since you left, and the flavor profile has shifted toward melancholy. I am attempting to compensate with vanilla, but chocolate knows what it wants, and it wants you home. Be careful, Harry. Not just with the magic. With the people. The brilliant ones are the most dangerous, and that castle is full of brilliant people with agendas. I love you. Come home for Christmas. Dad, P.S. The care package will arrive tomorrow. The Fizzing Whizbees are new. They work. Mostly. The care package arrived by Hedwig, who carried a box 3 times her size with the disdainful confidence of an overqualified postal worker, and contained fresh chocolate, the good stuff, factory-made, infused with Oompa Loompa craft. A new batch of Fizzing Whizbees, which did work, mostly. The one made Ron hover 3 inches off the ground for 20 minutes, a set of Wonka's latest experimental candies, labeled Test, Proceed with Caution, and a small, folded note that contained 2 words, Stay Golden. Harry smiled, pocketed the note, shared the chocolate with his friends, and went his second week at Hogwarts with the quiet confidence of a boy who knew exactly who he was and had absolutely no intention of becoming anyone else. The castle watched him. The headmaster watched him. Something in a turban watched him. And Harry Wonka watched them all right back. Chapter 3. The Inventing Room. October came to Hogwarts like a slow exhale, the grounds turning amber and copper, the lake going dark and cold, and the castle itself seeming to settle deeper into its foundations as if bracing for winter. Harry barely noticed. He was too busy taking the wizarding world apart and putting it back together. The Wonka method, as Hermione had started calling it with a mixture of admiration and exasperation, was simple in theory and chaotic in practice. Learn the rule, understand the rule, break the rule, build something better. Harry applied it to every class, every spell, every potion, and the results were, depending on who you asked, either revolutionary or deeply concerning. In Transfiguration, McGonagall had them turning beetles into buttons. The class struggled. Beetles were alive, buttons were not, and bridging that gap required a precision of magical will that most 11-year-olds simply didn't possess. Harry turned his beetle into a button on the first attempt, then turned it back, then turned it into a different kind of button, mother of pearl, with a tiny engraved W, then turned it into something that was neither beetle nor button but a small, gleaming object that sat on his desk and pulsed with a soft inner light. What is that? McGonagall asked, standing over him. I'm not sure yet. It started as a button, but I kept going. I wanted to see what happened if you transfigured something past its target form. That is not the assignment, Mr. Wonka. No, but it's more interesting than the assignment. McGonagall picked up the object. It was warm in her hand, and it hummed a low, pleasant vibration, like a cat purring. As she held it, the object shifted color, cycling from silver to gold to a deep, rich amber. It's responding to you, Harry said, leaning forward. Your magical signature. It's reading it and changing to match. I didn't plan that, it just happened when I pushed the transfiguration past the endpoint. McGonagall set the object down very carefully, the way you set down something that might be either a breakthrough or a bomb. Mr. Wonka, you are not to push transfigurations past their endpoint without supervision. But Professor, without supervision, Mr. Wonka. That is not a prohibition. It is a safety protocol. If you wish to experiment, you will do so during office hours, in my classroom, with me present. Is that understood? Harry grinned. She wasn't shutting him down. She was giving him lab time. Understood, Professor. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. If you transfigure anything into something that bites, you're cleaning the Ollery for a month. It was the beginning of what would become Harry's favorite part of Hogwarts, the after-hours sessions. McGonagall on Tuesday evenings, where they explored the boundaries of transfiguration theory together. Flitwick on Thursday afternoons, where Harry's questions about the underlying mechanics of charms sent the tiny professor into raptures of academic excitement. Even Snape, grudgingly and without ever admitting he enjoyed it, began keeping Harry after potions class to discuss ingredient interactions and brewing modifications. These sessions were where Harry truly learned. Not the spells themselves, he picked those up in class with an ease that made Hermione alternate between competitive fury and reluctant awe, but the theory. The architecture of magic. How it worked, why it worked, what happened at the boundaries where it stopped working. And it was in these sessions that Harry began to build. The first real invention came out of a charms tutorial with Flitwick, 3 weeks into October. They had been discussing the Lumos charm, the basic light spell, first-year material, utterly mundane. Harry had mastered it on day 1 and hadn't thought about it since. But Flitwick, in the course of explaining the charm's theoretical underpinnings, had mentioned something that caught Harry's attention like a hook. The light produced by Lumos wasn't real light. It was magical energy shaped to behave like light. It had the properties of light, it illuminated, it cast shadows, it could be brightened or dimmed, but it wasn't photons. It was magic, pretending to be photons. So magic can imitate physical phenomena, Harry said slowly. Oh yes, frequently. Most practical magic is, at its core, magical energy imitating or manipulating physical processes. A levitation charm doesn't actually reduce gravity, it creates a magical force that counteracts gravity. A warming charm doesn't generate heat, it creates magical energy that behaves as heat. Then the reverse should also be true. Flitwick blinked. The reverse. If magic can imitate physical phenomena, then physical phenomena, properly structured, should be able to channel or interact with magical energy. You could build a physical object that catches magic the way a prism catches light. A lens for magical energy. Flitwick's tiny body went rigid. Mr. Wonka, that is. That is the theoretical basis of wand crafting. A wand is, in essence, exactly what you describe, a physical object structured to channel magical energy. Right. But a wand is specific. It's designed for one user, one core, one wood. What if you could build something more general? A material that could interact with ambient magical energy? Channel it, store it, redirect it. The theory has been explored. Unsuccessfully. The problem is finding a material with the right properties, conductive to magical energy, but stable enough to maintain structure. Magical metals like goblin silver have some of these properties, but they're rare and difficult to work with. Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of candy. It was a Wonka Everlasting Gobstopper, one of the enhanced versions, the ones Harry had poured magic into. It sat in his palm, cycling through colors, warm and responsive to his touch. What about sugar? Harry said. Flitwick stared at the gobstopper. What about a sugar matrix? Harry continued, engineered at the molecular level to have the right crystalline structure for magical conductivity. Infused with Oompa Loompa craft for stability. Then charged with wizard magic for power. He turned the gobstopper over in his fingers. The gobstopper already interacts with magic. It responds to the eater's emotional state, which is a form of magical sensitivity. What if I could refine that? Make a sugar compound that doesn't just respond to magic, but actively channels it. Mr. Wonka, Flitwick whispered, are you proposing to invent a new magical material? I'm proposing to try. That night, Harry wrote a 12-page letter to Wonka outlining the theory, the proposed experiments, and the materials he'd need from the factory. Wonka's reply came 2 days later, delivered by Hedwig along with a crate of raw ingredients, refined sugar compounds in 17 different crystalline structures, Oompa Loompa craft-infused cacao butter, a set of precision temperature controls small enough to fit in Harry's trunk lab, and a note that read, "This is either brilliant or you're going to blow up a wing of the castle. Either way, I want detailed notes." Dad Harry set up shop in his trunk laboratory. Every evening after homework, which he completed at a speed that made Ron feel personally victimized, he descended into the trunk and worked. Bodo assisted, his decades of experience with Oompa Loompa craft providing the stability framework. Pip ran materials between Harry's lab and the Ollery, ferrying letters and supply requests. Nia monitored Harry's health with increasing concern, because the boy had a tendency to skip meals when he was inventing and had to be physically dragged to the Great Hall for dinner on 3 separate occasions. Hermione, naturally, insisted on being involved. "You can't just invent a new magical material in a trunk," she said, the first time Harry showed her the lab. She was standing at the top of the trunk, looking down into a fully equipped candy laboratory that shouldn't have fit inside a piece of luggage. Her face doing the thing it always did when confronted with something that violated her understanding of how the world worked, a rapid cycle from denial to fascination to the burning need to understand. "Why not?" Harry said, from below, where he was calibrating a temperature gauge. Because new magical materials require years of research, institutional backing, peer review. Peer review is for people who need permission. "Come down here and help me." She came down. She helped. And she was, Harry discovered, brilliant at it, not the creative, intuitive, rule-breaking brilliance that Harry brought, but a rigorous, systematic, encyclopedic brilliance that complemented his perfectly. Where Harry leaped, Hermione checked the landing. Where Harry improvised, Hermione documented. Where Harry said, "What if?" Hermione said, "Yes, but have you considered?" And together they moved faster than either could have alone. Ron helped too, in his own way. He didn't understand the theory and didn't pretend to, but he had a practical, hands-on intelligence that was invaluable in the physical construction phase. Ron could build things. His hands were clever, his spatial reasoning was strong, and he had the mechanical aptitude of a boy who'd grown up in a house where everything was slightly broken and needed fixing. "I can't believe I'm spending my evenings in a trunk making candy," Ron said, soldering a connection on the miniature furnace Harry had designed. "If my brothers could see me, your brothers would be jealous," Harry said. "Trust me. Fred and George would lose their minds. They're obsessed with joke products. They've been inventing their own for years, canary creams, tung-tung toffees, that kind of thing. They're actually quite good." Harry's head snapped up. "Your brothers make magical candy?" "Yeah, but don't tell Mum. She'd murder them. I need to meet them. Immediately. They're right upstairs." "But Harry, they're a lot. Like, a lot." Fred and George Weasley were, as Ron had warned, a lot. They were also, as Harry immediately recognized, kindred spirits. The twins descended into Harry's trunk lab with the wide-eyed reverence of pilgrims entering a holy site, spent 20 minutes touching everything and asking questions at overlapping speeds, and then sat on Harry's workbench and presented. With the formality of diplomats offering a treaty, their entire portfolio of joke product prototypes. "We've been working on these since third year," Fred said, or George. Harry couldn't tell them apart yet and suspected they preferred it that way. "No formal training. Just experimentation. Trial and error," the other twin added. "Mostly error. The canary creams work. You eat one, you turn into a canary for about 30 seconds, then molt back. The problem is the molting, feathers everywhere. We can't figure out how to make the transformation cleaner." Harry picked up a canary cream, sniffed it, broke it open, examined the interior structure. "You're using a standard transfiguration matrix bound into a sugar delivery system." "That's clever. The problem isn't the transformation, it's the reversion. You're relying on the body's natural magical resistance to reject the foreign form, which is why it's messy. The body fights back, and the feathers are collateral damage." The twins stared at him. "What if instead of relying on rejection," Harry continued, "you built the reversion into the candy itself? A timed secondary enchantment that triggers after a set duration and performs a clean reverse transfiguration. Like a two-stage potion, the first stage transforms, the second stage reverts." "That's..." Fred looked at George. George looked at Fred. "That's exactly what we've been trying to figure out for a year." "You can do that?" George asked. "I've been doing something similar with Wonka candy since I was 6. The fizzing phantoms, the ones that make you translucent, use a timed reversion mechanism. I can show you the framework." The alliance between Harry Wonka and the Weasley twins was, in retrospect, one of the most consequential partnerships in Hogwarts history. Not because of what they produced, though they produced extraordinary things, but because of what it represented. The collision of Wonka methodology with wizarding ingenuity, institutional knowledge meeting outsider innovation, and 3 very creative people deciding that the rules of magical invention were, like all rules, merely suggestions. They worked together 3 nights a week in Harry's trunk lab. Fred and George brought wizarding knowledge, spell theory, potion chemistry, transfiguration principles, and Harry brought the Wonka framework, sugar engineering, Oompa Loompa craft, and a decade of experience in making impossible things real. Bodo served as quality control. Pip served as test subject, with the cheerful fatalism of an Oompa Loompa accustomed to being experimented on. Naya served as medical backup, which was necessary more often than anyone wanted to admit. The improved canary creams were their first joint success, a clean transformation, a timed clean reversion, no molting, no feathers, no mess. The twins were ecstatic. Harry was already thinking ahead. "What else have you got?" he asked, and Fred and George opened their notebooks, and the real work began. But that was the evenings. The days belonged to Hogwarts, and Hogwarts was becoming increasingly interesting. The troll came on Halloween. Harry had been looking forward to the Halloween feast. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats and floating pumpkins, and the Oompa Loompas had been in high spirits all day, because October 31st was also the anniversary of the Great Cacao Harvest in Lumpaland, their most important celebration, and they'd been singing harvest songs since dawn. The feast was spectacular. The food was better than usual. Even Wonka would have admitted the pumpkin pie was decent, though he'd have criticisms about the crust. And the atmosphere was warm and loud and full of the particular joy that comes from a castle full of children eating sugar on a holiday. Then Quirrell burst through the doors. He ran the length of the Great Hall, his turban askew, his face white, his eyes wild, and he screamed the words that would have been funny if they weren't terrifying. "Troll in the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons!" He stopped in front of the head table, swaying. "Thought you ought to know," he said, and collapsed. Chaos. Students screaming, standing, pushing. Teachers shouting for order. Dumbledore rising from his chair with a command that cut through the noise like a blade. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories." Immediately. Harry was on his feet before the echo of Dumbledore's voice faded, but he wasn't thinking about dormitories. He was thinking about Hermione, who wasn't at the feast, who had been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon because Ron had said something stupid about her in Charms class, and she didn't know about the troll. "She doesn't know," Harry said to Ron, grabbing his arm. Ron went white. The guilt hit him like a physical blow. His careless words about Hermione being a nightmare, said within earshot, the kind of casual cruelty that children deploy without understanding its weight. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. They moved against the stream of students heading for the dormitories, slipping through the crowd with the ease of people who have a purpose and aren't going to let a mob slow them down. Bodo was at Harry's shoulder, knife in hand. Pip had materialized from somewhere. He had a talent for appearing exactly when things went wrong and was running alongside them at ankle height, fast and silent. Naya stayed behind, in the Great Hall, because there were frightened children who needed calming, and she was an Oompa Loompa medic, and frightened children were her jurisdiction. They heard the troll before they saw it. The sound was immense, a low, guttural, bone-deep thud-thud-thud of something enormous walking through a stone corridor. The smell hit next, a thick, cloying stench like an open sewer, mixed with the unwashed interior of something that had never heard of soap and wouldn't understand the concept if you explained it. Harry turned a corner, and there it was. 12 feet tall. Granite gray skin, lumpy and thick like badly mixed concrete. Tiny, piggy eyes sunk deep into a skull the size of a boulder. A wooden club in one hand, dragging along the floor, leaving a gouge in the ancient stone. It was standing in front of the girls' bathroom, confused by the geometry of the corridor, turning its massive head this way and that with the dim, frustrated aggression of something too stupid to find what it was looking for. Then it found the bathroom door. It smashed through it with one swing of the club. Hermione screamed. Harry moved. He didn't think. He didn't plan. The factory had taught him that when something is about to hurt someone you love, you act first and theorize later. He sprinted down the corridor, wand out, and hit the bathroom door at a dead run, skidding inside on a floor now covered in shattered tile and plumbing. The bathroom was destroyed. Sinks ripped from the wall, stalls collapsed, water spraying from broken pipes. Hermione was backed against the far wall, frozen, her face a mask of pure terror, and the troll was advancing on her, raising its club. Harry pointed his wand and said the first thing that came to mind. Wingardium Leviosa. He said it the way he said everything, with complete conviction, without hesitation, and with 10 years of Wonka-trained magical precision behind it. The spell hit the club. The club weighed at least 200 pounds. Harry lifted it like it was a feather, ripping it from the troll's grip, and the troll, suddenly clubless, suddenly confused, stopped. Harry didn't stop. He rotated the club in the air, brought it up high, and dropped it. The club hit the troll on the top of its own head with a crack that echoed off the bathroom walls. The troll swayed. Its piggy eyes crossed. It toppled forward like a felled tree, 12 feet of mountain troll hitting the bathroom floor with an impact that shook dust from the ceiling. Silence. Water dripping from broken pipes. The troll sprawled on the wet floor, unconscious. Ron appeared in the doorway, panting, wand out, his face a complicated mixture of terror and awe. Did you just knock out a troll with its own club? Seemed like the most efficient option. Hermione slid down the wall, her legs giving out, landing in a sitting position on the wet floor. She was shaking, full-body tremors, the aftermath of genuine mortal terror. Harry crossed the bathroom, stepped over the troll's arm, and crouched in front of her. "Hey," he said, gently. "You're okay. It's down. How did you levitation charm?" "Same one we learned in charms. Just bigger." "That's not how the levitation charm works. The textbook says the mass limit for a first-year Wingardium Leviosa is approximately," Hermione. "You're in shock. Breathe." She breathed. Harry pulled a chocolate from his pocket, a calming chocolate, one of Naya's, which he always carried, and put it in her shaking hand. She ate it automatically, and within seconds the trembling eased, her breathing steadied, and the color began returning to her face. "Thank you," she whispered. "You'd do the same for me." Her eyes met his, still wide, still scared, but something else there now too, a fierce, burning gratitude that was also a decision. A choice being made. "Yes," she said. "I would." Ron appeared at Harry's elbow, looking like he wanted to say something and couldn't figure out what. Hermione looked at him. Ron looked at the floor. "I'm sorry," Ron said. "What I said. About you being a nightmare. It was stupid. You're not a nightmare. You're the smartest person I've ever met, and I was jealous, and I'm sorry." Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, "That's the most emotionally mature thing you've ever said. Don't get used to it." "I won't." But she was almost smiling, and Ron was almost smiling, and Harry was definitely smiling, and Bodo standing by the door, knife still drawn, watching the unconscious troll with professional suspicion, allowed himself the smallest nod of satisfaction. Then the teachers arrived. McGonagall first, white-faced and furious, followed by Snape, who was limping, Harry noticed, favoring his right leg, blood visible through a tear in his robes, and Quirrell, who took one look at the troll and sat down on a broken toilet with a whimper. "What on earth is going on here?" McGonagall demanded. "You were told to return to your dormitories." "Hermione didn't know about the troll," Harry said, standing up. "She'd been in here all afternoon. We came to warn her." "And the troll?" "I levitated its club and dropped it on its head." McGonagall looked at the unconscious troll. She looked at Harry. She looked at the club, which was still resting on the troll's skull. She performed the rapid mental calculation of a woman weighing the severity of the rule violation against the impressiveness of the accomplishment and arriving at a number she wasn't entirely comfortable with. 5 points from Gryffindor, she said. For reckless disregard of direct instructions. Harry nodded. Fair enough. And 20 points to Gryffindor. For sheer dumb luck. She paused. Her lips twitched. And 10 more points for an exceptionally well-executed levitation charm. She turned on her heel and began directing the cleanup. Harry watched her go, then turned his attention to Snape, who was standing in the doorway, looking at Harry with those black, unreadable eyes. The limp. The blood. Snape had been somewhere he shouldn't have been tonight, doing something that had hurt him. Harry's mind went to the 3rd floor, to the forbidden corridor, to whatever was hidden there, to the wrongness he'd felt around Quirrell since the first day. He met Snape's eyes. Snape held the gaze for a beat, then turned and limped away without a word. "Harry," Ron said, pulling his attention back. "We should go before she changes her mind about the points." They went. They walked Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower, the three of them side by side, and something had changed between them, the way something always changes when people face danger together and come out the other side. They were friends before. Now they were something stronger. In the common room, Neville was waiting, pale and anxious. He'd heard about the troll and the bathroom and had been sitting on the edge of his chair for 20 minutes, Trevor the Toad clutched to his chest like a security blanket. "You're okay," he said, when he saw them. "Thank God. I wanted to come help, but Percy blocked the portrait hole and wouldn't let anyone leave." "You would have come?" Hermione said, surprised. "You're my friend. Of course I would have come." Neville said this simply, without drama or emphasis, and it hit Hermione harder than Harry's levitation charm had hit the troll. She hugged him, a sudden, fierce, crushing hug that lifted him slightly off the ground and made Trevor croak in alarm. "All right," Harry said, settling into an armchair by the fire. "Now that we've all bonded over near-death experiences, who wants chocolate?" Everyone wanted chocolate. Harry distributed it. The fire crackled. The common room emptied as students drifted to bed. And Harry sat with his friends, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Bodo behind his chair like a shadow, Pip perched on the mantelpiece, Naya arriving from the Great Hall with a report on the psychological status of the Gryffindor student body, mostly fine. 3 required additional calming chocolates. 1 second year had been mildly hysterical, but was now sleeping peacefully, and felt the warmth of belonging. Then he pulled out his notebook and wrote, "Troll in the school. On Halloween." Quirrell reported it, but Quirrell was terrified. Not surprised. Terrified. He knew it was coming. Snape limping. Blood on his leg. Was he at the 3rd floor? Was he trying to get past whatever's guarding it? Or was he trying to stop someone else from getting past it? 2 possibilities. Snape is the threat, or Snape is fighting the threat. Need more data. Also, levitated a 200-pound club tonight. First-year levitation charm shouldn't do that. My magical output is significantly above normal parameters. The Wonka candy infusion theory is confirmed. Years of eating magically enhanced sweets has amplified my magical core. Need to test limits. Carefully. He closed the notebook, tucked it into his jacket, and ate a fizzing phantom, which made him translucent for 15 minutes, a habit he developed as a kind of meditation, the peacefulness of being partially invisible, of watching the world from one step removed. The fire cast shadows on the walls. The castle settled around him, ancient stones sighing, and Harry Wonka thought about trolls and trapdoors and turban-wearing professors with 2 presences, and felt the familiar, intoxicating pull of a mystery that needed solving. November brought rain, cold, and Quidditch. Harry had not planned to join the Quidditch team. He had planned to spend his first year focused on academics, experiments, and unraveling the mystery of the 3rd floor corridor. Quidditch was not in the plan. Quidditch was not on the schedule. Quidditch was, according to the time management framework Hermione had created for him, he hadn't asked for it, but she'd made it anyway, categorized under extracurricular activities, deferred. Then he flew a broom. The flying lesson was on a Thursday afternoon, shared with the Slytherins. Madam Hooch, the instructor, had them lined up next to school brooms, battered, ancient things that looked like they'd been built before the concept of aerodynamics existed, and told them to hold their hand over the broom and say, "Up." Harry said up, and the broom leaped into his hand with such force that he had to tighten his grip to keep it from shooting past him. It vibrated in his palm, eager, responsive, the way his wand vibrated, the way candy ingredients responded to his touch, the way everything magical seemed to recognize him and want to be used by him. Madam Hooch had them mount and hover. Harry rose off the ground and immediately understood, with the bone-deep certainty of someone encountering a thing they were made for, that flying was his. Not learned, not practiced, his. The broom responded to his thought before his body moved, banking, climbing, diving with an effortless, joyful precision that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He was 3 feet off the ground, and he never wanted to come down. Neville was not having the same experience. His broom, sensing his fear, bucked and lurched and finally, catastrophically, shot straight up with Neville clinging to it and screaming. 20 feet, 30 feet, the broom spiraling wildly, Neville's grip slipping, he fell. Harry moved without thinking. He kicked off hard, the school broom surging under him, and the world narrowed to a single calculation: trajectory, speed, angle. Neville was falling. Harry was rising. The mathematics of the intercept were clear and clean, and Harry's body solved them before his mind finished processing them. He caught Neville 20 feet off the ground, grabbing the boy's robes with one hand while steering with the other, the broom groaning under the combined weight, and brought them both to earth in a controlled descent that was, by any objective standard, magnificent. Neville was shaking. Harry was exhilarated. The entire class was staring. "All right, Neville?" Harry asked, setting him down gently on the grass. "I hate flying," Neville whispered. "Fair." From the group of Slytherins, Draco Malfoy's voice cut through the murmur. "Nice catch, Wonka. Shame you wasted it on Longbottom." Harry turned to look at Malfoy. The blonde boy was sneering, but the sneer was thin, a performance, practiced but not felt. Behind it, Harry saw what he always saw when he looked at Draco Malfoy, a boy playing a role he'd been given, wearing a mask someone else had carved. And something else. In Malfoy's hand, glinting in the pale November light, was a small glass ball. Neville's Remembrall, the one his grandmother had sent him that morning. Malfoy must have picked it up when Neville fell. "Give that back, Malfoy," Harry said. "Come and get it." Malfoy mounted his broom, a proper broom, his own, brought from home, and shot into the air. He was a good flyer, Harry could see that immediately. Comfortable, confident, with the practiced ease of someone who'd been flying since childhood. He hovered 30 feet up, the Remembrall held out teasingly. "What's the matter, Wonka? Scared of heights?" Harry smiled. It was the smile Wonka wore when someone told him something was impossible. He kicked off. The school broom shouldn't have done what Harry made it do. It was old, underpowered, and designed for slow, safe, supervised hovering. Harry made it scream. He rocketed upward, the wind tearing at his robes, the ground falling away, and the broom responded to his magic the way the factory responded to his presence, eagerly, joyfully, pushing past its own limitations because Harry was asking it to. He reached Malfoy's altitude in seconds. Malfoy's eyes widened, genuine surprise, not performed, and he threw the Remembrall. Not at Harry. Away from Harry, in a long, high arc, the glass ball catching the light as it climbed and then curved and began to fall toward the castle wall. Harry didn't hesitate. He leaned forward, the broom responding instantly, and he dove. The castle wall rushed toward him. The Remembrall was falling, tumbling, catching the light in flashes. Harry's world condensed to the trajectory of that glass ball and the angle of his approach, and everything else, the screaming students below, the castle, the sky, gravity itself, became background noise. He caught it. One-handed, inches from the stone wall, pulling up at the last second in a turn so sharp the broom's bristles scraped the castle. He leveled off, the Remembrall in his fist, his heart hammering with the pure, clean thrill of flight. He flew back to the ground and landed lightly, tossing the Remembrall to Neville, who caught it with shaking hands and the expression of someone watching a miracle. The class erupted. Gryffindors cheering, Slytherins muttering, Madame Hooch torn between fury at the unauthorized flying and awe at what she'd just witnessed. But before she could speak, a voice cut through the noise. "Mr. Wonka." McGonagall was striding across the grounds, and her face was, Harry squinted, not angry. It was the face of a woman who has just seen something she's been looking for without knowing it. "Come with me," she said. "Now." She led him into the castle, through corridors, past classrooms, and stopped outside a door Harry didn't recognize. She knocked. The door opened. "Oliver," McGonagall said, to the tall, broad-shouldered fifth year inside, "I've found you a seeker." And that was how Harry Wonka joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The first practice was the following week, after a Nimbus 2000 arrived by all post, sent by McGonagall, charged to the Hogwarts Equipment Fund, wrapped in brown paper with a note that read, "Do not tell anyone I did this." Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, was a fanatic, a word Harry used precisely and without exaggeration, because Oliver Wood talked about Quidditch the way Wonka talked about chocolate, with absolute, single-minded, bordering on concerning obsession. "You're a natural," Wood said, after watching Harry fly for 10 minutes. "The best natural seeker I've ever seen. Your reflexes are insane. Your spatial awareness is, where did you learn to fly like that?" "I didn't. First time was the lesson." Wood stared at him. "That was your first time on a broom?" "Yeah, but I've ridden the Great Glass Elevator since I was 2, and it moves in more dimensions than a broom does, so the physics felt familiar. I don't know what that means, but I love it. Practice is 3 times a week. Be here or be dead to me." Harry added Quidditch to his schedule. Hermione's time management framework required significant revision. She presented him with version 2.0, which was color-coded in 7 colors and included a block labeled sleep and when negotiable, that she had underlined 3 times. "You're going to burn out," she told him in the common room, with the stern concern of a friend who has observed early warning signs and is staging an intervention. "You're in every class, you're doing after-hours sessions with 3 professors, you're working in the trunk lab every night, you're collaborating with the twins, and now you're on the Quidditch team. When do you rest?" "I rest." "When?" "Between things." "That's not resting. That's waiting." "I have a lot of energy." "You have a lot of Oompa Loompa chocolate, which is not the same thing." She wasn't wrong. The calming chocolates, the focused chocolates, the energy chocolates, Harry had been using them more frequently, relying on Wonka candy to manage a schedule that would have been punishing for an adult, let alone an 11-year-old. Naya had noticed too, and had been cutting his supply with an increasingly firm hand, substituting lower-dose versions without telling him. "She's worried about you," Bodo told Harry, in the trunk lab late one night when Harry was working on his sugar matrix experiments and should have been sleeping. "We all are." "I'm fine, Bodo." "You are not fine. You are running on candy and stubbornness. These are excellent fuel sources, but they have limits. I'm close to something. The sugar matrix, I can feel it. The crystalline structure is almost right. Another few iterations, will still be there tomorrow." Harry looked at the old Oompa Loompa, at the weathered face, the steady eyes, the expression of calm, immovable love that was Bodo's most powerful tool, more effective than any knife or remedy or song. "1 more hour," Harry said. 30 minutes. 45. 30 minutes and a sleeping chocolate. Fine. He worked for 30 minutes. He ate the sleeping chocolate. He slept. And in the morning, rested for the first time in days, he looked at his sugar matrix notes with fresh eyes and saw what he'd been missing. The crystalline structure wasn't the problem. The problem was the binding. He'd been trying to infuse the sugar with magic the way he infused candy, direct, personal, pouring his own power into the material. But a magical conductor couldn't be keyed to one person. It needed to be neutral. It needed to accept any magic, from any source, the way a wire accepts any electrical current. He needed to make the sugar matrix empty. Not infused with magic, but structured to receive it. A magical vacuum. A sugar-based superconductor. He needed to stop adding and start subtracting. It took 3 more days. 3 days of precise, delicate work, refining the crystalline structure, removing every trace of personal magical signature, creating a sugar compound that was, at its core, nothing. A nothing shaped to become anything. When he finished, he held up a small, clear, crystalline disc. It looked like a lens made of glass. It was, in fact, sugar, refined, restructured, purified to a transparency that shouldn't have been possible. He touched his wand to it. The disc lit up. Not with Harry's magic, with the ambient magic of the castle. It drew in power from the air, from the stones, from the 1,000-year accumulation of magical energy that permeated every molecule of Hogwarts, and it glowed. A warm, steady, golden light that filled the trunk lab and made Bodo step back and Pip gasp and Naya reach for her medical pouch on instinct. Harry held the disc up to his eye and looked through it. The world was different through the lens. He could see magic. Not metaphorically, literally. The castle walls pulsed with layered enchantments, visible as lines of light. His own wand blazed with his magical signature, a swirl of green and gold. Bodo's Oompa Loompa craft was visible as a deep, earthy amber, woven through his clothes, his skin, the tools at his belt. "I did it," Harry whispered. "I actually did it." He wrote to Wonka that night, hands shaking with excitement, the letter running to 14 pages. He drew diagrams. He included a sample of the sugar matrix, sealed in a jar. He described the theory, the process, the results, and the implications, which were, even to his own assessment, staggering. A material that could interact with any magic. That could store it, channel it, redirect it. That could be shaped into any form: lenses, wires, containers, tools. A material made of sugar, engineered in a trunk, by an 11-year-old and an Oompa Loompa. Wonka's reply came by return all. It was one line: "Come home for Christmas. Bring everything. We have work to do." But Christmas was still weeks away, and the mystery of the third-floor corridor was getting harder to ignore. Harry had been gathering data all term. Methodically, patiently, the Wonka way. He watched Quirrell. He watched Snape. He watched Dumbledore. He listened at doors and around corners and in the library, and he deployed his resources: Pip, who could go almost anywhere unnoticed due to his size and agility, and Fred and George, who possessed an uncanny knowledge of the castle's secret passages and hidden routes. The pieces assembled themselves like ingredients in a recipe. There was something hidden beneath a trapdoor on the third floor, guarded by a three-headed dog that Hagrid's sweet, trusting, dangerously indiscreet Hagrid had accidentally revealed to Harry during one of their regular tea visits. The dog's name was Fluffy, which was the kind of name you gave a Chihuahua, not a Cerberus, and Hagrid had mentioned it because Harry had asked an innocent question about magical creature care, and Hagrid, when talking about creatures, lost all capacity for discretion. The thing hidden beneath the trapdoor was the Philosopher's Stone. Harry knew this because he had asked Hagrid about Nicholas Flamel, a name he'd seen on the back of Dumbledore's chocolate frog card, and Hagrid had gone red, then white, then said, "How'd you know about Flamel?" in a voice that confirmed everything. Harry also knew this because Wonka knew Nicholas Flamel. Not personally. Not well. But the chocolatier community was smaller and stranger than most people realized, and Flamel, who was 660-something years old, thanks to the elixir of life produced by his stone, had, at some point in the 1800s, been involved in confectionery. Wonka had a letter from him, framed in the factory office, thanking Wonka's great-great-grandfather for a shipment of Turkish delight. Flamel's stone makes the elixir of life, Harry told Hermione and Ron, in a quiet corner of the library where they'd established a research station. It also transmutes base metals into gold. It's one of the most powerful magical objects in existence, and it's under the school, in a building full of children. Why would Dumbledore keep it here? Hermione asked. Because someone's trying to steal it. Dumbledore moved it from Gringotts. There was a break-in at Gringotts in July, remember? It was in the Daily Prophet. Vault 713. Hagrid emptied that vault the day he took me shopping in Diagon Alley. Ron looked between them. So the stone was in Gringotts, someone tried to steal it, Dumbledore moved it to Hogwarts, and now it's under a three-headed dog. Along with other protections. I'd bet every teacher contributed something. It's a gauntlet. And who's trying to steal it? Harry pulled out his notebook. He'd been building a theory for weeks, and it was time to share it. 2 suspects. Snape, he was heading for the third floor the night of the troll. His leg was injured. He could have been trying to get past Fluffy. He has the skill and the knowledge to navigate whatever protections are in place. But, Hermione said, because she could hear the but coming. But I don't think it's Snape. Snape is Dumbledore's man. He's prickly and unpleasant, and he clearly has issues with me for reasons I haven't figured out yet, but he's a teacher. He has access. If he wanted the stone, He could approach the problem differently, subtly, over time. He wouldn't need a troll as a distraction. Then who? Quirrell. Silence in the library. Quirrell, Ron said flatly. The stuttering, garlic-smelling, fainting at trolls Quirrell? The stuttering is inconsistent. It comes and goes. I've been tracking it. He stutters more in crowded settings and less when he thinks no one is listening. I heard him in his office last week, talking to himself, and the stutter was gone completely. Lots of people stutter more when they're anxious. There's more. Bodo has sensed it since day one. There are two presences in Quirrell's body. Two magical signatures. One is weak, Quirrell himself. The other is powerful, dark, and it's centered in his turban. Hermione had gone pale. What are you saying? I'm saying something is living on the back of Quirrell's head. Something powerful. Something that wants the stone. And I'm saying that Quirrell isn't the mastermind, he's the vehicle. Something living on his Harry that's insane? Probably. But my scar hurts every time I'm near him, and this scar was made by Voldemort, and Voldemort didn't die that night, he disappeared. Everyone knows that. His body was destroyed, but his spirit survived. Where do you think that spirit went? The library was very quiet. A book on a nearby shelf rustled its pages, as if eavesdropping. You think Voldemort is possessing Professor Quirrell, Hermione said, each word carefully placed, as if she were constructing a sentence she'd never imagined having to build. I think it's possible. And I think we need to find out for certain before whoever it is makes their move for the stone. Ron ran a hand through his hair. Okay. Say you're right. Say you know who is literally living on our defense professor's head. What do we do about it? For now, we watch. We gather more evidence. We figure out the protections on the stone so we know what Quirrell, or whoever's controlling him, is up against. And then, Harry looked at his friends. Green eyes steady, jaw set, the scar on his forehead a thin white line like a crack in a mask. And then we stop him. Hermione exhaled. Ron swallowed. Neville, who had been silent throughout the conversation, clutching Trevor so tightly the toad had turned an interesting shade of blue, said quietly, I'm in. Everyone looked at him. I'm not brave like you lot, he said. I know that. I'm scared all the time. But Dumbledore's keeping a thing you know who wants in a school full of kids, and the teachers either can't see what's happening or won't do anything about it, and that's wrong. So I'm in. Harry reached across the table and squeezed Neville's shoulder. You're braver than you think, Neville. I wish people would stop saying that. It doesn't make me feel braver. It makes me feel like everyone's expecting something I can't deliver. Then forget brave. Just be here. That's enough. Neville met Harry's eyes, and something shifted in the round-faced boy. Not confidence exactly, not yet, but the first green shoot of self-belief pushing through soil that had been packed down hard by years of being told he wasn't enough. Okay, Neville said. I can do that. The first Quidditch match of the season was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and the entire school turned out for it. Harry stood in the changing room with the rest of the Gryffindor team, wearing scarlet robes and holding his Nimbus 2000, and felt the specific, exhilarating nervousness of someone about to do something they know they're good at in front of a large audience. Nervous? Wood asked. Excited. Good. Catch the snitch before Higgs does. That's your only job. Everything else is noise. Got it. And don't die. Wasn't planning on it. They walked onto the pitch. The roar of the crowd hit Harry like a physical force, hundreds of students screaming from the stands, the sound ricocheting off the stadium walls, banners of scarlet and green waving in the November wind. Harry mounted his broom, kicked off and rose into the gray sky, and everything fell away. Flying was freedom. Flying was the closest thing to the great glass elevator, the same exhilarating defiance of gravity, the same joy of movement in 3 dimensions, the same feeling of the world opening up beneath you like a gift. Harry climbed high, above the game, scanning for the snitch, and the rain-cold air stung his face, and he was alive, completely alive, in the way that only happened when he was creating something or flying or both. The game raged below him. Quidditch was violent, fast, and chaotic, bludgers screaming through the air, chasers weaving between each other, the quaffle changing hands with brutal speed. Harry stayed above it, watching, waiting, his eyes moving in the systematic pattern Bodo had taught him for scanning large areas, grid search, left to right, top to bottom, then diagonal sweeps. Nothing. No snitch. The game went on. Then his broom jerked. A sudden, sharp lurch, not turbulence, not a gust of wind, but something pulling at the broom, trying to throw him off. Harry gripped tighter, leaned forward, and the broom jerked again, harder, shaking violently, as if something invisible had grabbed the tail and was trying to rip it out from under him. He was being jinxed. Someone in the stands was hexing his broom. Harry didn't panic. He couldn't see who was doing it. The stands were a blur of faces and banners, but he could feel the magic. It was cold, invasive, crawling over his broom like frost. His scar was throbbing. The broom bucked. Harry slipped sideways, one hand losing its grip, his body swinging out over the drop. The crowd screamed. Harry heard Hermione's voice, thin and high, and Ron yelling something incoherent, and Neville shouting his name. Harry did something that no first year should have been able to do and most adult wizards couldn't have managed. He let go of the broom with both hands, reached into his robes in the half-second of freefall, pulled out his wand, and cast a shield charm around himself and the broom. Protego. He hadn't learned the shield charm in class. He'd read about it in a fourth-year textbook he'd found in the library, practiced it once in the trunk lab, and was casting it now for the first time at speed, midair, while falling off a broom 200 feet above the ground. The shield snapped into place, a shimmering dome of blue-white energy that encased Harry and the Nimbus, deflecting the jinx like water off glass. The broom steadied instantly. Harry grabbed the handle, pulled himself upright, and kicked forward before whoever was casting could try again. And then he saw the snitch. It was hovering near the base of the Slytherin goalposts, tiny and golden and fast, and it saw him seeing it and bolted. Harry dove. The Nimbus screamed downward, the wind tearing his robes, the ground rushing up, and Harry followed the snitch through a gap between two Slytherin chasers, under a bludger, around a goalpost, and caught it, snatched it clean out of the air with his right hand, pulling up at the last possible second, leveling off 3 feet above the pitch with the golden ball struggling against his fingers. The stadium exploded. Harry landed on the grass, held up the snitch, and was immediately buried under a pile of scarlet-robed Gryffindors. The noise was deafening, cheering, stomping, the Oompa Loompas in the stands singing a victory song that contained a vivid musical description of the Slytherin team's inadequacies. Wood was crying. Actually crying, tears running down his face, holding Harry by the shoulders and saying, "You beautiful, beautiful madman," on repeat. Hermione was screaming. Ron was trying to lift Harry onto his shoulders and failing, because Ron was not physically designed for lifting. Harry rode the wave of celebration, grinning, flushed with victory and adrenaline. But in the back of his mind, clear and cold, a thought persisted. Someone had tried to kill him. Someone in the stands, in a crowd, in broad daylight, had jinxed his broom and tried to make him fall. Later, in the common room, Hermione told him what she'd seen. It was Snape. He was in the stands, staring at your broom, muttering. Not looking away, not blinking. That's the telltale sign of a sustained jinx. You have to maintain eye contact. You're sure it was Snape? I saw him. I was using omnioculars. Harry was quiet for a moment. This didn't fit. It didn't fit his theory, his read of Snape, anything. What did you do? He asked. I set his robes on fire. Harry stared at her. Just a small fire, she said. Portable, contained. It broke his concentration. That's when your broom stopped shaking. You set a teacher on fire. I set a teacher's robes on fire. There's a distinction. Hermione Granger, you are terrifying. She looked rather pleased. Thank you. But Harry's mind was working. Snape had been staring and muttering. That could be a jinx. It could also be a counter-jinx. If Snape was trying to save Harry, not kill him, then someone else in the stands was doing the actual jinxing. Someone whose eye contact Hermione hadn't noticed because she'd been focused on Snape. Someone whose cold, invasive magic felt familiar. Like the wrongness in Quirrell's classroom. Like the thing in the turban. Harry didn't share this with Hermione. Not yet. He needed to think. He needed more data. He went to bed that night with the snitch still in his pocket. Wood had let him keep it, possibly because Wood was still crying and couldn't form coherent sentences about equipment protocols, and lay in the dark and thought. Bodo, at the foot of the bed, said, "The potions teacher was not the one attacking you." "I know. He was protecting you." "I think so. Why would a man who clearly dislikes you protect you?" Harry touched his scar. "Maybe he doesn't dislike me. Maybe he dislikes who I remind him of." Bodo considered this with the careful deliberation of an Oompa Loompa elder weighing a philosophical question. "Your birth father. It's the only thing that makes sense. He knew my parents. Something happened between them. He looks at me and sees someone else. This is a burden." "Yeah. And the other one? The doubled man. Quirrell. He's the real threat. He, or whatever's in his turban, wants the stone, and now he's targeting me too. Because of who you are. Because of what I survived. 10 years ago, I survived the thing that's living on the back of his head, and it wants to finish what it started." The dormitory was dark. Rain tapped at the window. From above, Pip's breathing was slow and even. From across the room, Ron snored with the reliable cadence of a well-tuned engine. "What are you going to do?" Bodo asked. Harry stared at the canopy of his bed. The scar on his forehead was quiet now, a thin line of old pain. "When," he said. The weeks before Christmas were a sprint. Harry worked on the sugar matrix, attended classes, practiced Quidditch, collaborated with the twins, investigated the third-floor corridor, and somehow found time to sleep. Mostly because Naya had begun physically removing candy from his pockets when she determined he was substituting energy chocolates for actual rest. The investigation advanced. Harry had persuaded Hagrid over tea, rock cakes, and a supply of Wonka chocolate that made the gamekeeper weep with happiness, to reveal the identities of the people who had contributed to the stone's protections. Each teacher had created a challenge, a trap, a test. Fluffy was Hagrid's contribution. The others were contributed by Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, and Dumbledore himself. Quirrell contributed a protection, Harry told his friends, in the library. For the thing he's trying to steal. That means he already knows how to get past his own challenge, and he's had all term to figure out the others. "How do we get past them?" Ron asked. "We don't. Not yet. If we go down there now, all we'd accomplish is triggering the traps and alerting everyone. We wait until Quirrell makes his move, and then we stop him." "How will we know when he makes his move?" Harry pulled out a small device from his pocket. It was made of sugar crystal, a thin, transparent disc with delicate filaments of spun sugar radiating from its center like a web. He placed it on the table. "I've been working on something. The sugar matrix conducts and detects magical energy. This," he tapped the disc, "is tuned to detect dark magic. Specifically, the kind of dark magic I feel from Quirrell's turban. I've placed 3 of these near the third-floor corridor. If anything with that signature passes within 20 feet, this one will warm up." He touched the disc. It was cool, inert, a transparent circle of nothing. "Right now, nothing. But when Quirrell moves, I'll know." Hermione stared at the disc. "You built a dark magic detector out of candy. Sugar crystal, technically. But yes, that shouldn't be possible. And yet..." She picked up the disc and held it to the light, examining the internal structure with the intensity of a girl who is going to understand this technology or die trying. "The principles, the magical conductivity, the signature tuning, this isn't in any book I've read. This is new. You've invented something genuinely new. We've invented something new. You helped with the resonance calibration, remember? And Bodo provided the Oompa Loompa craft framework. And Dad designed the crystalline structure. It's not mine. It's ours. It's still extraordinary." Harry shrugged. In the factory, extraordinary was Tuesday. Christmas approached. The castle emptied as students left for home. Ron was staying, his parents were visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, and Hermione was going home to her dentist parents. Neville was going to his grandmother. "Come to the factory for Christmas," Harry said to Ron, on the last day of term. "Seriously?" My dad would love to meet you, and the Oompa Loompas throw the best Christmas party you've ever seen. Ron's eyes went wide. Are you serious? Your dad wouldn't mind. He'd be thrilled. He doesn't get many visitors. Ron scribbled a quick letter to his mum, who responded the same day with enthusiastic permission and a knitted jumper she'd apparently been making for Harry since she'd heard about him from the twins. Because Molly Weasley did not require formal introductions before deciding someone needed knitwear, and on December 20th, Harry and Ron and the three Oompa Loompas took the Hogwarts Express south. Wonka was waiting at King's Cross. He was wearing a coat the color of Christmas holly and a top hat with a sprig of mistletoe stuck in the band, and when Harry stepped off the train, Wonka picked him up, actually picked up his 11-year-old son, who was getting too tall for this and didn't care, and held him. You've grown, Wonka said, setting Harry down. It's been 3 months. You've grown 3 months' worth. Who's this? Ron Weasley. My best mate. He's spending Christmas with us. Wonka looked at Ron. Ron looked at Wonka. The chocolatier extended a hand and said, with the particular warmth he reserved for people his son valued, "Welcome, Ron. I understand your father has tried to inspect my factory." Ron went crimson. He didn't mean to, well, he did mean to, but he's just curious about. I respect curiosity. Tell your father he's welcome to visit. After the holidays. Now, who wants to ride a glass elevator? Ron looked at Harry. Harry grinned. The great glass elevator ride to the factory was the single greatest experience of Ron Weasley's life to that point, and he said so, repeatedly, at increasing volume. As the glass box hurtled through the sky over England at a speed that turned the landscape into a watercolor blur. This is amazing. This is the most amazing thing that's ever. Is that a cloud? Did we just go through a cloud? We go through lots of clouds, Harry said casually, leaning against the glass wall. The elevator doesn't really recognize the concept of obstacles. How fast are we going? Dad, how fast are we going? Unclear, said Wonka. The speedometer broke years ago. I think we exceeded its range. What? They arrived at the factory. The gates opened. And Ron Weasley stepped into the Wonka chocolate factory and stopped breathing for approximately 8 seconds. The chocolate room first. That was tradition. All visitors saw the chocolate room first, because it was the factory's heart and Wonka believed in leading with your best. Ron stood on the sugar grass, staring at the chocolate river, the candy trees, the edible landscape that stretched in every direction, and his face did the thing that every face did the first time they saw it. Complete, childlike, uncomplicated wonder. Eat anything you want, Wonka said. Everything in this room is edible. Even me, technically, though I wouldn't recommend it. Ron ate. He ate sugar grass, mint, and toffee bark, butterscotch, and a gummy bush, strawberry, and a piece of chocolate straight from the river, scooped in his hands, warm and rich and better than anything he'd ever tasted. I never want to leave, Ron said, his face smeared with chocolate, sitting on the sugar grass with the expression of a boy who has found religion. That's what everyone says, Harry said, sitting beside him. And then Dad shows them the inventing room, and they change their mind, because the inventing room is terrifying. More terrifying than this is wonderful? Different. This is the dream. The inventing room is where the dreams get made, and the process involves a lot of explosions. Christmas at the factory was everything Harry had promised and more. The Oompa Loompas decorated every corridor, every room, every surface with decorations that were, naturally, entirely edible. Garlands of spun sugar. Baubles of hardened toffee. A Christmas tree in the chocolate room that was 20 feet tall and made entirely of dark chocolate, decorated with candied fruits and tiny Oompa Loompa figures that sang carols when you tapped them. Ron was given a guest room, a warm, cozy space above the factory floor, with a bed made of marshmallow, structurally sound, Wonka assured him, and a window that looked out over the chocolate room. He spent the first night convinced he was dreaming and the second night convinced he had died and gone to heaven. On Christmas morning, there were presents. Wonka had made Harry a new set of candy crafting tools, precision instruments of brass and crystal, each one engraved with a tiny W. The Oompa Loompas gave Harry a cloak they had woven from Loompa Land silk, light as air, tough as steel. The color of midnight, with a hood that framed his face in shadow when raised. "It's beautiful," Harry said, running the fabric through his fingers. It was warm to the touch, alive with Oompa Loompa craft. "It will protect you," Bodo said. The silk of Loompaland turns aside cold, rain, and, in our experience, the claws of a moderately sized hornswoggler. That's specific. We are a specific people. Ron received a Wonka gift basket containing one of every product the factory made, which he opened with trembling hands and treated with the reverence of a holy artifact. He also received the knitted jumper from his mum, Maroon, with a large R, which he put on immediately and wore over his pajamas with the comfortable familiarity of a boy who knew exactly how loved he was. Harry received a package with no name on it. Just brown paper, plainly wrapped, with a note that said, "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." Inside was a cloak. Not Oompa Loompa silk, something else entirely. Silvery, fluid, it flowed through Harry's hands like liquid mercury, and when he threw it over his shoulders and looked down, his body had vanished. An invisibility cloak. Whoa, Ron breathed. "Harry, do you know how rare those are?" "They're practically legendary." Harry examined the cloak with the careful, analytical eye of a born inventor. "The magic in this is old. Very old. It's not an enchantment layered on top of a material. The material is the magic. They're inseparable." He ran the fabric through his fingers. "This isn't a regular invisibility cloak. Regular ones fade over time. This feels permanent." He looked at the note again. "Your father left this in my possession." James Potter's cloak, held by someone who didn't sign their name. Harry knew who had sent it. The handwriting was distinctive, elegant, looping, the kind of penmanship that belonged to someone who had been writing for a very long time. Dumbledore. Why? Why give him this now? What was the game? Harry folded the cloak carefully and put it in his trunk, next to the Loompaland silk cloak the Oompa Loompas had given him. 2 cloaks. One from his birth family, one from his chosen family. He would use both. That evening, after Christmas dinner, a spectacular feast prepared by the Oompa Loompas, featuring dishes from 4 continents, 17 types of chocolate, and a cacao pudding that made Ron cry for the 2nd time that week. Harry and Wonka sat together in the apartment above the factory floor, just the 2 of them, the way they'd sat together 1,000 times before. "Show me," Wonka said. Harry showed him. The sugar matrix. The magic conducting crystal. The dark magic detector. The notes, the theories, the diagrams. Everything he'd built and learned and discovered in 3 months at Hogwarts. Wonka listened. He examined the sugar crystal, holding it up to the light, rotating it slowly, his violet eyes reflecting its transparency. He read the notes. He asked questions, sharp, precise, technical questions that probed the theory's weak points and Harry's assumptions. Then he set down the crystal and looked at his son. "You know what you've made," Wonka said. "A magical conductor. No, you've made a bridge. Between my world and theirs. Between science and magic. Between Muggle engineering and wizarding power. This," he held up the crystal, "this is the thing they said was impossible. This is a squib's answer to the wand." His voice cracked on the last word. Just slightly. Just enough for Harry to hear. "Dad, I spent my whole life building wonders with my hands because they told me I couldn't use magic. I built this factory. I built things that amazed the world. But there was always a wall. Between what I could do and what they could do. Between my world and theirs." He held the crystal up. "You've broken the wall, Harry." Harry felt his throat tighten. "We broke it together." Wonka smiled. It was his real smile. Not the public smile, not the showman smile, but the private one that only Harry and the Oompa Loompas ever saw. The smile of a man who had been alone for a very long time and was still getting used to not being alone anymore. "Yes," Wonka said. "We did." They worked through the night. Father and son, side by side in the inventing room, refining the sugar matrix, testing its properties, building prototypes. By morning, They had created 3 new devices, a sugar crystal lens refined and polished that allowed the wearer to see magical signatures, enchantments, and hidden magical objects. Harry called it the Revealer. A sugar crystal communicator, 2 small discs, paired, that could transmit voice across any distance by channeling magical energy through the sugar matrix. Better than all post. Instantaneous. Harry called them whisper discs. And a sugar crystal storage device, a small jar of crystal that could absorb, store, and later release magical energy. A magical battery. Harry didn't name this one. He just held it and felt the weight of what it meant. A way to store magic. A way to give magic to someone who didn't have it. He looked at Wonka. Wonka looked at the jar. Neither of them spoke. The implications hung in the air between them, too large and too important for words. Not yet, Wonka said quietly. It's not ready yet. The storage capacity is too low. The release mechanism is too crude. But it's a start. It's a start. They put the jar away. They hugged. They went to bed at 4 in the morning and slept until noon, and when they woke, Ron was in the chocolate room eating sugar grass for breakfast, and the Oompa Loompas were singing a song about a boy who stayed up too late and was visited by the spirit of responsible bedtimes, which was less a threat and more a gentle public health announcement set to a bossa nova rhythm. The rest of the holiday passed in a blur of warmth, invention, and chocolate. Ron was absorbed into the factory's rhythm with the easy adaptability of a boy from a large, chaotic family. He helped the Oompa Loompas on the production line, learned 3 words of their language, all related to food, and ate approximately his body weight in Wonka products over the course of 10 days. On the last night, Harry sat with Wonka in the chocolate room, watching the river flow, and said, "Something's going to happen at Hogwarts before the year ends. Something big. The thing in Quirrell's turban is going to make a move for the stone, and when it does, I'll have to be ready." Wonka was quiet for a long time. The river flowed. The candy trees rustled in a breeze that came from nowhere and everywhere. "Are you asking for my permission?" Wonka said. "No. I'm asking for your trust. You've had my trust since the day I picked up that phone. Then trust me to handle this. I know what I'm doing. I have my friends, the Oompa Loompas, the candy, the crystal, the cloak. I have everything I need. You have more than everything you need. You have too much, and too much is almost as dangerous as too little." Wonka looked at his son. "Be smart, Harry. Not just clever smart. There's a difference. Clever is solving the puzzle. Smart is knowing which puzzles are worth solving. Is a dark wizard hiding on the back of a teacher's head a puzzle worth solving? When he's in a school full of children? Yes. When he's the same dark wizard who killed your parents? Absolutely yes." Harry leaned against his father's shoulder. Wonka put his arm around him. They sat like that, father and son, beside a river of chocolate in a factory of wonders, and the night was quiet around them. "Come home safe," Wonka said. "I will. I mean it, Harry. Come home safe, or I will drive the glass elevator through every wall of that castle until I find you. I know you will. The Oompa Loompas will sing. It will be unpleasant for everyone involved." "I know, Dad." "Good." They went to bed. In the morning, Harry and Ron took the glass elevator back to King's Cross and boarded the Hogwarts Express for the return journey. Harry sat in the compartment, watching England roll past the window, the whisper disc in his pocket warm against his thigh, a direct line to Wonka, anywhere, anytime. He was ready. The pieces were in place. The mystery was almost solved. All he needed now was for Quirrell to make his move. The sugar crystal detector in his pocket was cool. For now. Chapter 4. The Great Glass Elevator. January 8 February alive, and February gnawed on March, and Harry felt the year accelerating beneath him like a broom picking up speed in a dive. The castle was changing, or maybe he was changing, and the castle was just reflecting it back. Corridors that had seemed enormous in September felt familiar now, mapped in his muscle memory. Their secret passages catalogued and filed alongside the Oompa Loompa songs and candy formulas that filled his mind like a library with no organizing principle except useful and not yet useful. The sugar crystal detector stayed cool through January. Cool through February. Harry carried it everywhere, jacket pocket right side, next to the whisper disc and 2 fizzing phantoms and a strip of mood taffy he kept for emergencies. He checked it the way other people checked watches, compulsively, absently, a habit worn smooth by repetition. Cool. 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 Quirrell taught defense against the dark arts with the same stuttering, garlic-scented performance he'd maintained all year. Harry attended every class, sat in the front row, watched the professor's hands and eyes and turban with the patient focus of a predator who has identified prey and is simply waiting for it to move. The wrongness was still there, the doubled presence, the cold undertow of dark magic that made Harry's scar prickle, but Quirrell was holding. Whatever was inside him was patient, too. 2 hunters, watching each other across a classroom, waiting for the other to blink. Harry didn't blink. He had other things to do. The sugar matrix research had exploded over the Christmas break, and Harry returned to Hogwarts with 3 working prototypes, a head full of new theories, and the particular manic energy of a Wonka who has tasted a breakthrough and wants more. The revealer lens was his primary tool now. He wore it on a cord around his neck, tucked under his shirt, and when he raised it to his eye, the world transformed into a landscape of magical signatures and hidden enchantments that took his breath away every time. Hogwarts, seen through the revealer, was astonishing. Every stone was layered with magic, centuries of enchantments, wards, charms, and hexes woven into the fabric of the building like geological strata. The moving staircases ran on visible rivers of golden energy. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall was a complex web of interconnected illusion charms, each one feeding into the next, a self-sustaining magical ecosystem that updated itself in real time based on the actual sky above. The portraits were tethered to the walls by thin threads of silver magic that Harry realized were a form of soul anchoring, not full souls, just imprints, memories given form and autonomy by the castle's ambient power. He documented everything. His notebooks, he was on his 4th, the previous 3 filled cover to cover and sent to Wonka for analysis, were becoming an encyclopedia of applied magical theory, written in the coded shorthand only he and his father could read. Hermione had seen the notebooks and spent an entire evening trying to crack the code before admitting defeat with the particular grace of someone who considers the existence of a code she can't break to be a personal affront. It's not a code, Harry told her. It's a language. Half Oompa Loompa, half Wonka shorthand, half invented notation. That's 3 halves. We're not great at fractions. The whisper discs were a revelation. Harry and Wonka talked every night, not by owl, not by letter, but in real time, the small sugar crystal disc warming against his palm as his father's voice came through, clear and close. As if Wonka were sitting next to him instead of 200 miles south in a chocolate factory. The revealer shows magical signatures as colors, Harry told Wonka one night, lying in bed with the curtains drawn, the whisper disc cupped in his hand, speaking barely above a murmur. Every wizard has a unique color. Hermione's is this bright amber, like honey, but alive. Ron's is a deep blue, sort of electric. Neville's is green, like forest green, and it's brighter than he thinks it is. He's got more power than anyone gives him credit for. And yours? Wonka asked, his voice slightly tinny through the crystal, but unmistakably his. I can't see my own. The revealer doesn't work on the user. It's calibrated to external signatures. Hermione saw hers in a mirror once when I let her use it, but I haven't tried that yet. You should. Self-knowledge is the foundation of everything. You sound like Bodo. Bodo is a wise man. What about the professors? What do their signatures look like? Dumbledore's is white. Pure white, blindingly bright. The most powerful signature I've seen. McGonagall's is silver, structured, precise, like machinery. Flitwick's is gold, warm, with these intricate patterns that shift when he casts. Snape's is, Harry paused. Snape's is interesting. It's dark, not dark magic dark, just dark colored. Deep purple, almost black. But there are these threads of something else running through it. Something lighter. Like he's carrying 2 things at once. Grief, Wonka said. Grief looks like that, in my experience. Dark with threads of what was lost. Harry was quiet for a moment. And Quirrell. What does Quirrell look like? That's the thing. Through the revealer, Quirrell doesn't have one signature. He is two. One is pale, washed out, barely there. That's Quirrell himself. The other is. Harry swallowed. Red. Dark red. Like old blood. And it moves independently of Quirrell. It's not part of him. It's attached to him. Parasitic. Feeding off his magical energy to sustain itself. The whisper disc was silent for a long beat. You're describing possession, Wonka said. Textbook magical possession. The parasite uses the host's magic as a food source while maintaining its own consciousness and will. That's exactly what Bodo said. He called it a kava kava, the Oompa Loompa term for a jungle parasite that attaches to large animals and slowly drains them. He says the treatment is to starve the parasite by isolating the host from ambient magical energy. That's not practical in a castle made of magic. No, but it confirms what we suspected. Voldemort, or whatever's left of him, is living on Quirrell, feeding on him, using him. And he wants the stone because the elixir of life would give him a body again. A real body. Independent. Harry. Yeah. Be very, very careful. I am. Be more careful. The thing you're describing, a fragment of a dark wizard, sustained by parasitic attachment, driven by the need for physical restoration, that's not just dangerous. It's desperate. Desperate things are unpredictable. Harry touched his scar. It was quiet tonight. I know, Dad. I know. They talked for another hour about the sugar matrix, about a new fudge recipe Wonka was developing, about the twins' latest project, a sweet that made you sneeze in different colors, which was funnier than it sounded and had significant potential as a party product. Normal things. Father and son things. The anchor that kept Harry tethered to who he was in a castle full of people trying to decide who he should be. He fell asleep with the whisper disc warm in his hand and dreamed of chocolate rivers and flying and a red light in the darkness that pulsed like a heartbeat. The Mirror of Erised found him on a Tuesday night in late January. He wasn't looking for it. He was looking for information. Specifically, he was using the invisibility cloak to explore the castle after hours, mapping sections he hadn't been able to access during the day. The revealer lens showed him hidden doors and sealed passages that the castle's magic usually concealed, and Harry, who had inherited both Wonka's compulsive curiosity and the Oompa Loompas' fearless approach to uncharted territory, couldn't resist investigating. The room was abandoned, dusty, a forgotten classroom on the 4th floor. The mirror stood against the far wall, tall and ornate, with an inscription carved across the top in reversed lettering that Harry read without difficulty. Years of Wonka's mirror writing codes had made him fluent in reverse text. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Harry stood in front of the mirror and looked. He expected to see the factory. He expected to see Wonka, the Oompa Loompas, the chocolate room, the life he loved and missed. He expected to see himself, older maybe, building impossible things, the sugar matrix fully developed, magic and science united. He didn't see any of that. He saw his parents. Not Wonka. Not the Oompa Loompas. James and Lily Potter, standing behind him in the mirror, their hands on his shoulders. James, messy black hair, glasses, a grin that Harry recognized because it lived on his own face. Lily, red hair, green eyes, his eyes, a smile so warm it hurt to look at. They were proud. He could see that. Whatever the mirror was drawing from his deepest heart, it included the image of parents who were proud of him, who loved him, who had known him for 15 months and died for him and were, in whatever afterlife the mirror could access or imagine, proud of who he'd become. Harry stood very still. The mirror showed him more, other figures, standing further back. Family. Potters, probably. People he'd never met, never known, an entire lineage of faces that had his jaw or his hair or his mother's nose. A family he'd been born into and ripped from, a family that existed only in a mirror's illusion and a scar on his forehead. He felt the tears on his face before he realized he was crying. It's not real, he whispered to himself. They're not real. But the ache was real. The longing was real. The small, quiet, carefully sealed part of Harry Wonka that had always known he was missing something, not Wonka's love, which was vast and genuine, not the Oompa Loompas' warmth, which was constant, but the specific, irreplaceable thing that was biological parents who were alive and loved you. That thing. That absence. The mirror found it and showed it to him, and it hurt in a way that no candy could fix. He stood there for a long time. Then he wiped his face, straightened his back, and looked at the mirror one more time. He looked at James and Lily Potter, and he said, aloud in the empty room, I'm okay. I'm loved. I have a dad and a family and a home. I wish you were here, but I'm okay. The figures in the mirror smiled. It might have been his imagination. It might have been the magic. It didn't matter. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak over his head and left the room. He went back the next night. He couldn't help it. The pull was gravitational, inevitable, like the pull of a mystery or the pull of a new candy formula that wasn't quite right yet. He sat cross-legged in front of the mirror and looked at his parents and felt the bittersweet ache and didn't try to make it stop. The third night, someone was waiting for him. Dumbledore was sitting on a desk near the mirror, long legs crossed, half-moon spectacles glinting in the moonlight. He looked as if he'd been there for hours, or possibly had never been anywhere else. Good evening, Harry, he said. Harry didn't jump. He was wearing the invisibility cloak, which meant Dumbledore could see through it, or had some other means of detecting his presence. Either way, hiding was pointless. He pulled the cloak off. Professor, I see you've found the Mirror of Erised. I have. And what do you see? Harry looked at the old wizard. Dumbledore's expression was warm, grandfatherly, a perfect performance of benevolent curiosity. But Harry had the revealer lens around his neck, and he'd looked at Dumbledore through it enough times to know what lay beneath the performance, a mind like a chess computer, always thinking 12 moves ahead, always calculating. I see my parents, Harry said. There was no point in lying. James and Lily Potter. They're standing behind me. Something moved behind Dumbledore's eyes. A flicker. Pain, maybe, or guilt, quickly smoothed. The mirror shows us our deepest desire, Dumbledore said. Nothing more, nothing less. The happiest man on earth would look in the mirror and see himself, exactly as he is. So it shows you what you don't have. In essence, yes. That's cruel. Dumbledore tilted his head. How so? Showing people what they can never have. Letting them sit here, night after night, staring at an illusion. People have probably gone mad in front of this mirror. Wasted away, staring at something that isn't real and can never be real. You are not wrong. The mirror has claimed many victims. Then why is it here? In a school? Where children can find it. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. Not unkindly, but with the focused attention of a man who has just heard something he didn't expect. You sound like your father. Which one? Another flicker. This time Harry was certain it was guilt. Mr. Wonka, Dumbledore said. I imagine he would have strong opinions about the presence of psychologically dangerous artifacts in an educational institution. He'd have the mirror dismantled and the components analyzed for potential candy applications within 24 hours, but yes, strong opinions covers it. Dumbledore almost laughed. The half-laugh of a man who appreciates wit even when it's aimed at him. The mirror will be moved soon. It has a role to play elsewhere. But Harry, I must ask you not to go looking for it again. I wasn't planning to. No, I've seen what I needed to see. My parents are gone. They loved me. I know that. I don't need a mirror to tell me, and I don't need to keep staring at it until the wanting eats me alive. Harry tucked the invisibility cloak under his arm. The mirror shows what you don't have. I prefer to focus on what I do have, and what I do have is pretty extraordinary. Dumbledore studied him. The twinkling eyes were steady now, intense, the full weight of that legendary intellect focused on an 11-year-old boy standing in a moonlit classroom. You are not what I expected, Harry. People keep saying that. What I mean, is that you were supposed to be different. The plans I made, the preparations, the path I envisioned for you, none of them accounted for a chocolate factory and a man in a purple coat. The plans you made, Harry repeated. For me. For the wizarding world. You are important, Harry. More important than you know. There is a prophecy. I know about the prophecy. Dumbledore went very still. My dad did research, Harry said. When he adopted me, he wanted to understand what he was getting into. He has contacts not in the wizarding world, but in the spaces between worlds. The Oompa Loompa network is older and wider than you'd think. He pieced it together. The prophecy. Voldemort. Me. All of it. And he told you. When I was old enough to understand. He doesn't believe in keeping secrets from family. Dumbledore's face was doing something Harry had never seen on it before, the careful, controlled expression of a master strategist realizing that a piece he considered stationary has been moving on its own for 10 years. Then you understand, Dumbledore said, slowly, that Voldemort will return. That he will seek you out. That there will be a confrontation, a final one, and that you are the only one who can. I understand that a prophecy exists. I understand that Voldemort believes in it, which is what gives it power. I understand that he'll come for me eventually, yes. Then you understand why you need guidance. Training. Preparation. I understand why you think I need your guidance. But Professor, with respect, you left me on a doorstep with people who didn't want me. You planned to have me raised in misery because you thought suffering would make me strong, or humble, or pliable. You envisioned a path for me that started with abuse and ended with sacrifice, and you called it necessary. The room was very quiet. The mirror gleamed. Dumbledore's reflection showed an old man alone. My dad raised me to think for myself, Harry said. To question everything, especially the people who seem most certain they're right. You're brilliant, Professor. You might be the most powerful wizard alive. But you're not always right, and the fact that you think you're is the most dangerous thing about you. Dumbledore said nothing for a long, long time. Then, you're remarkably like your mother. I'll take that as a compliment. It is one. Lily was the only student who ever made me question whether I was doing the right thing. He paused. She was usually correct that I wasn't. And now? And now I have her son, who has been raised by a squib chocolatier, educated by Oompa Loompas, and is carrying what appears to be a dark magic detector made of sugar. He glanced at Harry's pocket, where the crystal disc was faintly visible through the fabric. Yes, I noticed. Remarkable invention, by the way. How does it work? Trade secret. Of course. Dumbledore stood, unfolding himself from the desk with the grace of a much younger man. Harry, I will not pretend that I don't wish things had gone differently. I had a plan. It was, I believed, a good plan. It would have produced a specific kind of hero, tempered by hardship, bound by love for a world that had never loved him back, willing to sacrifice because he had little to lose. That's horrifying. In retrospect, yes. What I have instead is a boy who is loved, confident, powerful, inventive, surrounded by allies, and utterly unwilling to be controlled. This is, from a strategic standpoint, much more difficult to work with. Is that your way of saying I'm a problem? It's my way of saying you are an unknown variable, and I am an old man who has spent too long believing he could control the equation. Dumbledore moved toward the door. I will not try to control you, Harry. I suspect I couldn't if I tried. But I will ask you to trust me, when the time comes, even if you don't agree with me. Trust is earned, Professor. Then I will endeavor to earn it. Good night, Harry. He left. The door closed softly. The mirror gleamed in the empty room, showing nothing now, just a dusty classroom and moonlight. Harry stood alone with his reflection, just his reflection, no parents, no desire, just a boy with green eyes and a scar and a pocket full of impossible candy, and felt something settle inside him. Not resolution, exactly. More like clarity. The clarity of knowing where you stand and who stands with you and who doesn't. He raised the whisper disc to his lips. Dad. A pause. Then, sleepy. Harry? It's 2 a.m. I know. I just talked to Dumbledore. A rustle. Wonka sitting up in bed, fully awake now. Tell me everything. Harry told him everything. The mirror. The conversation. The prophecy. Dumbledore's admission. Every word, every nuance, every shift in the old wizard's expression. Wonka listened without interrupting, which was unusual for him and indicated the seriousness with which he was treating the information. When Harry finished, Wonka was quiet for a long time. He's not a villain, Wonka said finally. I want him to be a villain. It would be simpler. But he's not. He's a man who believes he knows what's best and has the power to enforce that belief, and those are the most dangerous people in the world, not because they're evil, but because they're right enough to be convincing and wrong enough to cause catastrophic damage. So what do? What you've been doing. Be yourself. Be brilliant. Be kind. Don't let him move you around the board like a chess piece. And when the time comes, when whatever's in that turban makes its move, handle it your way. Not his way. Yours. The Wonka way. The Harry way. You've outgrown me, kid. You just don't know it yet. I haven't outgrown you. Don't be ridiculous. I'm never ridiculous. I'm occasionally theatrical, but that's different. A pause. I love you, Harry. Love you too, Dad. Go back to sleep. I was in the middle of a very good dream about a new type of caramel that could sing opera. That sounds like a nightmare. Your lack of vision is disappointing. Good night. Good night, Dad. The whisper disc went cool. Harry tucked it into his pocket, pulled the invisibility cloak over himself, and walked back to Gryffindor Tower through the sleeping castle, his footsteps silent on the ancient stone. March brought the second Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, which Harry won in 15 minutes with a diving catch that made Oliver would propose marriage. March also brought exams, which Hermione was preparing for with the intensity of a general planning a military campaign, and which Harry was approaching with the relaxed confidence of someone who had been doing applied magical theory since age 5 and found written tests somewhat beside the point. March also brought the ministry. The letter arrived at breakfast on a gray Wednesday morning, delivered by a ministry owl, a pompous-looking eagle owl that landed on the Gryffindor table, knocked over a jug of pumpkin juice, and extended its leg with the bureaucratic disdain of an organization that considered itself above table manners. The letter was addressed to Albus Dumbledore, but copies went to Harry and, Harry later learned, to Wonka at the factory. It was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Office of Magical Creature Regulation, Subdepartment of Unclassified Beings, and it read, Dear Mr. Dumbledore, it has come to our attention that 3 beings of unknown classification, referred to as Oompa Loompas, are currently residing at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as companions to student Harry J. Wonka. As these beings do not appear in any ministry registry of magical creatures, beings, or spirits, their presence at a school for underage wizards raises significant regulatory concerns. An inspection team will arrive at Hogwarts on March 15th to assess the beings and determine appropriate classification. Pending this assessment, the beings may be subject to temporary removal and containment. Regards, Dolores J., Umbridge Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it very carefully, placed it on the table, and said, in a voice that was perfectly calm and absolutely terrifying, No. Ron, who was eating toast, stopped mid-bite. Hermione looked up from her textbook. Neville paused with Trevor halfway to his lap. At the end of the table, Fred and George exchanged a glance that said this is going to be good. Harry, Hermione said carefully. They want to take the Oompa Loompas. Classify them. Contain them. He said the word contain the way most people said murder. They're calling them beings of unknown classification. They're not beings of unknown classification. They're my family. Behind him, Bodo stood very still. The old Oompa Loompa had heard the letter read aloud, and his face was set in an expression Harry recognized from Bodo's stories about Loompaland, the expression of a people who had been threatened by larger, hungrier things for generations and had learned to stand their ground. They can't just take them, Neville said, looking horrified. Can they? The ministry can do whatever it wants if it thinks it has jurisdiction, Hermione said, and her voice had gone flat and hard in a way Harry had never heard from her before. Magical creature law is a mess. Beings, beasts, and spirits, that's the classification system, and if you don't fit into one of those categories, the ministry can declare you unclassified and subject you to assessment, which is a polite word for imprisonment, Harry said. Basically. Harry pulled out the whisper disc. He didn't care that it was breakfast, that the Great Hall was full, that 600 students and a dozen professors could hear him. He spoke clearly, firmly, into the crystal. "Dad." The disc warmed. Wonka's voice came through, small but distinct. "I got the letter. I'm already on my way." "How far out?" 42 minutes by elevator. "I left the second the owl arrived." "What's the play?" "Legal challenge. The Oompa Loompas are Muggle World residents under my guardianship. The Ministry has no jurisdiction over non-magical beings in Muggle contexts, and the Oompa Loompas have never been part of the wizarding world. They can't classify what isn't theirs to classify." "Will that hold?" "It'll hold long enough. I've also contacted a lawyer, Muggle side, which means the Ministry won't know what hit them. If they want to play bureaucracy, they'll find out that the Wonka Corporation has a legal team that eats regulatory agencies for breakfast." Several students nearby were staring. A first-year Ravenclaw had dropped her spoon. At the head table, Dumbledore was reading his own copy of the Ministry letter with an expression that was carefully neutral, but, if you knew how to read it, distinctly unhappy. "There's something else," Wonka said, through the disc. "The name on that letter. Dolores Umbridge. I know that name. She's been involved in anti-creature legislation for years, werewolf restrictions, centaur territory reductions, house elf labor deregulation. She's not interested in classification. She's interested in control." "Then this isn't about the Oompa Loompas. It's about you. You're the boy who lived, Harry, whether you like the title or not. You're politically valuable. And right now, you're outside Ministry influence, raised by a Muggle World squib, educated at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's protection, surrounded by unclassified beings who answer to you and not to them. Umbridge is testing the perimeter, seeing what she can take." Harry looked at Bodo. Bodo looked back. Between them passed a communication that didn't need words, the understanding of two people who had been family for a decade and would fight for each other without hesitation. "She's not taking anyone," Harry said. "No," Wonka agreed. "She is not." The great glass elevator arrived at Hogwarts at 9:47 in the morning, descending from the sky with the casual majesty of a soap bubble the size of a car. It landed on the front lawn, directly in front of the main entrance, in full view of approximately 200 students who were supposed to be in classes and had found urgent reasons to be near windows instead. Willy Wonka stepped out of the elevator, wearing a coat the color of a storm cloud and a top hat that had, Harry noticed, been polished to a mirror shine. War paint, in Wonka terms. The man dressed up when he meant business. He was not alone. Beside him, matching his long strides with 3 of their own, were 12 Oompa Loompas. Not factory workers, these were elders, the senior council of the Oompa Loompa community. Men and women who had led their people through the horrors of Loompaland and the upheaval of relocation, and who carried themselves with a gravity that made their small stature irrelevant. They were dressed in traditional Loompaland ceremonial garb, dark leather, woven cacao fiber, intricate beadwork and patterns that told the history of their tribe. They looked, Harry thought, magnificent. Harry met them at the entrance. He hugged Wonka, nodded to the elders, and fell into step beside his father as they walked through the castle to Dumbledore's office. "Nice entrance," Harry said. "I considered crashing through the ceiling of the Great Hall, but I thought that might undermine the legal strategy. Restraint. I'm impressed. Don't get used to it." Dumbledore was waiting in his office, behind his desk, with Professor McGonagall beside him. The office was circular, filled with strange silver instruments, and the walls were lined with portraits of previous headmasters, all of whom were pretending to sleep and clearly eavesdropping. "Mr. Wonka," Dumbledore said, "welcome to Hogwarts. I wish the circumstances were more pleasant." "So do I. But since they're not, what's your position?" Dumbledore folded his hands. "The Ministry's request is, technically, within their legal authority. The Regulation of Magical Creatures Act of 1965 gives the department the right to classify any being, beast, or spirit found within the jurisdiction of the magical world. The Oompa Loompas are not within the jurisdiction of the magical world. They are residents of the Wonka Factory, a Muggle World establishment, here as my son's personal attendants under my guardianship. The moment they entered Hogwarts, they entered magical jurisdiction. Then they entered as guests. Guests cannot be detained and classified. International Wizarding Law, the Liechtenstein Conventions, 1803, establishes protections for non-magical beings entering magical spaces in an accompaniment capacity. Dumbledore's eyebrow rose. McGonagall's lips twitched with what might have been a suppressed smile. "You've done your research," Dumbledore said. "I've had 10 years to prepare for someone trying to take my family. Did you think I wouldn't be ready? Honestly, I hoped it wouldn't come to this. And yet here we are." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Here we are. Mr. Wonka, I want you to understand I do not support the Ministry's action. The Oompa Loompas have been exemplary guests. They have been kind to the students, helpful to the staff, and their medical chocolates have single-handedly reduced visits to the hospital wing by 40%. Madame Pomfrey is, I believe, considering hiring Naya permanently. Then stand with us. When the inspectors arrive, tell them the Oompa Loompas are here under your protection. If I do that, I am directly opposing the Ministry. That has consequences for me, for the school, for Harry. If you don't do that, you're handing my family to Dolores Umbridge. That has consequences too." The two men looked at each other. Wonka in his Stormcloud coat, tall and angular and burning with the fierce protectiveness of a father defending his own. Dumbledore in his silver robes, ancient and powerful and calculating the cost of every possible move. Harry watched them both and saw the moment Dumbledore made his decision. It was in the eyes, a subtle shift, a recalculation, the chess master adjusting his strategy around a piece that refused to stay where he put it. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "The Oompa Loompas are here as guests of Hogwarts, under my protection. I will inform the Ministry that any inspection must be conducted with full respect for their autonomy and dignity, and that no containment will occur on school grounds." "Thank you," said Wonka. "Don't thank me yet. Umbridge will not accept this gracefully. I'm counting on it." Graceless opponents make mistakes. The Ministry inspection team arrived on March 15th, exactly as promised. 3 officials in gray robes, armed with clipboards, and the particular bureaucratic smugness of people who believe that authority and rightness are the same thing. They were met at the gate by Dumbledore, Wonka, Harry, the 12 Oompa Loompa elders, and, because word had gotten around and Hogwarts students were nothing if not loyal to a good cause, approximately 150 students who had decided, independently and without any coordination that could be proven in a court of law, to stand in the entrance courtyard as a silent, visible show of support. The inspection lasted 4 hours. The officials attempted to interview the Oompa Loompas, who responded in their native language with elaborate politeness that translated, roughly, to extremely creative suggestions about what the officials could do with their clipboards. The officials attempted to perform classification spells, which the Oompa Loompa elders deflected using craft techniques that the officials' spells couldn't identify, counter, or even properly detect. The officials attempted to invoke the Regulation of Magical Creatures Act, and Wonka's lawyer, a terrifying woman named Margaretchen who had appeared at the castle that morning by means Wonka declined to explain, buried them in a cascade of Muggle world legal precedents, international magical conventions, and a 12-page brief arguing that the Ministry's entire classification framework was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of personhood that would not survive a challenge in the International Confederation of Wizards. By the time the officials left, they were pale, confused, and carrying a counterclaim from the Wonka Corporation that threatened to bring the entire issue before both Muggle and magical courts simultaneously, which was a legal nightmare of such proportions that the official supervisor, upon reading the brief, reportedly sat in silence for 10 minutes and then went home for the day. Dolores Umbridge sent a furious letter. Wonka framed it. The Oompa Loompas stayed. That night, there was a party in the Gryffindor common room. The Oompa Loompa elders sang, not a warning song or a lullaby, but a celebration song, an ancient Loompaland melody that had been sung when the tribe survived a great threat, a song about standing together against the things that would diminish you. The melody was complex, haunting, and beautiful, and the Gryffindor students, most of whom had never heard anything like it, listened in rapt silence, and when it ended, The common room erupted in applause. Harry stood with Wonka by the fire, watching the celebration, and felt something crack open in his chest, a joy so fierce it was almost painful, the joy of seeing the people you love stand tall and unafraid and win. "You should go," Harry told Wonka, and his voice was rough. "Back to the factory. Before the Oompa Loompas stage a coup while the elders are away. They wouldn't dare. They know what I'd do to the chocolate rations." Wonka pulled Harry into a hug. "I'm proud of you. I didn't do anything. You did the legal stuff. You did the hard part. You built a life here that people wanted to protect. You made this castle care about your Oompa Loompas. That's not nothing, Harry. That's everything." Wonka left the next morning, taking the elders with him, riding the glass elevator into a pale March sky while half of Gryffindor House waved from the windows. The sugar crystal whisper disc was warm in Harry's pocket, a direct line home. Always. April arrived. The sugar crystal detector in Harry's pocket got warm. Not hot. Not alarming. Just warm, the faintest increase in temperature, barely noticeable unless you were checking it compulsively, which Harry was. He was in the library when it happened, late on a Thursday evening, surrounded by books on magical theory and the remains of a study session with Hermione that had evolved, as their sessions always did, into a free-ranging conversation about the nature of magic and reality. Hermione had gone to bed. Harry was alone except for Bodo, who was reading a small Oompa Loompa text by the light of a candle. The disc warmed. Harry touched it. Warm. Slightly warm. Not an alarm, a signal. Something with the dark magic signature, he'd tuned it to had moved near the third-floor corridor. Not entered. Just moved near. "Bodo," Harry said. The Oompa Loompa looked up. He saw Harry's hand on the disc and understood immediately. Now. Not yet. He's probing. Testing. Seeing if anyone notices. Harry pulled out the revealer lens and held it to his eye. The library's ambient magic was a soft gold, the books humming with stored knowledge. But if he focused, pushed the lens's sensitivity higher, pulling on more of his own magic to power it, he could see further. Through walls. Through floors. A god's eye view of the castle's magical landscape. There. Third floor, right-hand side. A bright spot of red, Voldemort's signature, unmistakable, moving slowly along the corridor. Probing, as Harry had guessed. Testing the wards around the trapdoor. Retreating. The red spot faded. The detector cooled. "He's getting ready," Harry said. "He's mapping the defenses. Figuring out the timing. When? Soon. Days maybe. Weeks at most. He's been here all year, biding his time, and something's changed. Something's made him impatient." Harry thought about what Dumbledore had said, "The prophecy hasn't changed," and about what Wonka had said, "Desperate things are unpredictable," and about what he himself knew from a lifetime of working with volatile ingredients. You could stabilize almost anything, but you couldn't stabilize it forever. Eventually, the chemistry resolved. Eventually, the reaction happened. He wrote in his notebook, "Detector triggered. Quirrell/Voldemort probing third-floor defenses. Estimate 1 to 3 weeks before full attempt. Need to be ready. Need to understand the gauntlet. Need to figure out what Dumbledore's protection is. That's the last defense, the one Quirrell doesn't know how to bypass. Also, why now? What's changed? What's made Voldemort desperate enough to accelerate?" He closed the notebook and looked at Bodo. "I need to talk to Hagrid," he said. Hagrid's hut was warm and cluttered and smelled of dog Fong, a boarhound the size of a small horse who was terrified of everything, and smoke, from the fire, which Hagrid kept roaring year-round, even in spring. Hagrid himself was at his table, enormous and gentle, doing something with a large piece of leather that might have been mending a saddle, or might have been something else entirely. "Harry!" Hagrid's whole face lit up. "And Bodo. Come in, come in. Tea, please." "Hagrid, I have a question." "Ask away." "Fluffy. The three-headed dog. How do you get past him?" Hagrid's face fell. "Harry, I shouldn't be told you about Fluffy. That's between me and Dumbledore." "I know. But it's important. Someone is going to try to steal the stone, Hagrid. Soon. And I need to understand the protections. No one's gonna steal it. Dumbledore's protections are not Dumbledore I'm worried about. Have you told anyone else how to get past Fluffy? Anyone at all? Hagrid's face went through a series of expressions, confusion, defensiveness, and then, slowly, horribly, the dawn of memory. I might have. There was a stranger, down at the pub, couple months back. We got talkin'. He was interested in magical creatures, knew a lot, actually. Bought me a few drinks. And he had this dragon egg, Harry, a real dragon egg, and I've always wanted a dragon, you know that, and you told him about Fluffy. He asked about my work. I told him about the creatures I look after. And when I mentioned Fluffy, he asked how ya call him a three-headed dog, and I said, well, yeah, just play it music. Any music. Puts it right to sleep. Hagrid's voice had gone small. I shouldn't have said that, should I? The stranger. What did he look like? Kept his hood up. Didn't see his face properly. But he was nervous. Twitchy. Had a stutter. Harry felt the click of pieces falling into place, the satisfying, terrible click of a puzzle resolving into a picture you hoped you were wrong about. It's okay, Hagrid. It's not your fault. You were tricked by someone who knew exactly how to get to you. Who? Who'd want to, I can't tell you yet. But I will. Soon. Harry left Hagrid's hut with the final piece of the puzzle lodged in his mind like a splinter. Quirrell knew how to get past Fluffy. He'd been gathering intelligence all year, the pub, the classroom, the probing of the defenses. He had everything he needed. The only thing keeping him from acting was timing. Opportunity. A moment when Dumbledore wasn't watching. Harry walked back to the castle in the April twilight, the grounds pink and gold with the setting sun, and felt the weight of what was coming settle on his shoulders like a cloak. Not fear. He didn't do fear. But awareness. The sharp, clear awareness of standing on the edge of something, looking down, measuring the distance to the bottom. We need a plan, he told his friends that evening, in the common room, after ensuring they were alone. Quirrell knows how to get past Fluffy. He knows his own protection. He's been probing the others. When Dumbledore is away, and there will be a moment when Dumbledore is away, because Quirrell or Voldemort will manufacture one, he'll go for the stone. And we go after him? Ron said. We go after him. But not blind. We need to understand every protection in the gauntlet. Fluffy is music, Hagrid confirmed it. Sprout's contribution will be something botanical. Flitwick's will be charms-based. McGonagall's will be transfiguration. Snape's will be a potion puzzle. Quirrell's own protection, we can assume he's already bypassed. Dumbledore's is the unknown. That's 7 protections, Hermione said. Designed by some of the most brilliant magical minds in Britain. Designed to stop a specific kind of threat, a dark wizard using traditional dark magic. They weren't designed to stop a Wonka. Hermione looked at him. Ron looked at him. Neville, sitting quietly in the corner with Trevor, looked at him. What are you going to do? Neville asked. Harry reached into his jacket and pulled out a small velvet pouch. He opened it on the table. 3 candies rolled out small, opalescent, swirling with colors that shifted and changed like living things. The impossible candies. 3 of them. The most powerful things Wonka had ever made. I'm going to cheat, Harry said. He didn't use the impossible candies yet. They were the nuclear option, too powerful, too unpredictable, too precious to waste on preparation. He had 3. He might need them all for the gauntlet. He might need them for Voldemort himself. Instead, he prepared the old-fashioned way. The Wonka way. He gathered information. He built tools. He planned. Hermione researched Devil's Snare, Sprout's most likely contribution, and brewed a portable sunlight solution using principles Harry had developed for one of Wonka's glow-in-the-dark candies. Ron, who turned out to have a genius-level talent for chess that he'd been hiding behind his casual demeanor like a dagger behind a smile, began practicing wizarding chess with an intensity that surprised everyone, including himself. If McGonagall's protection is transfiguration-based, Harry reasoned, it could be anything. For Flitwick's charm protection, Harry crafted a set of sugar crystal keys, small, light, capable of detecting and disrupting enchantment-based locks. For Snape's potion puzzle, he packed a portable analysis kit, revealer lens modifications that could identify potion ingredients by magical signature. For Quirrell's protection, he assumed it was already bypassed and planned to walk through. For Dumbledore's, he packed everything he had and hoped it was enough. The detector got warm again on April 28th, and again on May 3rd, and again on May 10th. Each time warmer, closer, longer. Quirrell was running out of patience. Voldemort was running out of time. And Harry Wonka, in a trunk laboratory in Gryffindor Tower, surrounded by sugar crystal and candy and the quiet breathing of sleeping Oompa Loompas, was running out of everything except readiness. May was almost over. Exams were approaching. The detector was warm in his pocket almost constantly now, a low-grade fever of dark magic that pulsed against his thigh like a second heartbeat. Any day now. Any day. Harry ate a chocolate. He checked his supplies. He checked his wand. He checked the 3 impossible candies in their velvet pouch, tucked close to his heart. He was ready. He was terrified. He was a Wonka, and Wonkas didn't let terror stop them from doing what needed to be done. The detector burned hot on a Thursday evening in the first week of June, and Harry knew, with the same certainty he knew that chocolate needed to be tempered and sugar needed to be precise and magic needed to be intentional, that the time had come. He put down his quill. He closed his textbook. He stood up. "It's time," he said, and went to face what waited under the trapdoor. Chapter 5. The golden ticket. The detector was burning against Harry's thigh like a coal, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, fast, steady, alive. He stood in the Gryffindor common room with his hand on his pocket and felt the dark magic signature flaring stronger than it ever had, a beacon of wrongness pouring from the direction of the third-floor corridor. Quirrell had made his move. Harry looked at the common room. It was almost empty. Exam season had driven most students to bed early, and the stragglers were hunched over textbooks with the glazed, desperate expressions of people who had left their revision too late. The fire was dying. The portraits on the walls were dozing. It was an ordinary Thursday evening in every way except the one that mattered. Ron was beside him. He'd seen Harry's face change, the sudden stillness, the hand on the pocket, the way Harry's green eyes had gone flat and focused, and Ron had put down his charms textbook without a word and stood up. Ron Weasley, who complained about homework and ate with his mouth open and was afraid of spiders, stood up without being asked because his friend needed him. That was the thing about Ron that people underestimated. When it mattered, he was already there. "Get Hermione," Harry said. "And Neville." Ron went. Harry crossed the common room to the fireplace where Bodo was sitting, still and watchful as always, reading by firelight. "Now," Harry said, in Oompa Loompa. Bodo closed his book. He reached for the knife at his belt. He stood. "Pip." "Naya," Harry said. "Pip is in the dormitory. I will get him." "Naya is in the hospital wing. She's been assisting Madame Pomfrey with exam stress cases." "Get Pip." "Leave Naya, she's more useful there. If things go wrong, we might need a medic on the outside." Bodo nodded and disappeared up the stairs with the silent efficiency of 50 years' practice at moving through spaces larger creatures had built. Harry pulled out the whisper disc. "Dad." 3 seconds. Then Wonka's voice, sharp and immediate. "I hear it in your voice. It's happening." Quirrell's moving. The detector's been burning for 10 minutes straight. He's either at the trapdoor or past it. "I'm coming." "Dad, don't argue." 47 minutes. "I'll be there." "You can't fight a dark wizard." "I can crash a glass elevator through a ceiling." "That's not nothing." Harry almost laughed. Almost. 47 minutes might be too late. Then make sure it isn't. "But I'm coming anyway, Harry. I'm coming anyway." "I know. Be smart. Not just clever." "I know, Dad. I love you." "I love you too. See you on the other side." The disc cooled. Harry pocketed it. Hermione came down the stairs first, already dressed, her wand in her hand and her face set with the particular determination of a girl who had known this night was coming and had prepared for it the way she prepared for everything, thoroughly, systematically. And with backup plans for her backup plans. She had a small bag over her shoulder, the portable sunlight solution, a basic medical kit, reference notes on every protection they'd theorized about. Ron was behind her, pale but steady. He'd changed into trainers. Practical. Ron was always more practical than people gave him credit for. Neville came last. He was shaking. His hands were trembling and his face was the color of old parchment, and Trevor was clutched against his chest like a lifeline. He was the most obviously frightened person in the room, and he was there anyway, and that was the bravest thing Harry had ever seen. "You don't have to come," Harry said. He said it to all of them, but he was looking at Neville. "Shut up," Neville said. His voice shook, but the words didn't. "I told you I was in. I'm in." Harry nodded. No more arguments. No more waiting. The third-floor corridor. Fluffy first. "I've got a flute. Hagrid gave me one for Christmas." He pulled it from his jacket. Wooden, hand-carved, slightly lopsided. "Once Fluffy's asleep, we go through the trapdoor. We take the protections one at a time. Ron, you're on chess. Hermione, you're on logic puzzles and botanical threats. Neville, you're back up, and you watch R6. Bodo, Pip, you're with me." Bodo and Pip flanked him. The Oompa Loompas were armed, Bodo with his Loompa-land knife, Pip with a sling and a pouch of hardened sugar ammunition that Harry had made for him months ago, each pellet infused with a mild, stunning enchantment. "One more thing," Harry said. He reached into the velvet pouch and pulled out the 3 impossible candies. They sat in his palm, opalescent and shifting, impossibly beautiful. "These are the last resort. 60 seconds of doing something that can't be done. I have 3. I'm saving them for whatever's at the end." "Voldemort," Hermione said. She didn't flinch at the name anymore. Harry had cured her of that. "Whatever's left of him. Whatever's wearing Quirrell like a suit." "Yeah." They looked at each other, 5 children and 2 Oompa Loompas, standing in a firelit common room, about to walk into a gauntlet designed by the most powerful wizards in Britain to stop the most dangerous dark wizard in history. "Let's go," Harry said. The fat lady's portrait swung open, and they slipped into the corridor beyond, moving quickly and quietly through the sleeping castle. Harry led, the invisibility cloak draped over himself and Bodo, while the others followed close behind in the shadows. Pip scouted ahead, his small form nearly invisible in the darkness, moving with the silent speed of a jungle creature in its element. The castle was different at night. The torches were dimmed. The portraits slept, some snoring, some muttering in their frames. The suits of armor stood sentinel in the corridors, their empty helmets turning slightly as the group passed, the castle watching, always watching, aware of the children moving through its body like blood through veins. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door to Fluffy's room was ajar. "Someone's already been through," Hermione whispered. Harry peered through the gap. The room beyond was huge, dark, and occupied by a shape that filled most of the available space. 3 massive heads, 3 sets of jaws, 3 noses that twitched and snuffled in a sleep that was not natural. A harp stood in the corner, playing itself, its strings vibrating with a simple, repetitive melody. Quirrell's work. He'd gotten past the first defense. But the harp was slowing. The enchantment was fading. One of Fluffy's heads was stirring, its eyes half open, a low growl building in its throat like a distant earthquake. Harry raised Hagrid's flute and played. He wasn't a musician. The notes were rough, uneven, a melody that wandered more than it walked. But it was music, and Fluffy's biology didn't care about quality, it cared about sound. The 3 heads drooped. The growl faded. The enormous body settled, and within 30 seconds, Fluffy was asleep again, all 3 heads resting on massive paws, drool pooling on the stone floor. "The trapdoor," Harry said, still playing. "Under the right paw." Ron and Neville moved the paw, an operation that required both of them pushing with everything they had against a limb the size of a tree trunk. The trapdoor was revealed, dark wood, iron ring, ancient. Ron pulled it open. Below was darkness. Complete, absolute darkness, with no visible bottom. "I'll go first," Harry said. He handed the flute to Hermione. "Keep playing. When I signal, follow." He jumped. The fall was longer than expected, 3 seconds, before, the darkness rushing past him, and then he hit something soft. Very soft. He sank into it, and the softness wrapped around him, and his first thought was mattress, and his second thought was this is alive. Devil's Snare. Sprout's Protection. A magical plant that ensnared anything that touched it, tightening its tendrils the more you struggled, relaxing only in the presence of light and warmth. Harry recognized it from herbology class, the long, sinewy tendrils, the damp, organic smell, the way it pulsed with a slow vegetable heartbeat. The tendrils were already wrapping around his legs, his arms, his chest. Tightening. The plant sensed warmth, sensed life, and it wanted to hold on. Harry didn't struggle. He went limp, relaxed every muscle, and said, clearly, Lumos Solum. The spell Hermione had helped him prepare, a modified lumos that produced not just light but concentrated sunlight. The wand blazed like a star. The devil's snare recoiled violently, its tendrils whipping away from the light, and Harry dropped through the loosened mass onto a stone floor below. He stood, brushed himself off, and looked up. The devil's snare was writhing above him, a mass of dark vegetation, recoiling from the light still pouring from his wand. Clear, he called up. Jump. I'll catch you with the light. They came one by one. Ron first, plummeting through the dark and hitting the devil's snare and immediately panicking, which was the worst possible response. The tendrils tightened around him, and he thrashed and swore with a creativity that suggested extensive practice. Harry hit the mass with another Lumos Solum, and Ron fell through, landing hard and gasping. Hermione jumped next, went limp immediately. She'd studied the theory, and barely needed Harry's light to slide through. Neville froze at the top, staring down into the darkness, his whole body rigid with fear. Neville, Harry called up. It's okay. I've got you. Jump. I can't, you can. Trust me. A pause that lasted forever and no time at all. Then Neville jumped. He screamed the entire way down, hit the devil's snare, screamed louder, and Harry blasted the plant with light so fierce it shrank to half its size. Neville landed on the stone floor, shaking, wild-eyed, and immediately said, I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's keep moving. Bodo and Pip dropped through like stones, the Oompa Loompas too small and quick for the devil's snare to get a proper grip. Bodo landed in a crotch. Pip landed in a roll and came up grinning because Pip found mortal danger exhilarating and always had. They moved on. A stone corridor, sloping downward, and then the sound of wings. Hundreds of wings, beating in a confined space, creating a rushing, rustling cacophony that echoed off stone walls. The key room. A tall chamber, high-ceilinged, filled with what appeared to be, at first glance, birds. Hundreds of bright, jewel-colored birds, swooping and diving in complex patterns. At the far end, a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned iron lock. Harry raised the revealer lens to his eye and looked. Not birds. Keys. Enchanted keys with wings, fluttering through the air in a shimmering, chaotic cloud. Among them, one key old, silver, with a bent wing that made it slightly slower than the others, matched the lock on the door. Broomsticks hung on the wall. The traditional approach, fly up, catch the right key, unlock the door. Flitwick's protection, a test of flying skill and sharp eyes. Harry looked at the broomsticks. He looked at the keys. He looked at his wand. Oh, come on, he said, and pointed his wand at the silver key with the bent wing. Accio key. The key rocketed out of the flock and smacked into his palm. The other keys jingled in agitation, swooping toward him in an angry cloud, but Harry had already crossed the room and jammed the key into the lock. It turned. The door opened. The group piled through, and Harry slammed it behind them, cutting off the swarm of furious flying keys that hammered against the wood like metallic hail. You used a summoning charm, Hermione said. That's fourth-year magic. I read ahead. You always read ahead. Reading ahead is why we're not currently trying to catch a key on a broom while being attacked by 500 of its friends. She conceded the point. The next room was dark. Vast. As they stepped forward, torches ignited along the walls, and the room revealed itself. A chessboard. Life-sized. Massive stone pieces, white and black, standing on a checkered floor that stretched across the chamber. The black pieces were on the near side. The white pieces, across the board, were still and waiting. McGonagall's protection. Ron stepped forward. His face had changed, the nervousness was gone, replaced by something focused and hungry. This was his terrain. This was the thing he was best at, the one area where Ronald Weasley had never lost and never intended to. "We have to play our way across," Ron said. "We take the place of black pieces. When we win, we pass." "How do you know that?" Neville asked. "Because it's chess. I can feel it. The board wants to be played." He turned to the group. "I'm the knight. Harry, take the bishop. Hermione, you're the castle, the rook. Neville, stand back with Bodo and Pip. Don't get on the board." "Why not?" "Because this is wizard chess. The pieces take each other violently. If you're on the board, you can be taken." Neville went pale but nodded and retreated to the edge of the room with Bodo and Pip. Harry and Hermione took their positions on the board, standing on stone squares that hummed with magic beneath their feet. Ron called his first move, and the white pieces responded. It was the most extraordinary game of chess Harry had ever witnessed, and he had once watched two Oompa Loompa elders play a variant of chess that used live beetles and lasted 3 days. Ron played with a brilliance that was breathtaking, not cautious, not defensive, but aggressive, sacrificing pieces with a ruthlessness that made Hermione flinch every time a stone figure was smashed by a white opponent. He moved Harry and Hermione around the board like a general deploying troops, always 3 moves ahead, always building towards something the white pieces couldn't see until it was too late. The game tightened. Ron's pieces were dwindling. The White Queen was the problem, a massive stone figure that moved with murderous grace, smashing everything in her path. Ron had been dancing around her for 10 moves, but the board was narrowing, and the options were shrinking. Harry saw it before Ron said it. The shape of the board, the position of the pieces, the one move that would end the game in checkmate. Ron had to sacrifice himself. "Ron, I know." Ron's voice was steady. "Don't argue. It's the only move. There has to be another. There isn't. I've run it 6 times in my head. This is it." The knight moves to g5. The queen takes me. "Harry, that puts you in position to checkmate the king." "Ron, I'll be fine. It's chess. It's not real violence, well, okay, it is real violence. The pieces are enormous and made of stone, but I'll survive." Probably. "Harry." Ron looked at him across the board, blue eyes meeting green, and his face was calm in a way Harry had never seen from Ron before, not relaxed, not resigned, but certain. The certainty of a person doing the exact thing they were put on Earth to do. "Let me do this. This is my part. You've got yours coming. Let me have mine." Harry opened his mouth, closed it, nodded. Ron moved to g5. The White Queen turned. She crossed the board in 3 horrible strides, raised her stone arm, and struck. Ron went down. The crack of the impact echoed through the chamber like a gunshot. He hit the stone floor and didn't move. "Ron!" Hermione screamed. "Don't move," Harry shouted, because she was reaching for Ron's body, and if she left her square the game would be forfeit. "Don't move, Hermione. We finish this." He stepped into the checkmate position. He looked at the White King. "Checkmate," Harry said. The White King's stone crown toppled from its head and clattered to the floor. The remaining pieces stepped aside, clearing the path to the far door. Harry ran to Ron. Hermione was already there, kneeling beside him, her hands shaking. Bodo and Pip sprinted across the board. Neville was right behind, carrying Naya's medical pouch. She'd given it to Harry before they left, and Harry had passed it to Neville as the designated medic of the group. Ron was breathing. Unconscious, a bruise already darkening his temple where the Queen's stone hand had struck, but breathing. Neville opened the medical pouch, found Naya's strongest healing salve, cacao-based, infused with Oompa Loompa craft, and applied it to Ron's temple with hands that shook but didn't fumble. "He needs the hospital wing," Hermione said. "I know. Neville, can you get him back?" Neville looked at Harry. The fear was still there, it had never left, but underneath it, something else had grown. a core of iron that clawed Opus 4.